The legend of the Crimson Demon Clan begins with Suqing. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 226, The Eternal Scarlet Golden Eyes. Chapter 226, Eternal Gold. Scarlet-eyed Zun Zun's side fought fiercely, and the battle on the other side was no less intense. The heavy scent of blood wafted through the air. They clearly had the advantage, but that spoke volumes about the intensity of the fighting on the other side. Are you looking away? The seductive woman's resentful voice reached his ears. Not missing Zun Zun's momentary pause, the gut hunter lunged forward, brandishing his sword as he attacked Zun Zun. Like a young deer, ready to kill someone he loved if he looked away, something completely unreasonable. Zun Zun grabbed her wrist and crushed it, while the woman moaned in apparent satisfaction. He had no way to deal with this doom. Are you pretending to be distracted? Did you act very well, or are you inviting me? Do you want to dance too? Although the words were inappropriate, Elsa gave Zun Zun a flirtatious glance, her seductive gaze seeming to accept the invitation. Despite the allure of the captivating atmosphere that united them, they harbored no such intentions. Beneath that allure lay an inexhaustible killing intent. After their conversation, they realized one thing: they simply couldn't understand each other. Understanding was practically impossible, and even tolerance wasn't an option. They could only fight to the death. Kill you, they exclaimed. After I kill you, I'll begin to love you. After confessing their feelings, they clashed fiercely again. The ferocious swords transformed into light, violently slashing and shattering everything around them. Zun Zun dodged the sword feathers. Their intent was well-intentioned, but the difference in skill was insurmountable. In landing, he had fought numerous swordsmen, but they were only students. His talent, potential, and abilities were immense, but his swordsmanship and combat skills were relatively immature. But under the gut hunter's relentless pressure, Zun Zun's swordsmanship soared, going from barely defending to equal to him. His skill became increasingly adept. A carefree smile graced Zun Zun's lips, and Elsa's bloodthirsty grin echoed. The blades grazed his shoulders, abdomen, legs, and forehead, but Zun Zun remained unfazed. His dwindling strength could not curb his ferocious fighting spirit. Completely abandoning defense, Zun Zun faced the gut hunter, roaring with the fury of his soul. His right leg, pierced by the white jade dagger, forcefully crushed Elsa's left hand, confiscating her healing magic item. Zun Zun did not stop. He felt no pain whatsoever. With modern knowledge, she understood that it was due to the effect of adrenaline, which deactivated the brain's protective mechanisms. But it was temporary. When the warm blood cooled and dried, death was imminent. Countless blows tore through her defenseless left side, covering her entire body in blood, but even this couldn't hide her crimson eyes. Elsa was completely captivated. She stomped on the ground with a dull thud. She spun around and stabbed Zun Zun with the fastest blow of her life, so fast that no one could react. I'm going to explode. Cherry, having waited for the moment, unleashed a powerful impact, causing Elsa's black scimitar to fly from her hands. Zun Zun, of course, wouldn't waste the opportunity. He grabbed it and crushed it completely. The gut hunter wiped the blood from his mouth. Her smile was that of an infomaniac, who seemed to have grown attached to Zun Zun. She transformed into a dark shadow and pounced again. Do you think I only have 2 weapons? Her sweet voice was filled with gentle concern, but the 2 scimitars gave off a cold and terrifying light. They were the gut hunter's original weapons. After appearing with the black and white swords, Zun Zun had forgotten that he possessed his own weapon. In the clash, the short blade pierced his shoulder blade. Although the scimitar shattered instantly, the wound was already made, and blood flowed down the gut hunter's delicate face. She extended her tongue, licking the blood from her cheek. Her cheeks flushed, as if she were tasting something delicious. It was like tasting sweet wine. X's moan was charming, and its morbidity made it even more intimidating. At the moment the gut hunter was enjoying herself, Zun Zun had already attacked again, clashing sword and thunder. A cracking sound was heard. Zun Zun's left hand was wounded and useless, and Elsa's right wrist was shattered. But the gut hunter, with a mad thirst for Zun Zun's blood, opened her mouth slightly, revealing sharp teeth, and bit down on Zun Zun's lips. It looked like a kiss, but it actually hurt. Zun Zun would never let her succeed. The moment he got close, he concentrated his magic power again and erupted like a volcano. I'm going to explode, damn it. The impact was even stronger than the previous 2 times, and Elsa laughed out loud as she was thrown. Hee. Ho ha ho ha. She fell to the ground, rolling several times, her body scraped by debris. Even her neck was twisted in an odd direction from flying backward. Even so, her laughter did not stop. It was a terrifying scene. Zun Zun collapsed on his knees, panting heavily. Her left arm was completely useless, her right leg could barely move. Her physical strength and magical power were at an all-time low. She was practically on the verge of death. But why? Zun Zun didn't lose heart or despair. On the contrary, he seemed to hold the key to victory. Elsa struggled to her feet. Her wounds continued to heal, smooth as new once again. No, that wasn't the case. While her neck had healed, the wounds on her body hadn't. Blood was still flowing profusely, dyeing her as good as new. This indicated that the cursed doll had also reached its breaking point. But what a pity, ha, ha, it seems you were unable to move before me. Elsa looked ruefully at Zun Zun, half kneeling on the ground, his chest pumping like a bellows. He was clearly an enemy, but he lamented his inability to continue fighting. Without rescue, Zun Zun would surely perish. At least that was what the gut hunter thought. However, those scarlet eyes, those eyes that had captivated the gut hunter for the first time, contained no despair or retreat, not even a plea for mercy. His piercing crimson eyes captivated Elsa, her heart pounding. Indeed, right now I have neither physical strength nor magic power. I'm almost at my limit. But you probably don't know, big sister, that the more desperate the crimson demons become, the more euphoric they become. The formula for victory is right here, then show me. The gut hunter strode forward, at a much slower speed than before, but still no match for Zun Zun, who had run out of options. But under her bewildered gaze, Zun Zun slowly extended his right hand forward. What was that? She felt something gathering in front of Zun Zun, a gentle breeze. Although it lacked magical energy, the aura strangely unsettled her. Was it a blessing? Or power? Elsa didn't know, but she was clear that if she waited any longer, she would be the loser. The gut hunter, who had traversed the realms of life and death so many times, had now exhausted all his strength. He raised his right hand, and the deadly scimitar transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe. The scent of blood filled her nose. In that instant, Zun Zun finally condensed his most powerful weapon. This was a sure victory, huh? Zun Zun's confident smile vanished as he wielded the invisible sword. It was heavy. Really heavy. Zun Zun had overlooked that the invisible sword would become heavier after arriving in this new world. No, to be more precise, it had unexpectedly quadrupled its original weight, from double to quadruple, 1x on the ground, 2x in Suqing, 0 to quadruple. Bad. Zun Zun never expected to fail at that moment. Would his efforts be in vain? He gritted his teeth listlessly. He couldn't stop the gut hunter's advance, and even if he could wield such a heavy invisible sword, he wouldn't be able to do so in time. He would be torn to pieces before he could even swing it. If only he had asked Reinhardt for help earlier, if only he hadn't held a grudge against the gut hunter, if only he hadn't wasted time and returned sooner. He didn't have time to think about these things. Or rather, the moment these useless thoughts arose, Zun Zun attacked them without reservation. He didn't think about how to survive, or perhaps thinking about such things would be disrespectful to his own life. He needed to think about how to kill the gut hunter in front of him. Also draining the last of his strength, Zun Zun slowly brandished the invisible sword in his hand. Almost. Before the enemy arrived. A way to hinder their advance. A different smell of blood, rust, and wood lingered on the tip of his nose, a smell Zun Zun had never smelled before, a shuddering and repulsive smell he had never smelled before. It was the smell of death. For the first time, Zun Zun looked directly into the hunter's eyes. His dark eyes reflected a mixture of affection and joy, but they could not hide the killing intent lurking within. Ah, that was it. The hunter prioritized killing his enemies, no matter what. That was why he declared, "I will kill you, and then I will fall in love with you." The difference between the two of them had never been one of strength. It was one of awareness. Realizing this, Zun Zun seemed to awaken. His killing intent remained undimmed, but he no longer thought of anything else, focusing solely on the man before him. Mutual pull. This was the move Zun Zun had used in his duel with Tao Dao Taoka, a unique technique that uses mental power to suppress the opponent. Elsa's body tensed for an instant. Now, Zun Zun used his previously immobilized left hand to forcefully swing the invisible sword. Ha! Catch me! Watch! Let's see who's more stoic. Even knowing she was about to be struck, Elsa didn't dodge the blow, staring Zun Zun down to the very end. She was bleeding, but her eyes were burning. Her body was broken, but she radiated conviction of victory. Seeing Zun Zun before him made his breathing quicken, and he spoke to the red-eyed, black-haired boy about the feelings that were overwhelming him. I'm trembling with excitement. The invisible sword pierced through the gut hunter's body. His body didn't split in two, but froze in midair, as if stopped. Then, like a vampire exposed to the sun in anime and novels, Elsa's body began to crumble, turning trash and dissipating into thin air. I told you not to look at my intestines, Zun Zun muttered, clutching his bleeding stomach. I've written a bit more, as these are likely the only two Zun Zun battles in Re:0. Chapter 227. Oh, the fighting over there is quite intense as well. Ferris put his hands to his head and looked outside. The beam of light soaring into the sky reminded him that a fierce battle was also underway. At that moment, a monster, covered in disgusting saliva, lunged at him from behind. Just as it was about to bite him, a delicate leg crushed him. Master Ferris, please pay attention to the battlefield, thank you. Fram, a maid with peachy side bangs, came to his aid. Short in stature, she possessed extraordinary strength, and in terms of combat power, she was 15 times stronger than Natsuki Subaru. Okay, behave yourself. Ferris stroked the monster's forehead, and the grinning creature trembled violently, rolled its eyes, and fainted. This was the Werakat's specialty. It could temporarily paralyze its enemies by altering the moisture in their body, and monsters were no exception. In fact, dozens of monsters lay silently around the two men, motionless like lifeless objects. But despite everything, these monsters weren't dead yet, and Ferris was more meticulous in his fight against the enemy. He didn't want the clothes Crush had given him to be stained with blood. Unlike here. How terrifying. I haven't seen Master Will so serious in centuries. Master Crush might be worried when we return. A hellish scene greeted him. The earth was devastated, a huge crater stretched before him, and inside lay numerous magical beasts and two demons, the Sword Demon and the War Demon. It looked like a coliseum. No, this was a coliseum. Numerous monsters were facing off against the two demons. The thick stench of blood permeated everything. Their clothes were in tatters, revealing their muscular torsos. Despite their graying hair, their agility and skills remained intact. Even after decades without coordination, both seemed to understand each other's intentions. No matter how many monsters attacked, they were repelled. The tide of beasts gradually receded. This is a lie. How is it possible? There are so many children, and yet, Mary muttered in disbelief. This time, he had brought all the monsters with him, and with someone's secret help, he thought the mission would be easy, but he didn't expect to meet such a tough opponent. Wilhelm was covered in blood, his eyes radiating killing intent. He turned and glared at Mary, as if telling her he would kill her. The girl's legs trembled with fear, and she knelt on the ground and burst into tears. The Sword Demon was slightly stunned. Perhaps the girl's screams made him understand something, and his bloody eyes gradually regained clarity. He exchanged a glance with the equally breathless Grim beside him, then bumped fists in the air. Just like in the Orc War. Hello. Phyllis approached with quick steps, clapping her hands. I know it's wrong to interrupt Will's reminiscing, but now is not the time. There are still people who need our help. Master Zun Zun. Fram paled and fled in a panic. He had heard the explosion, but his exceptional combat skills told him not to be distracted. Now that the battle was over, he had to rush to the other side. The destruction was even more devastating than theirs. To say it was a disaster wasn't enough, it was more like total destruction. Half the forest was destroyed, and the trees were completely shattered. Master Zun Zun. Master Zun Zun, her anxious cries went unanswered. Just when Fram didn't know what to do, he turned his head and saw a figure under the pile of trees. He ran to find Zun Zun, pale, his eyes closed, and a look of exhaustion on his face. His left hand was strangely twisted, his right shattered, and a scimitar was stuck in each leg and shoulder blade. Fram's eyes darkened, and he was about to faint. No. He couldn't faint yet. He quickly summoned Ferris, the kingdom's most renowned healer and the only one who could heal Zun Zun. Ferris rushed over and was slightly surprised by Zun Zun's sorry state. He hadn't expected such brutality. The battle didn't seem any easier than theirs. No, the Werikit said after examining him, shaking his head. Zun Zun needs a quiet place to heal. Now, huh? Then he noticed something unusual. Zun Zun's body was healing slowly. Though not as dramatically as the hunter's cursed wrist, it was still noticeable, especially the blades lodged in his legs and shoulder blades, which were gradually emerging. Ferris knew that this was because his body was healing, his muscles expelling the foreign objects. Master Ferris, what are you doing? As Fram shouted, the Catman pulled out the broken swords, spilling blood all over the floor. Don't worry, it's normal treatment. Phyllis looked at the wound, which was healing at an accelerated rate, and raised an eyebrow. She hadn't treated it because of the profuse bleeding, and it would be difficult to treat it in the wild without preparation. But unexpectedly, after withdrawing the sword, Zun Zun's body healed much faster. It seems he has his own secrets. Phyllis licked the corner of her mouth. Zun Zun never imagined that the Catman would notice him. After a simple treatment, Zun Zun's wounds healed, and he soon regained consciousness. Looking at the smiling Catman, he had never felt so excited as he was now, and he was actually a little girl. Zun Zun, I'm fine, Fram. Zun Zun touched the flustered maid's cheek, indicating that she was fine. Aside from the depletion of magical power, lack of physical strength, and intense weakness, her physical injuries had healed. The battle with Elsa was a near-death experience. If it weren't for the intestine hunter's obsession with intestines, she might have lost her mind. It's your job, Ferris. Thank you, I owe you a favor. I accept a favor. I'd love to say it, but it was actually your own body that healed. I just did a simple job. I mean, your body seems quite interesting, meow. Consider it a way to repay me for my emergency treatment. Let me study it a bit. I refuse. It was always a little awkward to let someone study one's body, especially a Werikit's. But from what Ferris said, it seemed like the wound healed itself, perhaps because his divine body trick had activated. Enhanced healing? Not bad. After all, enhanced healing wouldn't protect him from pain. A pervert like the gut hunter or darkness would surely appreciate it, but he, afraid of pain, didn't have that habit. Zun Zun looked around. Do they look alright? Sure. With Master Will here, they're minor matters. As Ferris spoke, he saw Master Will and the dirty old man approaching. Their bodies were covered in blood, the dried blood turning from red to black, forming blood-colored armor. The stench was quite unpleasant. The two old men were used to it. Seeing it, Wilhelm gave a slight bow and said, I never thought Master Zun could defeat the infamous gut hunter by himself. You are truly formidable. It was impossible to tell whether he was praising or being sarcastic, but judging by his sincerity, it was probably the former. I can only say that luck was on my side. Zun Zun sighed softly. His hand unconsciously touched his stomach. And, Master Will, you don't have to call me Master. I'm just staying at the Astria household. Besides, Wilhelm was Reinhardt's grandfather, the de facto leader of the Sword Saint family, though the latter didn't care for her and had abandoned her long ago. Zun Zun didn't deserve the title of Master, no matter his age or status. Then I'll call you Zun Zun. No need for honorifics, Master Will. When they first met, Zun Zun was examined by the sword demon upon stepping off the dragon carriage. As they left the border Earl's mansion, he had a hint of friendliness, but a certain distance. Now, perhaps because they had fought together, they seemed to have grown a little closer. It wasn't that he had to get along with Wilhelm, but he was Reinhardt's grandfather, after all. We'll talk about this later. Also, what do we do with her? Ferris looked down at the child in Wilhelm's arms. The merry beastmaster. Her dominion over so many powerful monsters had led to the bitter battle, and now that she was captive, they didn't know what to do with her. Sure, kill her, Zun Zun said matter-of-factly. I'd rather leave moral regret than a threat to her life. If I let her go and she then seeks revenge under the guise of avenging the gut hunter, I won't stand for it, but she's not a lost cause. She can still be saved. Wilhelm hesitated. Her crying had softened his heart a little. Phyllis wondered, when did Master Will become so merciful? Even as a child, she's an enemy, not to mention the trouble she's causing us. I agree with what Zun Zun says. And, she smells, it's the smell of a witch. He sniffed Mary's body and said with some disgust. Wilhelm paused for a moment at the scent of a witch, but eventually nodded. Everything associated with a witch must be eradicated. Old Man Green and Fram remained silent. Upon learning that she was going to be killed, Mary burst into tears of fear. She struggled to free herself from Wilhelm's grasp, but the little girl couldn't. Just as he was about to leave her with Elsa, a small object fell from Mary's body. "What is this?" Phyllis picked it up curiously. It was a very delicate doll, so lifelike that it was instantly recognizable, a testament to its creator's care. "Zun Zun, isn't that you?" She handed the doll to him. Sure enough, although the face was a bit chibi, the red eyes, black hair, cape, and even the 2 cherries on the back of her neck were perfectly reproduced. It was a doll identical to Zun Zun. Chapter 228. Worthy of being a Zun Zun, he did it easily. "Give it back. Give it back." When Mary saw the doll, she became incredibly nervous. She shot out her hands and lunged at Zun Zun, but Wilhelm's control kept pushing her further and further away. "Wait, wait. It's mine. Give it back." "What do you mean? It's yours or mine?" "Little one, after we kill you, it'll all be ours." "Ugh. Phew, forget it. Let's free her. Is that okay with you?" "Sure, I'm just suggesting it. She's your trophy, after all. I have no right to interfere, then it's all the same to me." "Well, it depends on what Master Will thinks." Zun Zun and Phyllis looked at Wilhelm. The gray-haired old man looked like a demon, but after a brief pause, he said, "Consider it my obsession. Keep her prisoner for now. Although this child has been tainted by darkness, the remaining pure white can be rewritten. And, the witch's scent worries me as well." "Look, that was so touching." The witch's scent. Phyllis also became a little more serious. As a member of the kingdom's knights, she naturally knew the culprit behind the kingdom's turmoil and unrest, the witch cult. There were even rumors that the royal family had died from an unexplained poison, and that the witch cult was behind it. That was precisely why she wanted to kill Mary. "But I can't get her back." After all, Master Crush hates people like that." "Indeed." "Then, Master, may I ask?" At the two's excessive request, Master pursed his lips. "Hey, isn't it a little ridiculous for him, the one who killed Urza, to protect her?" But then he changed his mind and said he was the one who forgave Mary, and that he wouldn't have to worry about her being imprisoned in the Holy Sword family. "Fine." Fram volunteered to take charge of the guard. "Well," Ferris stretched and asked, "what do we do now? Should we go back to find Roswell, or?" "I don't agree." "Okay," Master repeated, like Wilhelm. Now that it was clear Roswell was behind the attack, going back would be tantamount to suicide. And even trying to hold him responsible was a pipe dream. With Roswell's caution, he would have distanced himself from the matter long ago. Everyone knew that. But it was impossible for them to contain their anger. Ferris was as fastidious as a woman. In fact, Zun Zun couldn't fathom Roswell's heinous actions. Besides sending the Gut Hunter to his death and enraging the Crush faction and the Sword Saint family, he had no idea what benefit he could gain. If it weren't for the Joker, who had already followed H's book and was no different from the undead, any disconcerting movement was possible. Now the Earth Dragon had escaped, and the chariot of the dragon had completely broken down. They had no choice but to walk. After walking from noon until dusk, with Mary complaining bitterly, they finally arrived at the inn. There they stayed. Wilhelm sent a message to the Karsten family, the Crush family, through the inn, recounting the experiences of his trip and wishing to let them know that they were okay. The dirty old man did the same. The inn was as noisy and chaotic as before, but Zun Zun didn't see Otto there. After asking around, he learned that he was going to buy oil. Early the next morning, Wilhelm rented the dragon carriage from the post station and, after bidding them farewell, he and Ferris set off. Just as Zun Zun was about to leave, he saw someone running toward them. A cloud of dust rose behind him, his legs moved so fast they left afterimages. And a faint expression of anxiety crossed his face. Seeing Zun Zun, his eyes lit up, and he ran toward him. "Master Zun Zun, are you alright, Reinhardt?" Zun Zun hadn't expected him to be there, even after he had already. He assured him that he was safe. The arriving Sword Saint wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, exhaled, and said, "Sorry, I was on guard duty last night. I heard about your attack this morning and rushed over immediately." "Are you alright?" No, compared to that, Reinhardt, how long did it take you to get here?" 5 minutes, Reinhardt asked cautiously. Zun Zun realized he was dragging it out for a few minutes so as not to hurt his pride, but it only hurt more. "By the way, this man is a prisoner," Zun Zun was in no mood to talk to Guabi, so Fram answered for him. Reinhardt nodded slightly at all this, but he held no grudge against Mary. Or rather, he held no grudge against most people. It's a shame you're late, Reinhardt. What do you mean? If you had arrived earlier, perhaps you could have met Master Will. Master Will. For the first time, a crestfallen expression crossed Reinhardt's face. Perhaps he didn't know how to face his grandfather. It was rather amusing, to think about it. An outsider had a closer relationship with Wilhelm than grandfather and grandson. How could justify themselves? Then they got into the carriage and headed off. Back. The journey went smoothly. Honestly, Zun Zun was expecting some fool to come and cause trouble for the Sword Saint. Back to the Sword Saint's family compound. Upon hearing of his return, Ferret ran over to greet him. Upon hearing that Zun Zun had been attacked by the terrifying gut hunter, he burst out laughing. You poor little fellow, to have been targeted by that crazy woman. You'll have a hard time in the future. What a pity, I killed the gut hunter, huh? Zun Zun patted the stunned Ferret on the shoulder, his lips curled into a sneer. Unlike that fellow who had to run away, I achieved my revenge. No, Zun Zun is truly worthy of you. You easily accomplished what we couldn't, Ferret said with a fawning smile. Ever since coming to the Holy Sword Clan, Elsa had been a nightmare to her for a long time. According to Glassy, she was woken up by fear almost every night. Knowing that Elsa was dead must have put her at ease. Ferret was curious about Mary, and Zun Zun made no attempt to prevent them from meeting. However, as the witch's scent in melee was particularly bothersome, Reinhardt locked her in the Holy Sword Clan's dungeon. Even though it was a dungeon, the living conditions were surprisingly pleasant. For the next few days, Zun Zun remained in his room, euphemistically recovering. He was already afraid. This world was too dangerous. A stats-based monster like Elsa was fine, but if a mechanical monster like the Archbishop came looking for him, he might never escape. Zun Zun and Master Rom feasted daily in the Holy Sword Clan. Incidentally, Master Rom didn't stay in the vault of stolen goods. He was also taken to the Holy Sword Clan to recover. Reinhardt had initially been reluctant to take him, but after some hesitation, thinking about the possible obstacle Master Rom might pose to Ferret, he decided to take him. Master Rom complained bitterly about Zun Zun, saying that the hunter hadn't even harmed him, but in the end, he was severely wounded by his own men. I thought Rom would clamor to leave like Ferret when he first came to the Holy Sword Clan, but he kept silent for 2 or 3 days. Then, his temperament suddenly changed, and he began to eat and drink freely in the Holy Sword Clan of the Holy Sword. In fact, he saw the shadows of Sato Kazuma and the other scoundrels. But Ferret's obedience was largely due to Rom. One day, Ferret stomped his feet, came to the door in a huff, and shouted, "Hey! Zun Zun, you promised me that you would study hard and gain the master's approval while you were away, and that you would take me out to play when you returned. Why didn't you keep your promise? Because I'm hurt." No, in fact, he had forgotten. After all, he was only acting perfunctorily at the time. Following her, Reinhardt said helplessly, "I already tried to dissuade Master Felt, but don't try to deceive me. Going back on your word is unbecoming of a knight." That's right, it seemed that Ferret had used the code of chivalry to render the Sword Saint helpless. Zun Zun asked, somewhat surprised, "Has Ferret finally learned to write? Doesn't she just scribble to survive?" "What did you say?" As much as she'd like to say otherwise, Master Felt has been working very hard lately. Even Mrs. Meyer praises her enthusiastically. Reinhardt hadn't expected to hear those words. Ferret looked at him expectantly. If Zun Zun said no, there was no way he'd regain her trust. So, okay, let's go out and play. Really? Great. Ferret's eyes lit up. But Master Felt, Reinhardt hesitated, if only because he could use the opportunity to escape and not participate in the royal elections. Zun Zun waved his hand dismissively. It wouldn't matter if Rom wasn't there, but with him, Felt might be reluctant, but she wouldn't abandon him and run away. Besides, Rom desperately wanted Felt to participate in the royal elections, which was why he resorted to such self-deprecating behavior. Old Eng, that fellow, was quite cunning. Chapter 229 Reunion. It's morning. The morning light, filtering through the cracks in the curtains, illuminated her eyelids, and she slowly regained consciousness. The girl sat up, hugged the sheets, wiped the tears that blurred her vision, yawned, and looked around with glassy eyes. She had dreamed that scene again. She forgot the exact content of the dream, only that she was being held by large hands and that she was looking at someone, whose appearance she also completely forgot. Only the red eyes and golden hair remained vivid in her memory. And that phrase, "Did you really help humans? It seems I've fallen to this point. I will always, always love you." The red-eyed, golden-haired man didn't argue, just left this meaningless answer. At the thought, her heart skipped a beat, and a feeling of grievance flooded her. Just as her eyes were about to burst into tears, Master felt, "Are you awake?" There was a knock at the door. From the other side, a clear, loud, and pleasant voice called out. Holding back her tears, Felt knew who it belonged to. If any other girl were woken up each morning by its owner, she would surely faint from happiness. However, Felt, also a young woman in love, pouted and stared at the door, as if she could see right through it. "No, I'm still asleep, so you can't come in. You can talk to people just by talking in your sleep?" I didn't expect Felt-sama to have a new talent I didn't know about. Such a talent, those kinds of strange new abilities, only a monster like you, Reinhardt, has them. It was the same voice from the other side of the door. Hearing it, Felt's annoyance turned to joy. "Your Excellency, calling me a monster is truly heartbreaking." "Of course I am. And Reinhardt, please don't call me sir. Aren't we friends?" The person didn't reply. But Felt guessed that the other person must be shaking their head in frustration. It was rare to be able to defeat the noble swordsman. However, "And Reinhardt, you don't have to be so nice to Felt. I'm sure he's still sleeping. Look at me. Hurry up and get up. At your age, how can you sleep in?" The door burst open with a rude shout. A red-eyed, black-haired boy, dressed in an elegant shirt and trousers, his face so perfect it seemed sculpted by a goddess, wore a slightly insolent, completely unconventional smile. Felt appreciated this different approach from the hypocritical sword saint, but sometimes she disliked it. If she had to choose a specific time, it would be morning. "Oh," the visitor observed his slender body carefully. Felt, even though Reinhardt said you can do whatever you want, it's not very nice to walk around in your underwear. That's better than someone walking around naked. Felt rolled her eyes in annoyance. Living under the same roof, it was inevitable that the two would interact. The news of the vacuum cleaner had been spread by other maids. It caused quite a stir. "Besides, I was just getting up and told you not to come in. You're the one who didn't listen to me, don't blame me." Felt, dressed only in modest underwear, placed her hands on her hips, proudly displaying her flat chest in the center of the room. "Are you trying to seduce me?" Zun Zun raised an eyebrow. Although they were both young, there was no trace of embarrassment in their interaction. To Felt, the Zun Zun, although male, held a completely different symbolic meaning. Felt snorted disdainfully. "Why are you excited by a body like mine, which looks so poor?" "Sorry. I don't like the poor lands. Besides, I like my fiancé like this. I didn't ask you to call me small." "You're smaller than me." Felt, irritated by Zun Zun, gritted her teeth. He had seen Yunyun's self-portrait and, despite being a year younger than her, had called her a complete boob monster, marveling at her well-developed breasts. As if reading her thoughts, Zun Zun said, "Of course it's because I eat a good breakfast. Only with proper nutrition does the body develop properly." "Really? That's right, Master Ferret," Reinhardt agreed. Ferret pondered for a moment, then nodded seriously. But then Zun Zun suddenly chimed in, but there are exceptions. For example, my other childhood sweetheart, despite eating so much, is still the same childlike size as you, Ferret. It must be genetics. You look the same, Ferret. It hurts. Let go of me, don't bite me." The moment he finished speaking, Ferret transformed into a vicious dog and bit her. Reinhardt sighed softly at the sight. "You two adults have a wonderful relationship. What's so wonderful about it?" X2 called out in unison. Reinhardt and Zun Zun left to do something, and soon after, the neatly dressed Felt came out of the room. "Oh, Felt, you're up early today." I'm Master Ram, good morning." She glanced at the huge man approaching from the other side, who forced her to look up, and greeted him indifferently. Master Ram was slightly surprised. "Well, you were arguing so loudly just now, and now it's like this. You've used up all your energy." Felt slumped slightly, looking even smaller and more pitiful. She grumbled to Ram-san, "I don't want to get up so early, but in this mansion, we're always unearthed at a normal hour. Ha ha ha, if only you could be considered normal. After all, you look younger than you are. Eat well and live a normal life, and you'll probably grow taller." Ram-san shuddered with laughter. It was almost the same as what Zun had said, but the mention of genetics at the end made her a little uneasy. Besides, if I grow more or less, it's only a small deviation in Ram-san's eyes. That's not true. I've been watching you grow carefully. With that, Ram-san's wrinkled face broke into a smile, and she stroked Felt's head. Although she still felt like her head was going to split open, she didn't dislike the touch of his hard palm. In fact, she enjoyed it. Although she had been slightly annoyed at being treated like a child, the truth was that only at that moment could she find peace. Felt recalled her dream. Hey, ferret, what are you doing so slowly? Didn't you say you were going out to play? Or is it that you just don't want to go? From afar, Zun Zun called out to her. Her inexplicable sadness was interrupted again, and Ferret snapped at her, don't even think about leaving me. We're really going out to play today, then hurry up. Grandma's already prepared breakfast. And she made some delicious cakes just for you this morning. What? I'll be right there. The grandma in question was Carol, Mr. Green's wife and grandmother to the twin maids. She was a stern but kind person. Her cakes were especially delicious, and Ferret loved them. Ferret, eager for breakfast, arrived at the dining room with Grandpa Ram. When she opened the door and entered, the long table was already laden with hot breakfast. Then, as Ferret entered the dining room with such energy, two figures turned and greeted each other. Reinhardt affectionately called them Grandpa and Grandma. And Ferret reciprocated the gesture, maintaining a good relationship. Along with the twin maids, they were the only ones living in the mansion. After breakfast, Master Ram, are you really not going out with us? No, I'd rather have a drink at home than go out. Master Ram's smile was quite obscene. He raised his enormous hand to take a glass of wine, looking like a drunk who valued wine more than freedom. Ferret sighed helplessly. She wanted to take the opportunity to sneak away with Master Ram, but he simply didn't take her hint. However, what she didn't know was that Master Ram had already understood what Ferret was thinking, but pretended not to know in order to participate in the royal election. So, after bidding farewell to Reinhardt and the others, Zun Zun and Ferret left the mansion. The streets bustled with activity. Felt opened her arms, stretched, and took a deep breath, sighing, It's definitely better outside. I'm really bored staying in the mansion. Then you should enjoy yourself today, sure. In fact, this outfit suits me better. That flared skirt is really uncomfortable. Since they were out having fun, dressing too flashy would attract attention, so Felt offered to wear the clothes she wore in the slums. Reinhardt refused at first, but after Carol cleaned the clothes, he reluctantly agreed. Reinhardt actually wanted to go, but the Sword Saint's reputation held so much sway in the capital that he was flatly rejected. Where are you going, Felt? I don't know. I used to steal for a living, but now I don't have to anymore, so she's lost. Zun Zun understood what she meant. It was a classic case of work hard in the big city for 10 years and never see the world, then let's take a leisurely stroll through the capital today. I'll treat you to food and drinks. Really, Reinhardt gave me a good amount before we left, so there's no problem. Huh? What's up? Hearing Zun Zun's soft murmur, Felt looked curiously in his direction and saw a girl in a white cloak and a man in a butler's uniform with a fierce look on his face. Ah, it's you, Oni-san and Oni-san. She instinctively waved to them. It was Emilia and Natsuki Subaru. They hadn't expected to bump into each other by chance. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230. You're amazing. Since they were holding hands, it was unclear whether Emilia and Natsuki Subaru were on a date, and it would have been rude to interrupt. But Zun Zun couldn't stop Felt, who ran over to greet them. Big sister and little brother, Zun Zun had no choice but to follow. He heard Emilia seemingly admonishing Natsuki Subaru to stay away from trouble and avoid causing it in the capital, even keeping a close eye on him for his lack of credibility. It seemed the two children shared a common affliction. What? Zun Zun is a child too? It's no problem. Looking at them with their fingers intertwined, Zun Zun joked, I didn't expect Subaru to be so close to Emilia. No. To be honest, I worry a lot about my sweaty hands. The more I worry about them, the more they sweat. Do you understand this inexplicable anxiety, Zun Zun? I don't understand. I knew it. For someone as popular as you, it certainly wouldn't matter, but Emilia and I aren't as on the same page as you think right now. Natsuki Subaru was as energetic as ever. Ignoring the idiot, he greeted the silver-haired girl. Long time no see, Emilia. I'm really sorry I missed you last time. It's okay. I should be thanking you, Zun Zun. Emilia shook her head. Zun Zun's arrival was untimely, and if he alerted Crush's camp, their situation would become complicated. Cut it out, everyone. Just as the four of them were exchanging pleasantries, a gruff voice from the man beside them scolded, "Don't chat in front of other people's tents. If you want to chat, go somewhere else." How cruel. It's rare for me to keep my promise, Natsuki Subaru complained to the scarred man with the green hair. The stall they were standing in front of was the same save point for all three of their reincarnations. The owner was still menacing and unpleasant, but precisely because of this, Natsuki Subaru felt comforted by his unaffected owner. Your ugly face reminds me of you. You're a poor, ungrateful child who left without buying anything, never mind where that came from. Did I say I was here to return a favor? Anyway, 10 apples, please, rin fruit. But you're so loyal. I admire you. Despite his harsh words, the vendor skillfully filled Natsuki Subaru's bag with 10 rin fruits. After paying 2 silver coins, the four of them left. Natsuki Subaru held a large bag of rin fruit in one hand, while with the other, he casually held Emilia's hand. His familiarity completely lacked the shyness and nervousness he had just mentioned. Seeing this, Zun Zun said to the person next to him, "Fight, let's hold hands too." "I don't want to." "Do you think I'm a child?" Despite a reluctance, she reached out her hand at Zun Zun's insistence. "Oh, you're very close, aren't you?" "I suppose so. We're comrades, for now." "Comrades?" Emilia, curious at Zun Zun's words, looked to Natsuki Subaru for an explanation, only to find him staring at the bag of rin fruit. "What's wrong, Subaru?" "Nothing. It's just that after we left the stolen goods vault, for quite a while, it felt like the fruit was going to jump and hit my knee, and I didn't dare eat it." "Subaru, what you said is very strange, right?" "I think I'm strange too." Natsuki Subaru said this, but then looked at Zun Zun beside her. She wanted to ask something, but he kept avoiding the topic, so she gave up in the end. The four of them arrived at a terrace. They each ordered food, and while they waited for their orders, they began to chat animatedly. The truth is, ever since I heard I was coming to the capital, I've been thinking about paying you a visit. I didn't expect to run into you here by chance. And Zun Zun left so quickly last time that we didn't even have time to chat. Don't complain. I left too late last time. I understand. Natsuki Subaru waved her hand. At first, she didn't understand why Zun Zun had rushed in and out so hastily. But after Rem's polite explanation, she realized that Zun Zun had left without even finishing speaking, wanting to protect Emilia's situation. "By the way, young man, what brings you to the capital?" Felt looked at Natsuki Subaru curiously. Emilia said the gate was damaged or something, and she asked me to heal it, so I came from the capital to see. Subaru, sorry. It seems this is something we can't discuss. Stopped by Emilia, he scratched his head and gave Felt a wry smile. It was a deal with Crush's group. Even if Emilia didn't care, Crush couldn't be ignored. Zun Zun nodded. As expected, she had come to the capital for treatment. Felt didn't care. He asked with some concern, "Is your gate damaged, young man?" "It's a big problem." "Did you force yourself to do something?" "Well," Natsuki Subaru looked at Emilia and, seeing that she remained silent, understood that he could talk about it. "If I were to tell you, it's the story of my adventures, going through countless hardships, fighting a monster and driving it away, saving 2 demons, and finally being possessed by one of them. I don't understand what you're saying, young man." "I don't know what I'm talking about either." Perhaps because of past experiences, Natsuki Subaru didn't know what to say, so he just laughed. "But it's so typical of you, young man." "What? Because you always force yourself. In the slums, right? Even though we had nothing to do with each other, you protected and shielded me." Well, although Felt had no memories, Natsuki Subaru clearly remembered their encounters 3 times. She wasn't specifically helping Ferret, she simply didn't want him to die. "But I must admit, little brother, you have really bad luck." "That's right." Natsuki Subaru knew the reason for his bad luck, but she couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. Unexpectedly, Ferret added, "You're just like him." He pointed at Zun Zun. "This guy was also attacked on his way back from where you guys were, by the terrifying Gut Hunter." Gut Hunter. Hearing the name, Natsuki Subaru's body tensed. Emilia hurriedly asked, "Are you okay? That guy was quite powerful." "Zun Zun, are you okay?" No, Emilia-tan, I'm almost envious of your concern for Zun Zun. And don't worry, if Zun Zun had been in trouble, he wouldn't be here unharmed." Natsuki Subaru was nervous, but seeing Emilia's nervousness, he calmed down. "Yes," the silver-haired half-elf sighed in relief. Emilia, like Natsuki Subaru, wasn't very approachable, but she still cared about others. Zun Zun accepted her offer, head held high, and said proudly, "Who do you think I am? I'm the only Zun Zun in the world. A mere gut hunter is no match for me. I've already defeated her." Oh, Zun Zun." Natsuki Subaru clapped his hands. He knew how terrifying the gut hunter was. He claimed to be number one, and no one dared claim second place. The pain of having his stomach ripped open 3 times was seared into his memory. Ferret, however, bluntly dismissed her boasting, saying, "Don't listen to his bragging." Fram said he almost died, that he was utterly humiliated. At first, Zun Zun found her impressive, but when he heard of her final return, his attitude immediately changed. "Don't worry about the humiliation, just tell me if I killed her, Tisk. You're amazing, great." Zun Zun felt refreshed. To him, this was the greatest honor in the world of men, and he could die without regrets. Seeing the relaxed interaction between the two of them, Natsuki Subaru and Emilia smiled and said, "I didn't expect you two to get along so well, evil, X2, evil." The two said in unison, causing Emilia to tilt her head in confusion. Natsuki Subaru raised his hands and said, "You must understand, Emilia-tan. This is what we call a love-hate relationship." Yes, that's it. "I don't know what you're talking about, little brother, but it really bothers me. Subaru, let me make this clear. I have a fiancée, and she's my fiancée. I understand. A love can't surpass a love fallen from the sky. The taste is just right." Lie. How did this guy, after not seeing her for half a month, suddenly learn how to play matchmaker? Just then, a kitten appeared behind Emilia and whispered into the silver-haired girl's ear, "Lydia, it's almost time. We have things to do." "Oh, no," Emilia suddenly exclaimed. She said to the boy she was traveling with, "Subaru, I have to go to the royal city first. Wait for me here." "Well, I'm going to." "No." Shocked by the rejection, Natsuki Subaru's expression froze. Parker chuckled, "Sorry, Subaru, I have a date with Leah and I can't take you with me." What a pity. Faced with the excuse, Natsuki Subaru had no choice but to step aside. A moment's thought revealed that Emilia was going to the royal city, a place where no mere servant was allowed to enter. Furthermore, her reckless behavior had earned him complete distrust. "That's right. You two, even though we've just met, I'll take my leave. Subaru, wait for me." Dejected, Natsuki Subaru said goodbye to the man and the cat, then collapsed onto the table, muttering about love and other nonsense. Fell tried to comfort him at first, but then his impatience dissipated. "You're such a pain, little brother. That's why an older sister rejects you." "What the?" Natsuki Subaru fell silent. Ferret, indignant, said to her companion, "Zun Zun, stop watching the spectacle and at least comfort him." "What are you looking at?" "Nothing. It's just that some thugs seem to have taken a girl to an alley. It looks like Jane Hamilton and the others." "What?" She was a little puzzled. Turning around, she saw a red figure being led into the alley by the 3 men. At that moment, Natsuki Subaru slammed the table and shouted, "Okay. I'll be a hero and save the beautiful girl, and then I'll start a new match." Was he serious? He was clearly a desperate, lovesick, and obsessed dog. Chapter 231 Big-Breasted Monster. Despite what Natsuki Subaru said, he just wanted to save someone. Especially after hearing about the trio of thugs who had given him a hard time, he'd be furious if they succeeded. So he charged forward. "Hey, wait a minute, little brother." Felt looked at him, puzzled. One of the rules of the slums was to never butt into other people's business. Those struggling to save themselves didn't have time to worry about other people's lives and usually pretended to be oblivious, unlike Natsuki Subaru's reckless charge. But it was precisely thanks to his actions that she was saved in the first place, even though it was the people around her who put in the most effort. Why are you looking at me like that, Felt? Do you want to go too? I can't help it in this situation. Let's go." Felt took Zun Zun's hand and chased them into the alley. She might not be able to defeat the thugs, but with Zun Zun by her side, she was certain they could. As for Natsuki Subaru, she had excluded him from her battle plans from the very beginning. In fact, when the two of them arrived at the alley, "Don't touch me, Puha," she saw Natsuki Subaru being thrown against the wall by a woman. The woman in front of him was, in a word, arrogant. Her demeanor, her tone, the garish accessories she wore, the attire of a nouveau riche, made Felt look at her with some irritation. It wasn't because Natsuki Subaru was being bullied or anything, she simply harbored a certain hatred for rich people. There was something else going on. Felt took in the woman's unusually large breasts, then the steel plate where she could see her toes. The vast difference left her with a hollow feeling. Big-breasted monsters, she muttered under her breath. You guys are like this from the get-go. Ordinary people go crazy for me. Despite this, the woman crossed her arms over her chest, as if carelessly cupping her unusually large breasts, as if deliberately teasing them. Subaru Natsuki covered his nose and retorted angrily, "Don't you even know how to judge the situation? That was the golden rule for rescuing a girl from a bully. It's a rule established so they won't notice your intentions. I don't understand what you're talking about. I just follow my own whims and act accordingly." A woman who throws someone against a wall on our first meeting, isn't that the worst kind of encounter? That's horrible. The woman exemplified arrogance. She acted as if the world revolved around her. Subaru Natsuki was speechless. Not only had he not been convinced of her intention to save someone, but he had also been mistaken for a pervert. How humiliating. And you, little girl, have been staring at me since just now. How rude. The woman squinted at Felt. She was a full head taller than Ferret, and her impassive expression was quite intimidating. So when she raised her jeweled right hand, ready to strike, Ferret instinctively closed her eyes, afraid to resist. "Sorry, we're being rude." With a snap, someone caught her hand. Ferret opened her eyes, only to find a figure standing in front of her, almost as tall as she was. Zun Zun, he whispered her name softly. Zun Zun narrowed his red eyes and smiled. "Don't be angry, little sister." Ferret didn't mean it. "She's just jealous." "Jealous?" the woman asked, a little puzzled. "Yet, you do have a great figure after all, sis." Ferret can't develop, so she's jealous. "It hurts. Let go of me, stop biting me. Were you born in the year of the dog?" "Woo woo woo, what's it to you?" "Woo woo woo, I appreciate it." Ferret bit Zun Zun's arm, refusing to let go. How could she look so similar to Megumin? He thought he was speaking for himself, but in the end, he was insulting himself. Anyone would get angry. "But I'm upset." "What?" Zun Zun looked at the arrogant woman with his head held high, staring at the two of them in surprise. "That look really bothers me. Just like those ordinary people over there, it's like I'm being licked." "Hey, don't make us look like bastards who can get you pregnant with just a look," Natsuki Subaru complained loudly. In his anger, he had already spoken without thinking, causing the arrogant woman to glare at him with her beautiful eyes and an angry expression. But he didn't attack Natsuki Subaru. Instead, he continued to stare at Zun Zun, as if waiting for the counterattack. "Haha, big sister, you're very funny. You're dressed like this, and if I'm not looking at you with prejudice, then you've dressed for nothing, right? Are you saying I dress like this to please you? Isn't that so? Just like the helpless, pathetic woman on the street, wearing revealing clothes, waiting to be seen, waiting for someone to treat her to a morsel. Are you calling me a street urchin? To me, you're no different from them." Zun Zun raised his head slightly, looking down at the arrogant woman. Although he was a head taller than her, he didn't flinch, his crimson eyes staring straight at her. The difference was that Zun Zun's eyes reflected a hint of discontent, while the arrogant woman, who found only boredom and amusement, took no offense at being called a street urchin. But then, as if she had discovered something interesting, she examined her with interest. "Hey, you just said that little girl was jealous of me. And you, what?" The arrogant woman lifted her unusually large breasts, signaling Zun Zun to fix his gaze on their striking roundness. As she did so, all the men present, except Zun Zun, gulped unconsciously. Because they were truly enormous. The arrogant woman snorted in disdain. She had incredible confidence in her breasts, a size that few could compete with. However, in the capital, I would praise you, but at home, I would just say that you need more practice. The arrogant woman's expression turned from smug to annoyed. As the character with the largest bust in Zun Zun understood their pride, but in Sono, both Darkness and Yunyun were undeniably dominant, not to mention the even more curvaceous Lich Maiden, was Even those older succubi weren't to be underestimated. Tisk, that's a bit out of line, the arrogant woman gasped, then looked at Zun Zun and asked, what about you, aren't you jealous of me, Zun Zun was confused, but soon his eyes widened. I'm a guy, with a penis, his gaze lowered, resting on Zun Zun's black pants, a questioning expression on his face. Damn, Zun Zun couldn't help but curse, clutching at his pants. Okay, in that case, let me show you my great treasure, he made to take them off. Natsuki Subaru quickly stepped forward to grab his hands, shouting, wait! Don't do that, Zun Zun, don't do that, that's right, there's no point in getting angry at a woman like that. Besides, what are you thinking, taking off your pants here? Do you want them to know you're a vacuum person? Have some sense. Felt rushed over to grab his other hand. What? Zun Zun is a vacuum person? Natsuki Subaru stared at him in astonishment. Zun Zun looked at Ferret, who was hissing with her head tilted. Could this guy have done it on purpose, perhaps to get back at him for making fun of her small breasts? But thanks to the two of them fooling around, their passion subsided. Ferret was right. There was no point in getting angry at a woman like that. Zun Zun looked at Natsuki Subaru and said, you failed to save her, and instead you've gotten yourself into trouble. They might call you nosy. Besides, Subaru, you're not cut out to be a hero who saves the damsel in distress and creates a harem. Just be a lapdog, that's called infatuation. I'm devoted to Amelia Tan, that's called being a lapdog. He was completely speechless at this guy. Clearly he'd caused the trouble, so why should you be the one to clean up the mess? Zun Zun didn't want to deal with this matter at all. Just as he turned to leave, he saw a trio of hooligans hesitating in a corner, looking like they wanted to leave but couldn't. I just took care of her, and I forgot to take care of you. Scarlet eyes pierced them. I'm in a good mood now, and get out of here. Or I'll have Reinhardt arrest you. At the mention of Reinhardt's name, the trio of thugs paled. The Swordmaster's reputation still held true. I'll spare your life today, but we didn't lose, remember that, it's not because I'm afraid of the name Reinhardt. True to their thugs, they shouted at Zun Zun defiantly, but their feet quickly fled the alley, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Those guys are very good and talented, are you serious? Zun Zun looked at Felt beside him in admiration, stumbling a few steps before turning around to see if they had been caught. Yet, they're perfect for thieves, they're no better than muggers, the two said as they left. The charade should have ended there, and Zun Zun didn't have time to deal with the arrogant, hot-tempered woman. At first, Felt had good intentions, but after seeing the other person's true nature, he had the same idea. Natsuki Subaru still wanted to win the beauty's gratitude by being a hero and saving her, but now it seems impossible. He fully understands that the arrogant woman in front of him is the kind of troublesome person he shouldn't associate with. So he also chased after her. But, wait a minute. I didn't let go. That brat who claims to be a boy, do you dare to bet with me? The arrogant woman seemed to have no intention of letting them go. Zun Zun and Felt ignored him and continued walking out of the alley. But, don't you dare, are you scared? Or, aren't you a man? What did you say? Zun Zun suddenly turned his head, his eyes reddening. Looking for trouble? Looking for trouble, right? Well, the Crimson Demon Clan will definitely respond to any trouble. Chapter 232 Oath of the Covenant. Zun Zun rolled up his sleeves and was about to fight her, but Natsuki Subaru stopped him. Don't be impulsive. Even if this woman is arrogant, busty, disobedient, and ungrateful, this is the capital. If we fight, we might get taken away by the security guards. And most importantly, we'll cause trouble for Amelia Tan. I told you, you're an ass-kisser. Zun Zun tugged at her sleeve. This guy is so annoying. He says he won't cause trouble for Amelia, yet he's actually getting himself into this mess. It's so contradictory. The arrogant woman didn't care. She took out a beautiful fan from between her unusually plump breasts, flicked it open, and covered the lower half of her face, her red eyes fixed on Zun Zun. You agreed to make a bet with me. So how do I want the bet to go? Wait a moment, Zun Zun interrupted her by raising his palm and saying gloomily, you asked for a bet in the method. How could you take all the benefits? The rule of the Crimson Demon Clan is that the provoked party decides the method of the bet. Really? Then you can do it. The arrogant woman didn't seem to care. Perhaps, in her opinion, the method of the bet didn't matter, as long as it could be settled. Zun Zun looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Natsuki Subaru, or more precisely, on the bag of rin fruit she was holding. Zun Zun, you're not, that's the bet, I knew it. With an almost forced tug, Natsuki Subaru reluctantly handed the bag over to Zun Zun. This bag contains 10 rin fruits. We'll use, wait, rin fruit. The arrogant woman looked at the bag suspiciously. Don't try to trick me. The rin fruit is white, definitely not something like this bright red fruit. Peel off the red skin and it's white. No way. Haven't you even seen a rin fruit before peeling it? Natsuki Subaru stared at her in astonishment, then looked at Zun Zun and the others. This arrogant woman was incredibly noble. He hadn't expected the ultimate cliché of the beauty who saves her hero to be revealed, beauty meaning someone of incredible nobility. Present her, let's see if you're lying. Okay, no way. Zun Zun grabbed Natsuki Subaru, who had inadvertently bowed like an offering. Big sister, whether or not you believe it's a rin fruit is irrelevant. This is just a bet. You can confirm it yourself after you win it. I'm very skeptical. It doesn't matter. I'll judge it myself when I get it. The arrogant woman raised her head proudly. Then how do you bet? Flip a coin, heads or tails, 10 chances in total, 1 rin fruit each time. If you, big sister, get all the rin fruits in this bag 10 times, you win. But if you lose even once, I win, and I'll be the one tossing the coin the other 10 times. Zun Zun's request was completely unreasonable. Natsuki Subaru couldn't stand it any longer and whispered, Zun Zun, isn't that really unfair? Whose side are you on? And I'm being fair by letting her toss the coin. Zun Zun rolled his eyes. Natsuki Subaru had expected the arrogant woman to reject such an outrageous request, but she merely sneered. Tossing a coin is just as I thought. Sure enough, this world cares for me and won't allow anything to happen to me that would harm me. She spoke as if it were natural and obvious, like the most universal common sense. The arrogant woman proudly puffed out her breasts, asserting her inflexibility. Natsuki Subaru pursed her lips. Wow, that's chunibayao. I didn't expect someone to be even more chunibayao than Zun Zun. This arrogant big sister is going to be humiliated this time. Go ahead, Zun Zun. Show that bust a monster what you're capable of, felt encouraged Zun Zun. She had almost been slapped, so naturally, she stood firm in her support. She didn't believe that Zun Zun, given 10 chances, would lose. Even a girl from the slums, just beginning her education, understood probability. Then what are the requirements for victory? If I win, I demand that you become my servant. From now on, whether it's licking my feet or sleeping with me, you must accept unconditionally. Wait, this is a reward, right? Natsuki Subaru cried. She looked at Zun Zun carefully and finally confirmed one thing, good looks really do get you preferential treatment. Unlike him, with his drooping, menacing eyes, girls were usually scared. Natsuki Subaru instinctively said, hey, Zun Zun, this is, but he quickly fell silent. He knew very well that this was not the right time to talk about anything else, so he temporarily suppressed his doubts. Let's go to bed, but we will have unlimited and unconditional exploitation of those big breasts of yours. Although they are ordinary people, they covet me. Well, they can't win anyway, so I accept. Zun Zun raised his hand. The arrogant woman tilted her head, puzzled. What do you do? Applause. It means the bet is won. Haha, interesting. She extended her tender, delicate hand, and they clapped 3 times. Swear the pact, Natsuki Subaru sighed, grumbling. Accept such a crazy bet? How arrogant. But Zun Zun didn't ask for anything out of the ordinary. Consider it a lesson for her, a lesson about the dangers of the world. Clearly, Felt wasn't the only one who thought Zun Zun would win easily. However, that makes 5, half lost in the blink of an eye, Natsuki Subaru gasped. What had he just witnessed? Every time Zun Zun flipped a coin, the arrogant woman guessed the right luck, and Zun Zun never won. Is it true? That older sister must have cheated, really? Felt, probably. But I don't know how she did it, not even Felt, a slum dweller who is proficient in all sorts of neighborhood tricks, knew. No wonder this arrogant woman was so arrogant. Zun Zun looked at the coin on the ground. Actually, he had been using his inherent spirit weapon from the very beginning, but the lucky crown seemed no match for the sun protection. The first 5 attempts had no effect. But it didn't matter, there was still one special move left. 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey, haven't you won even once? Natsuki Subaru had a feeling something was wrong. The arrogant woman in front of him looked incredibly lucky, as if winning wasn't possible. HMPH, Is that really what this is about? Dare to challenge me and I'll show you how ignorant you are. I'm at the top, and you should crawl to the bottom. Hey, just because you lost to bet you're relegated to the bottom. Isn't that a bit extreme? Natsuki Subaru couldn't help but grumble. The elegantly dressed, arrogant woman in front of him held her head high, as if declaring the truth of the world. Don't worry, everything but me is at the bottom. Because this world is only divided between me and below me. You're no exception. She looked at Zun Zun. Subaru Natsuki sensed that she wasn't referring to body posture, but rather body stance. Could she be harboring inappropriate feelings towards Zun Zun? Zun Zun's eyes flashed. But big sister, the outcome isn't certain until the very end. Is that what they call not looking back until you reach the waterfall? Well, I'll show you the difference between you and me. The arrogant woman covered her mouth with her fan, personifying her pride. Prompted by the inexplicable atmosphere, Zun Zun flipped a coin in her hand. Ling. The coin didn't fall to the ground like before, with a pretentious somersault before landing on its face, granting the arrogant woman victory. Instead, for the first time, it seemed to break free from gravity and bounce high again, as if battling an unknown force. Here it comes. My guaranteed lucky number is here. Zun Zun burst into laughter, his arms wide open. While the luck bonus from his inherent spirit equipment never matched the luck bonus from the arrogant woman's son's blessing, his luck could accumulate, and this time, it was her guaranteed lucky number. Come on, my ultimate counterattack. The coin rolled a few times on the ground, constantly changing from heads to tails. As Natsuki Subaru and Felt watched with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, it finally landed firmly on the ground. Before they could say anything, a gentle breeze blew, and the coin fell. It came up heads, the side chosen by the arrogant woman. What a pity. Looks like I was the one who landed. Impossible. How could this happen? Natsuki Subaru exclaimed, clapping her hands in frustration. Felt snorted, damn, what bad luck. A wind blowing at this hour, bad luck? It's only natural, since your opponent is me. I've always said that this world will take care of me, so nothing will happen to me. The arrogant woman reasserted her stance again, and this time, Natsuki Subaru and the others had no excuse to object. Hey, Zun Zun, hurry up and say something. Felt looked anxiously at the thoughtful Zun Zun. So, as Senior Peo said, the so-called guaranteed victory isn't always absolute. After all, Senior Peo's luck isn't very good. In mathematics, it's called constant self-verification, right? By the way, aren't there a large and a small guarantee? Then what does this mean for me? Was I lucky, or should I keep accumulating luck? What the hell are you muttering about? Felt slapped Zun Zun on the back and shouted, what do we do in this situation? If you don't think of a solution, you'll be taken away and used as a sex slave. You're being rude. Zun Zun rubbed his back in pain. Well, then the 10 times are up, right? He looked at the arrogant girl and smiled gently. Elder sister, you lost? Me. The arrogant girl frowned, looking at the 9 rin fruits in her arms, her gaze gradually turning hostile. She looked at Zun Zun and said, can't you count? I have 9 rin here. Add up the rin you just lost, and I have them all. You lost, all of them? Really? Zun Zun smiled. Big sister, do you remember the conditions of our bet? Sure. Heads or tails, 10 chances total, 1 rin each time. As long as I win all the rin in this bag 10 times, I win. However, if I lose even 1, you win, and you'll be the one tossing the coin the other 10 times. If you thought I didn't remember, you're wrong, but big sister. What a pity, there aren't just 10 rin in the bag. What? Tilting the empty bag, the arrogant woman clearly saw 2 large, red, and shiny rin still inside. Zun Zun had purposely inflated the bag so that she wouldn't notice, thus blinding her perception. At that moment, Natsuki Subaru also woke up with a start. Ah, I remember now. That kind fruit vendor just gave me 11 rin berries, and I accidentally forgot. It would have been fine if she hadn't said it, but it only angered the arrogant woman. Felt couldn't help but burst out laughing. The bet was 10 chances to win all the rin berries in the bag, but there were already 11 rin berries in the bag from the start, which meant the arrogant woman was doomed from the start. Zun Zun, you're full of evil. Thank you for the compliment, they both chuckled. Natsuki Subaru was completely speechless. Zun Zun said to the arrogant woman triumphantly, big sister, sometimes being too arrogant can be a setback. Look, this is our formula: friendship, hard work, victory, and the formula for our bond, the thing that won you over. It was a devious argument that could have turned the tables on her, but Natsuki Subaru and felt thought she would deny it. Unexpectedly, the arrogant woman sighed deeply and said, "It was my negligence. He played a trick on me, he defeated me like this, and from the beginning I had no chance of winning. This is the first time something like this has happened. It's very interesting," she acknowledged Zun Zun's victory. Chapter 233-231 The Ring Fruit of Victory. Admit defeat? Natsuki Subaru never expected the arrogant woman before him to acknowledge Zun Zun's cunning. Normally, shouldn't she have stubbornly denied it? Then, with a self-righteous and condescending remark about a girl's privilege, something that made one clench one's fists. "Why? Do you think I'd be like those lowlifes?" the arrogant woman snorted in disdain. She seemed more concerned with her own failure than whether or not she had cheated, and she took pleasure in it. Feeling happy after losing? Are you a pleasure freak too? Okay, you won the bet, so I'll do whatever you want. It hurts, softer. Before he could finish, Zun Zun and Felt began rubbing him excitedly. "Ah. It's really amazing, damn. I already felt empty, and after rubbing it, it feels even emptier." The blonde, red-eyed, flat-chested lolly rubbed it tearfully. The moment she held it, she knew it was a peak she could only dream of, a peak she couldn't even dream of. She admitted that she was truly jealous. Perhaps driven by a desire for revenge, her strength grew, her movements becoming more and more brutal, just as she had described the ravages. However, the more she did this, the more apparent the gap between them became. Natsuki Subaru was speechless, unable to stop himself from complaining. "Everyone is happy, but I'm the one who's getting hurt. My Renomi was really used." "What are you talking about, little brother? Thanks to your Renomi, you contributed a lot to this victory. Come on, Subaru, this is your well-deserved reward. Don't hesitate, enjoy the Renomi of victory." Felt and Zun Zun made room for her, indicating that Natsuki Subaru could also come closer and massage her breasts. The arrogant woman said nothing. After all, it was the agreed-upon bet, so she openly displayed her unusually generous bust. However, her realization only unnerved Natsuki Subaru. Instinctively, he placed his hands on his chest and turned his head away. "And no. I won't." Such an innocent gesture made everyone understand. You're not afraid now that you can finally touch her, are you?" "What? What are you talking about? I really don't understand. Who do you say is afraid?" Afraid. Natsuki Subaru's voice sounded so flustered it was off-key. His cheeks flushed at the sight of being exposed, and his prickly expression spoke volumes. It had to be said, this guy was a lot like Sato Kazuma, both of them withering away and turning into weak men at the critical moment. It was truly annoying. Felt asked curiously, "Young man, this is a rare opportunity, why are you so afraid?" Zun Zun sighed. "I told you, Subaru, you're not cut out for a harem. Just be a good lapdog, so I told you, that's called loyalty. I'm devoted to Amelia-tan." Natsuki Subaru stubbornly refused to admit it. But the more he acted, the more they looked down on him. Felt snorted softly. She didn't despise the silver-haired half-elf for his unconditional devotion, but for his hypocritical attitude of hesitating to accept the fruits of victory. In the slums, as long as there are profits, people will fall for them even knowing there's a trap. But the arrogant woman's arrogance, and the pride emanating from her, didn't allow her to back down, so she took a step forward. Seeing her like this, Natsuki Subaru subconsciously took a step back. Really, about retreating, so the two fell into a tense argument. Just as Zun Zun was getting annoyed with Natsuki Subaru's cowardly attitude, the movements of several people unconsciously stopped due to outside interference. Zun Zun looked towards the entrance of the hall. "It seems like a lot of idiots are approaching, and those of up ahead are the same morons we just met. Oh my, how boring they all are. Shouldn't Big Sister say that now is fun?" But she interrupted my greatest joy. The four of them chatted away non-stop, and even though there were about 30 of them, none of them seemed flustered at all. The arrogant girl was confident that she could handle this little situation, while Natsuki Subaru and Felt were confident that Zun Zun could. Soon, the trio of thugs rushed over with a group of people. "Why you're so brave. Look, you saw us, and you didn't even run away." The leader, a white-haired, gangster-like thug, was panting breathlessly. He seemed to be running fast in order to get revenge quickly. It was costing him a lot. Natsuki Subaru asked curiously, "Speaking of which, why have you come back? Are you really not afraid that Reinhardt might arrest you?" What are you thinking? You're friends of the Knights of Knights. You boast too much, and now you're exposed. They're too proud of themselves. They're probably seeking revenge by numbers. It's understandable. The arrogant woman's sarcasm touched everyone's ears, and the punks' faces turned grim. Aside from everything else, her provocation was top-notch, on par with the stupid goddess Aqua. But do we really know Reinhardt? It's because they think we don't, Zun Zun helplessly responded to Ferret's confusion. It was a cognitive bias. One couldn't understand the intricate brain circuits of punks, just as Ferret couldn't understand how the arrogant woman's breasts had grown so large. I don't think you're up to any good, Zun Zun. You're right, he pinned Ferret, who was throwing the turtle punch at him. Since they were low to the ground, he could only lean back with all his might to avoid being hit. But this gesture seemed deeply sarcastic. You're flirting with us without a care in the world, and you dare to look down on us, the white-haired thug glared with a look at Zun Zun and then shouted to his henchmen behind him, they outnumber us, there's no need to fear them. See that woman with all her gold and silver? Strip her naked. We'll split her money, what did you say? Watch out for me, wait. Don't even join in the fun. Leave it to someone else. Natsuki Subaru stepped in front of the arrogant woman, who was about to attack. He said to the great mage at his side, please, Zun Zun, you can handle this, right? No problem, leave it to me, the Crimson Demons will take care of it. Zun Zun rubbed his hands together, eager to fight. Seeing that only one person was approaching, the white-haired thug was about to say something harsh when Zun Zun said, let me tell you a truth. What? When you bring this many people to surround them and see that your opponent doesn't flee, you should have just fled. What nonsense, Saber Light. A violent lightning bolt shot out from his palm, the powerful voltage igniting a vibrant hue in the dark alleyway. The thugs in front of him were shocked, their screams piercing their chests. Natsuki Subaru watched the scene with excruciating pain, clasping his hands and bowing slightly, offering his condolences to these thugs who had suffered such a tragic fate. Of course, Zun Zun didn't kill them. In addition to them being kind-hearted and reluctant to see their opponents die, it was also partly because they were outside of the royal city. The guards might ignore thefts and assaults, but murder was another story, especially during the tense moment of the royal election. Seeing the thugs, their bodies charred and barely breathing, Natsuki Subaru asked with some concern, Zun Zun, aren't you going to kill them? Coveting my body is a crime punishable by death, the arrogant woman replied disdainfully. Relax, I'm not going to kill you, Zun Zun signaled him not to get nervous, after all, this is the royal city. I can't cause trouble for Reinhardt, right, yeah, right, Natsuki Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. Ferret shook her head helplessly and said, my dear, you should abandon this idea as soon as possible. You won't be able to survive in the slums. I'm not from the slums, aren't I? No. You don't know. Wait, are you implying that I'm poor? Yes it is. Natsuki Subaru saw Ferret's newly acquired aristocratic smile, awkward but polite, and knew she had guessed right. Enough. How long do you want to chat? The arrogant woman narrowed her eyes at them, snapping, it's rude to leave me alone. I've had enough, get out of here. In fact, I'm afraid the girl waiting for me will scold and hate me. What nonsense, you're just saying that all of a sudden. The arrogant woman scorned Natsuki Subaru's dog-licking behavior. Being with me and being distracted by someone other than me is incredibly rude. I have a companion, but I don't feel like I've been separated. Think of it like this. Your companion is pathetic. This woman was the embodiment of arrogance. Although they hadn't seen her, the few people who had spent time with her deeply understood her hard work, and their compassion increased. Forget it. We were just casual acquaintances, and we didn't even know each other's lives. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. I'll just tell you straight. As they talked, they arrived at the side of the road. After confirming that there was a steady stream of people coming and going, Natsuki Subaru was relieved that the painful moment was finally over. Zun Zun and felt a little disappointed. After all, they might never touch those big breasts again. But they couldn't do anything about it, and they had to say goodbye at that moment. Subaru, it's getting late, and we still have some fun to have. Please tell Emilia for us, and we'll leave first. I finally found it. Just as they were about to say goodbye to Natsuki Subaru and the arrogant girl, they heard a familiar voice. It was the silver-haired half-elf, Emilia. Seeing Natsuki Subaru and the arrogant girl standing side by side, she subconsciously frowned. Zun Zun and also stopped abruptly upon seeing her reaction. It looked like it was going to turn into a sure field. Chapter 234 The Berserker Never Takes Off His Helmet. Subaru Natsuki regretted having worried Emilia, but at the same time, he was also pleased by her concern. He felt appreciated. However, before he could smile with joy and greet Emilia, a helmeted, masked man who was never seen without it appeared behind her. He couldn't contain himself. Wait. You're flirting with Emilia while I'm gone. Unforgivable, Natsuki Subaru moved forward, standing between the helmeted man and Emilia, glaring at him with a fierce, lowered gaze. Is the joy of seeing you less than the worry for your adulterer? Men's hearts are so complex that it's thrilling to watch. I thought so too. Zun Zun and Felt began eating the popcorn they had prepared before leaving. The arrogant woman seemed curious about the popcorn. She didn't say anything, but her arrogant attitude seemed to tell them to offer it to her quickly. Zun Zun ignored her. The insolent woman snorted in disgust, then took some. After tasting it, her eyes lit up, and she forcefully snatched the popcorn from him. How arrogant was that guy? Hey, over there, I can hear you, Natsuki Subaru shouted to Zun Zun. Then, gently, he said to the silver-haired half-elf, Emilia's overly pleasant personality is a great virtue, but you should still choose your partners carefully. The helmeted man said angrily, it seems you're calling me dangerous. It's too much. A suspicious-looking person like you is so dangerous that you'll get arrested if you call the police, Natsuki Subaru said bluntly. But she was right. The helmeted man wore a jet-black full-face helmet, but he was also covered with a cheap cloak, a linen jacket, and pants like those worn by bandits. He wore tabi and sandals. His outfit completely defied common sense. Even in the elegant royal city, there is no such advanced aesthetic. The helmeted man sighed. He turned his head, looked at the arrogant woman who was asking Zun Zun how to make popcorn, and said pleadingly, Princess, aren't you going to say anything? Nothing to say, the arrogant woman, interrupted, glared at him angrily, but nodded. Well, waiting where he was going was very clever. You deserve praise, Al. The truth is, the feeling of being lost by chance is undeniable, but saying it will upset the princess, which is really troublesome. First, let's agree. Yes, as you said, the man in the helmet said indifferently, as if you were afraid of trouble. Then he roughly stroked the girl's head with his palm and asked her to stand beside him, asking curiously, Princess, who are these two? Ah, they're ordinary people. Not quite, the arrogant woman said confidently and boldly, as if praising him. Don't underestimate that man. I may have been a little cunning, but you just defeated me. Defeated, Princess? The helmeted man was slightly taken aback. Although his face was hidden by the helmet, his expression was clear, but everyone present sensed his surprise. Then, his aura changed from casual to serious, as if defeating the arrogant woman was a big deal. Don't be nervous, senior. Let's get along, senior? I see. Senior. Senior, the masked man looked at Zun Zun, then at Natsuki Subaru, and nodded thoughtfully. This reaction, as expected, aroused everyone's confusion. Hey, what are you talking about? Nothing, I'm just saying that you'll never be able to touch this older sister's breasts. Felt. Ah, it hurts. Let go, stop biting me. Felt didn't wait for him to finish before biting him ruthlessly. Please. Both of you, stop flirting. I'll be sad if I can't get close to Emilia Tan. Right, Emilia Tan. Emilia Tan. Natsuki Subaru's question went unanswered, and he looked to the side in surprise. Then he noticed that the silent Emilia had hidden behind Natsuki Subaru, as if to avoid being seen. The hood that previously revealed her face was drawn forward again, and he tried to suppress his voice to hide his presence. So you're Emilia, Princess, no matter what, I think you should know her name. Apart from the interesting stuff, I don't remember anything. The same goes for the other party. The arrogant woman said this, and Emilia fell even more silent. She lowered her head, not daring to look at her. At the same time, a discontented clicking of tongues came from the other side. Do you know each other? How do you know we know each other? If your nose could see, that would be a big problem. Anyway, it seems we've both found who we're looking for. It's about time we part ways. Natsuki Subaru didn't know why, but Emilia didn't want to draw attention to herself. If that were the case, she would simply accept it and make the right decision. Not the princess, but me. Your judgment is correct. I understand quite a bit, really. Natsuki Subaru looked at Al sympathetically and left with Emilia. Before leaving, she said to Zun Zun, to be honest, I have many questions to ask you, but now doesn't seem like the right time. I'll see you later. Oh, I'll wait for you. It was probably about time travel, but Zun Zun couldn't tell her much. His understanding of this world was even less than that of the helmeted man beside him. He stretched. Well, now that it's over, it's time to go. See you next time, Senior. I wish you a happy life in this world, Junior. He understood so quickly. No, it was because she had Natsuki Subaru as a comparison that she understood so quickly. She waved her hand and walked leisurely with Felt in the opposite direction from Natsuki Subaru and the others. The two of them formed a very emotional opinion. Going that way might involve them in other inexplicable things. But they had completely forgotten that. Now that she had been harassed by a weirdo, the elegantly dressed, arrogant woman and the rugged, helmeted man, this combination is so striking that it's impossible not to notice them. Big sister, how long do you want to follow us? You're not going this way, are you? Yes, I'm going this way. Then we'll go the other way. In that case, I'll go the other way too. How annoying. Do you really like me that much? Are you one of those arrogant, selfish people who throw themselves at me? Or are you going to blame me just because I rubbed your breasts? Zun Zun couldn't help but shout at her. Even the arrogant woman could hardly contain herself upon hearing someone fondle a woman's breasts in public. She clenched her folding fan and snorted coldly. Even though you defeated me, you still dared to humiliate me like this. I'm furious. Although she was angry, she didn't say anything. Zun Zun looked at the masked man guarding the arrogant girl and said with deep compassion, Senior, it's very difficult for you to take care of a person with such a mental disability. Using the tolerance and tact of an adult will make it less tiring. The key is to think of her as an arrogant and completely ignorant cat. That way, she'll find you endearing. Younger people will understand. Hearing Zun Zun's compassionate words, Al simply shrugged and fixed his gaze on the girl. Although he couldn't see her eyes behind the helmet, the atmosphere was like that of a father watching over his daughter. It didn't seem like a bad relationship. Just as Zun Zun was thinking this, Al's remaining right hand slowly touched the delicate sword at his waist, which contrasted sharply with his rough attire. Suddenly, in a low voice, he asked, I just heard you say, young man, that you rubbed the princess's breasts, huh? Zun Zun instinctively stepped back. He knew that look well. It was the terrifying glare Hyosaburo had given him when he slept in the same bed with Megumin and wanted to kill him. Wait a minute, Senior. This guy's been rubbed too. Zun Zun, you actually pushed me. How unmanly. Whether you're a man or not, I'll prove it to you in a minute. Don't be rude to me. The two of them couldn't help but hug each other at the sight of the menacing helmeted man in front of them. Zun Zun, think of a solution. At this point, there's only one solution. What's wrong? You're getting in the way. Wait a minute, you dare to abandon me? It's too much. Zun Zun turned around and ran. Ferret, stunned for a second, quickly followed. The helmeted man behind him, although shouting at her to stay, showed no sign of moving. The arrogant woman, observing this, sneered, how dare you put on such a low spectacle in front of me, Al? Are you admitting your guilt, princess? You've figured it out. Al scratched his helmet. He knew his princess's true nature well. If he continued like this, there was no telling when it would end, hence the drama. While the junior understood what he meant, so did the princess, a woman with exceptional understanding. No matter, let's leave them alone. The arrogant woman watched the two men leave and took another bite of her popcorn. The creamy, sweet taste softened her expression, and an angelic smile graced her beautiful face. She was in a very good mood. Elsewhere, Felt and Zun Zun, after escaping from the strangers, rushed forward without looking back, making no effort to stop. Instinctively, they returned to the Sword Saint's family mansion, where, to the bewildered gazes of the twin maids, they sat down on the floor. Panting, they exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter. Reinhardt, who had just entered, was slightly surprised by the laughter. Felt-sama, it is rare to see you smile so brightly. Did you have fun today? Yes. Zun Zun took me to give the busted woman a massage today. Huh? For not only Reinhardt and the twin maids, but even Zun Zun was stunned. My lord, I understand that you have such needs at your age, but please do not lead Lord Ferret astray. Wait. It's not like that, Reinhardt, let me explain. Ferret, you're plotting against me. Ferret grimaced at him and then showed a happy smile of success. Chapter 235, The Selection of the King, Candidate for the Ferret Exam, begins. Good morning. Warm sunlight streamed down on Felt's face. She wiped her tears and stretched lazily. Then, incredibly, Zun Zun and Reinhardt would open the door and, amid a flurry of jokes and pranks, get up and begin the day's activities. Without realizing it, she had grown accustomed to waking up at this time every day. How nice! While being a thief had given her immense freedom, she still had to travel daily, sometimes even going hungry. It was nothing like the life she led now, with servants and no worries about food or clothing. Felt as if she had gone from being an unwanted wild cat to a docile house cat, her sharp claws slowly becoming dull. It was all just a facade Reinhardt tried to keep close. She knew this very well, but under the subtle influence of her grandparents, the twin maids, Grandpa Ram, Reinhardt, and Zun Zun, she slowly accepted them, refusing to even consider escaping. She had fallen like the nobles. Although it's not nice to interrupt you when you're sentimental, it's almost time for you to get up, Master Ferret. How disgusting. How could you hear such a quiet sigh from outside the door? Ferret stared at the door. Because Reinhardt is an unreasonable parasite, the door to the room opened somewhat abruptly, and a handsome, red-faced, black-haired young man walked in with a charming smile. Good morning. Good morning. Sword Saint Family TV, I'm here to inform you. Your neighbor, Zun Zun. What a refreshing morning. And it's perfect to start with this song. Please listen. Just as Zun Zun was about to sing, a girl-scented pillow fell on his face. Ferret cried out, dissatisfied. Why are you singing all at once? Are you crazy? Stop throwing pillows. Are you a child? You say I'm the size of a toddler? Looking for trouble, huh? Fine, let's fight. The girl rolled up her sleeves and faced Zun Zun. He didn't know where she learned it, but she exploded at the slightest provocation, a pure fighter. Watching them toss and turn in bed, Reinhardt didn't intervene. Instead, he said with a smile, Fight Sama, you're so energetic this early. I guess I don't have to worry about you today. Reinhardt, are you crazy too? Why do you say that? Because every time this happens, you always step in to stop me, saying things as if it's unladylike. Or are you planning to let me go? Fight's eyes lit up. Each imprisoned canary longed for heaven, but at the same time, they felt a tinge of regret. They would probably never see their grandparents or the twin maids again. Fight Sama, you misunderstood me. I was really glad you were in such a good mood today. Really, nothing more. No. Fight looked at him suspiciously, but Reinhardt's smile remained as kind as ever, leaving her unsure of his true intentions. No matter, she decided not to dwell on it, addressing the two of them. How long are you two going to stand here? I have to get dressed. I have to be up at this hour, don't I? I'm very touched that Fight Sama remembered. But today isn't just about that. Reinhardt smiled complacently, turned toward the door, and said, Come in, you two. A pair of maids entered. Their faces were familiar, for he had seen them so many times, but the ornate gowns they were holding surprised Fight Sama. Although the bright yellow gowns lacked sumptuous embellishments, and she hadn't touched them, he knew at first glance that they were high-end. Reinhardt gave a slight bow and said solemnly and formally, Please, Master Felt, put on this dress. What is this? Felt replied uneasily. New clothes, Zun Zun said with a chuckle. I picked these out for you. Finding a dress to fit your daughter's body is difficult. After all, you can't hold your breast like that older sister. It hurts. Stop biting, let go. Before he could finish, someone, transformed into a small wildcat, bit him, baring their fangs. Master Felt, please take care of your appearance. HMPH. Only after Reinhardt's persuasion did Felt release the bite in disgust. Zun Zun rubbed his teeth-scarred arm and said sulkily, These clothes are new to you. You've been here so long, and other than the outfit you had when you arrived, you haven't had any new clothes. That's why I picked these out for you. Hurry up and change. I promised to take you out for a walk today, didn't you forget? Really? You have to believe me, he said sincerely. Felt sensed something was wrong. But in this situation, she had to wear that ridiculous orgy of outfits or run around the Sword Saint's family compound in her underwear. Her previously carefree self wouldn't have cared, but now, a homeless girl raised in shame, like Eve after consuming the fruit of wisdom, couldn't do such a thing. So, reluctantly, she put on the outfit, helped by her two maids. But this was just the beginning. The Sword Saint's residence remained the same, the scenery unchanged, but she felt something off. A pang of unease. Perhaps it was the ornate dress. When she stepped out of her room and saw Master Ram's enormous figure in the courtyard, a smile lit her face, and she hurried over, eager to confess her confusion. Master Ram, what are you doing here? Felt, slow down. If you fall, slow down. As if afraid of stumbling, Master Ram took 2 quick steps to meet her. This was not the Master Ram she knew. Although they were as close as family, Ram-san rarely spoke such endearments to her. Ram-san, is your cock soft? You're the soft one. Seeing Ram-san's brown face turn red with anger, Felt nodded in relief. Yes, that was the usual Ram-san. After greeting him, the two of them headed to the dining room. Good morning, Master Felt. Good morning, Grandma. Seeing the old woman's kind smile, Felt happily stepped forward, and the quiet old man smiled and nodded in greeting. This was normal life. It must have been my own wishful thinking. Like the teacher said earlier, wearing clothes that don't fit makes me uncomfortable, so I start to have wild thoughts. After Grandma's delicious breakfast and dessert, everything will be back to normal. That's right. A delicious breakfast and dessert? Felt sat down in a chair. The food in front of him wasn't the usual sumptuous feast, but just a long, thin slice of bread and 2 eggs. It looked so shabby and forlorn that he wondered, are the Reinhardts bankrupt? He couldn't think of any other reason. But the Reinhardts weren't shy about claiming to be treated like their ancestors throughout the kingdom. If they even said they had no money, many nobles would rush to send them money. Although their daily meals weren't as extravagant as those of the nobility, they certainly weren't. She looked at her grandmother with a questioning gaze. Fight-sama, Zun-sama prepared breakfast for you. Zun-sama, you did it on purpose. No, fool. Zun-sama, under the furious glare, instinctively flew into a rage and made as if to slap her, but held back. He took a deep breath. It's not like that, Fight-sama. It's a custom in my village. Custom, that's right. On fateful days like these, the elders of the family prepare this kind of food. It represents their sincere hopes for their descendants. Isn't that just superstition? Did you hear me say sincere hopes? Zun-sama rolled his eyes in annoyance. Besides, this was a different world of swords and magic, even blessings and powers. And she told him it was superstition? Theatrical looked embarrassed. But I don't want to eat. Why? Have these good times made you a picky eater, Theatrical? It's true that it's hard to live a simple life, but easy to live a life of luxury. No. I can't eat anything you cook. I always feel you have bad intentions, she shouted at Zun Zun, who was looking at her with contempt. But now it seemed she had no choice. Not only Zun Zun, but also Grandpa and Grandma, and even Grandpa Ram, were all looking at her expectantly. Okay, I'll eat it. It won't poison me anyway, it was just a complaint. Despite her expression, Theatrical was quite stubborn. If she didn't want something, no matter how much they begged, it would be useless. She picked up an egg. Wait, what's the point? Eat this first. You're asking for too much? Theatrical looked at Zun Zun with displeasure, then took the offered fried dough stick and said disdainfully, it definitely doesn't look good, so I'll eat it. Delicious, he bit into it with fearless determination, and in the next instant, his eyes widened. Delicious. What is this? It's delicious. Zun Zun, how did you make it? Why is it so delicious? They're just ordinary fried dough sticks. How can it be so delicious? Yes, why? It's just a fried dough stick. The praised person sighed wistfully, as if pondering a major problem to which he could find no answer. Although Theatrical hated to admit it, he had to admit that Zun Zun's fried dough sticks and eggs were indeed delicious. It was too little. Normally, when Theatrical asked for refreshments, her grandmother would agree with a smile, but Zun Zun refused, saying it wouldn't be any good if she added more, which left her a little dissatisfied. After breakfast, following her grandparents' farewells, Felt boarded the dragon carriage with Reinhardt, Grandpa Ram, and Zun Zun, along with the twin maids driving the carriage. She was overjoyed. It was her second outing since moving into the Sword Saint's residence, and in her excitement, she forgot to ask where they were going. By the time she realized what was happening and asked, the carriage had already arrived. She got off. The sight that greeted her made her eyes widen. Isn't this the royal city? Chapter 236, Look up, good job. Reinhardt, what the hell is going on? Even the most clueless Felt should have sensed trouble, so she stared at the handsome red-haired, blue-eyed young man beside her. Please be patient, Master Felt. Reinhardt didn't get irritated, but instead smiled. This is where we'll be playing today. By the way, don't you think it would be fun to play in the royal city? Really? He truly believed Reinhardt had lost his mind, daring to bring orphans from the slums to the royal city. Even for the Sword Saint's family, who deserved special treatment in the kingdom, this was too presumptuous. The Sword Saint himself was truly appalled. Unable to find a reason to trick Felt and force him to come to the royal city, he was left with no choice but to go along with the master's horrific plan. But now, whether Felt liked it or not, he was in the royal city, and it was no longer his decision. Don't say that, fear it. Zun Zun patted the red-eyed blonde girl on the shoulder, his face filled with anger. This is the royal city, don't you want to see what it looks like inside? The royal city must be very rich, and in such a large place, if something were to go missing, no one would care. Right, fear it, huh? Yes, that's right, such an extravagant royal city must have amassed a great fortune thanks to the common people. I'm going to criticize them with a critical eye. Seeing Fram considerately wipe the saliva from Ferret's mouth, Reinhardt sighed excitedly. Master Zun Zun, please don't teach Master Ferret bad things. I won't. He turned his head away. If he hadn't been unable to take anything when he traveled back in time, Zun Zun would have looted this place and taken everything good. Master Ram, you're grown up, you must take more. Don't you just love these things? Ferret no longer tried to hide her feelings. She decided to loot with Master Ram, and when Reinhardt let her go, she would live a full life with these valuable things. However, there was no response. Looking to the side, Ferret was slightly stunned. It was the first time she had seen Master Ram with such a nostalgic and sad expression. He was silent, as if he was reminiscing about something. His thick white eyebrows were knitted tightly, and his huge body was hunched over. He looked like an abandoned child. Master Ram, I'm thinking about what I should take when the time comes, and the escape route. For example, an unknown tunnel or something. Ha. Master Ram slapped his head and laughed. His obscene appearance was no different from old Mandang in the slums. Ferret felt relieved. Yes, then, before we steal anything, let's find that tunnel you mentioned, Ram-san. Even if there is one, will your size fit? No problem. I can fit in easily. How did Ram-san know? I guessed as much. Ram-san hesitated. He was supposed to be a masterful old man who could lie without flinching, but perhaps there was a glitch in his language system after revisiting his old haunts. Luckily, Felt was too naive and her concentration on stealing was excessive, so she didn't ask any more questions. Lord Reinhardt, X2 arrived at the gates of the royal city. The two guards, seeing the red-haired, blue-eyed young man at the head, immediately bowed their heads in greeting. Thank you for your efforts, both of you. No, you're joking, one of the guards said with a quick wave of his hand. Seeing Felt and the others, another guard cautiously asked, Reinhardt-sama. Who are these knights? This knight is the distinguished guest who will appear today. Rest assured, I will give you a reasonable explanation later. Reinhardt, preferring to keep it a secret, replied apologetically to the two guards' question. Pardon the embarrassment. No, I wouldn't dare. This servile gesture, reminiscent of the one they had once seen when darkness showed them the Dustiness emblem when denying them entry to the Axis cult's back mountain, had flattered the two guards. This moment, so similar to that one. It was of an uncanny resemblance. The party passed through the royal city fluidly. Felt suddenly uttered a sarcastic remark. Yes, you are the Sword Saint, for the knight to bow to you so deeply. You're joking, Master Felt. Those two were only showing me respect because we're colleagues. Reinhardt's kind smile, every noble word and gesture, made it impossible to even feel jealous. No, that wasn't a reaction out of respect for one's colleagues. Felt pursed her lips. But she had no reason to complain, so she followed Reinhardt into the royal city. It was truly luxurious. As a homeless girl who had lived in the slums her entire life, the only noble residence she'd ever been to was the Sword Saint's mansion. She'd hoped it was luxurious enough, but she was surprised at how little it compared to the grandeur of the palace. Upon entering, the first thing that caught her eye were the enormous stone lions flanked by the kingdom's banners, majestically guarding this hallowed ground. The palace glittered with the gold and jade. Hanging lanterns cast a soft glow, illuminating the intricately carved beams. The jade steps were polished to a crystalline shine, each step imbued with the majesty of imperial power. The opulence of the palace lay not only in its grandeur and exquisite decoration, but also in the solemnity and mystery that permeated every corner. Every breath conveyed the weight of history and power. Woof, wow, Felt gasped, her mouth agape, her eyes bulging, her jaw overflowing. She felt like Grandma Liu entering the Grand View Garden, completely invisible. For someone who had visited the Forbidden City, the Royal City Palace was barely adequate. "Excuse me, Master Felt, I have matters to attend to. Please proceed to the side hall and await your call." With that, the twin mage led them to a room. It was likely a guest room. While not as luxurious as the exterior, it was still far superior to the Sword Saint's residence. The spaciousness of the room made the elegant girls uncomfortable. Zun Zun understood Ferret's feelings perfectly. Even during the most important exam, his teacher had told him not to be nervous, but even sitting in the hall, his heart was still racing. It was typical of Ferret. "Why are you so nervous, Zun Zun? Even though we're in the palace, Reinhardt forced you to come. Even if something goes wrong, Reinhardt will take the blame, so there's no need to be nervous." Sure. Zun Zun's evasion of responsibility was despicable, but quite effective. "Fram, give me a cup of black tea." "Oh, Ferret, no. I'm afraid he'll pee his pants." "No way. I want black tea too, then I want some good red wine. It's a shame not to drink something good in a place like this." "Don't drink, Ram. You always act crazy after drinking. And don't forget why we came to the palace." With Reinhardt taking the blame, how could we not make a fortune? He was still thinking about stealing. You know, if Reinhardt knew this, he'd burst into tears, right? Zun Zun pondered for a moment, then said, "Fight, there's no need to go to all the trouble of stealing. In fact, there's an easier way to get what you want." "Really? What is it? Tell me." His eyes lit up with excitement. Zun Zun smiled, putting a finger to his lips. A secret, Riddler, don't be angry. You'll soon know, I told you to die." Felt rolled her eyes in annoyance. However, with this interruption, her tension eased. Although she still sat upright and polite, her tense shoulders gradually relaxed, and she even had time to joke with Zun Zun. "I didn't expect you to come to the capital. No wonder you're so well dressed today. If you don't know how to use words, you have no reason to use them. Ferret, you know that these misspoken and ignored words are most irritating." "Really? Then it seems I was right." "Hey." Zun Zun looked at Ferret, who covered her mouth with her hands and smirked. She seemed very adaptable, having the nerve to mock him on such short notice. Then, at a certain moment, "Fight-sama, please move." Reinhardt entered the room and called her to another area. Zun Zun could clearly feel the girl's body tense beside him. He reached out and took her slightly cold hand, only to receive a puzzled and questioning look. What are you doing? Don't get me wrong, I'm just worried that you'll give up and fall to the ground, making a fool of yourself." "No way." Ferret snorted sharply and, with Zun Zun's support, stood up. "I understand. No matter what it takes, I'll go, Master Ferret. When we return, I'll tell the master to pay more attention to your words." Reinhardt was also somewhat frustrated. Then, under his guidance, Zun Zun and the others arrived at a corridor, at the end of which was a large door. The closed door dispelled the overwhelming solemnity of the onlookers, and simply being there instilled in them a sense of awe. "Please wait here." Reinhardt arranged them elsewhere and left. The oppressive atmosphere made Ferret's breathing become increasingly heavy. The unknown was terrifying. "Are you scared, Ferret?" No, don't lie. Tell me. I understand if you need to go to the bathroom because you're scared, but you can't urinate in public here." "No," the girl responded with a roll of her eyes, embarrassed and annoyed. Zun Zun laughed softly. "Fight, do you remember what I just said about an easier way to obtain these treasures? If you behave, they'll all be yours." So, they didn't have to wait long before Reinhardt's voice echoed from the other side of the door. "Please, take me inside." The soldiers in front of the door saluted, and the door slowly opened. "Keep your head high, be alert." "Well done." Zun Zun gently nudged the red-eyed blonde girl on the back. "Go, Fight. The one who has requested the title of king is called Lord Fight." The girl, pushed by Zun Zun, gracefully entered the hall, following Reinhardt's noisy introduction. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Pulling the Bubble. Dressed in dirty, tattered clothes, with dull blonde hair and a fierce gaze, her first reaction to strangers is to bare her small, non-threatening fangs. Invisible spikes pierce her body, as if repelling the entire world. Rather than stubbornness, the word cunning is more appropriate for this headstrong slum girl. Ferret, you've become so exceptional. I'm truly touched. Yes, I feel the same. Outside the door, Zun Zun and Ramye's eyes filled with tears, like elderly parents whose hopes for their son's success had finally been realized. Moved, they escorted Ferret to the upper hall of the palace. Ramye wiped her eyes. It's embarrassing how old people cry. Yes, why are you crying, brat? You're not old, and you don't have a deep friendship with Ferret, because I'm very touched. I see Ram-san's long-cherished wish and Ferret's hard work lately. It's wonderful, Ram-san. Zun Zun also wiped away his tears. Ah, finally. I can finally go home. It's been so long. If Reinhardt hadn't insisted that Ferret participate in the royal selection, he would have returned to Suqing a long time ago. After that, he just had to wait for a Ferret to agree to participate. Once the ceremony officially began, he could leave with peace of mind. Brat, it seems you care a lot about Ferret. To be honest, I'm probably the person in this world who most wishes for Ferret to participate safely, more than me, more than Ram-san. Zun Zun said this with absolute seriousness, and the giant old mandang looked at him with a deep and strange gaze. Instead, let's hear what's going on inside. Oh, the two men, their rear ends in the air, leaned against the palace gate with lascivious expressions, hoping to eavesdrop on the conversations going on inside. Unable to enter without a knock, they were forced to wait outside, a slight irritation brewing within them. However, considering they might not be involved in the situation later, they didn't care. Their actions, however, put the guards manning the gate in a difficult position. Gentlemen, isn't this a bit unseemly? The guards struggled to find words that wouldn't irritate them. As the two men were present with Reinhardt, and given the loud announcement of the fifth candidate for the king's election that had just come from the palace hall, they didn't dare do anything outrageous. Lower your voices, I can't hear you. Zun Zun and Ram looked at them disapprovingly. The bewildered guards raised their butts even higher, put their ears closer, and listened with a clear conscience. Reinhardt, what the hell is going on? I've reached the limits of my patience. Felt's scream reached his ears. Knowing her true nature, he understood that the red-eyed blonde girl used this method to hide her nervousness. After all, the palace hall was filled with dignitaries, and even the most resilient girl from the slums would feel uncomfortable. Don't you like this dress? It suits you perfectly. Who's talking about clothes? You brought me to a place like this for no reason. I hate it. Why would you do something like this? Aren't you ashamed? This is for the prosperity of the kingdom, Reinhardt concluded without hesitation. Natsuki Subaru, seeing this, finally recovered from her shock and sighed. I thought she'd changed completely, but luckily it's just her appearance. Great. It turns out human nature doesn't change, and I'm not the only one like that. A boring person has entered this hall. Priscilla was fanning herself. Despite this, amusement shone in her crimson eyes. It wasn't panic at Felt's arrival, but rather a sense of superiority, looking down on them from the height of absolute dominion. Emilia, on the other hand, was somewhat incredulous. She hadn't anticipated that the two of them would argue over the insignia into a fight for the throne. The knights and nobles present, including the other candidates, also reacted with surprise, though none of them were pleased by Felt's rude behavior. Zun Zun deduced this reaction from Felt's disapproving gasp. Still, he greeted Emilia, Natsuki Subaru, and even Priscilla. Despite his politeness, Felt's fussy nature remained unwavering, resulting in his rude behavior. However, these three, including Priscilla, accepted the greeting without resistance, causing Al, expecting her anger, to scratch his helmet in surprise. Lord Felt, it is wonderful to rekindle friendship with old friends, but please, come, boomed a deep, magnetic male voice. It was none other than Marcus, the captain of the Knights of the Realm. His stern expression made Felt frown and reluctantly return to the front. What do you want me to do? I'd like to call it a ladylike gesture, but please hold this. Be careful. Reinhardt, standing beside her, stepped forward, took the dragon emblem from his chest, and placed it in her palm. The gem instantly glittered. Felt, looking at the emblem, which was worth 20 gold coins, sighed instinctively. When I stole it, I thought the stone was strange. Why does it shine? Stolen? Marcus was quite sensitive to the word. Reinhardt immediately replied perfunctorily, it is because the dragon has deemed Lady Felt worthy. That's right. The Dragon Ball has recognized Lady Felt as a Maiko. Now that the dragon has agreed to her participation, the royal election can truly be considered begun. Marcus placed his hands on his chest and bowed, and all the royal guards did the same. This was a day that would go down in history, a truly grand occasion that could not be missed. Everyone present should have been deeply moved. However, even the nobles standing outside the gates could sense the strange atmosphere within the palace. At that moment, "Excuse me, may I say a few words?" A middle-aged man, stooped and with dark circles under his eyes, walked out of the civil service. As everyone's attention focused on him, he spoke slowly. "In this king's selection ceremony, the dedication of the kingdom's knights, led by the royal guards, is beyond reproach. However, since we're following the revelation of the dragon calendar, isn't there something fishy about the selection?" "What do you mean?" Everyone has focused too much on the dragon priestess's qualifications, forgetting that the qualifications to wear the crown are crucial. This aspect has been neglected. Tisk, Zun Zun's ears rang with obvious astonishment. It was Master Ram. Despite the giant elder's rude demeanor, he was a discerning mind. He could sense that someone was trying to make things difficult for Ferret. Since Ferret had been chosen by the dragon calendar, there was no worry that she wouldn't be able to participate in the royal selection. But if Ferret refused, Master Ram, knowing her true nature, sensed a crisis. There was a brief pause. "Ah, it hurts, Mr. Ram, sorry, Zun Zun. I think I had an upset stomach this morning and I need to use the bathroom urgently. Keep an eye here, I'll be back soon." Mr. Ram looked embarrassed, clutching his stomach and even letting out a disgusting fart. The guards covered their noses, angry but unable to speak. Zun Zun just wanted to say, "Are you kidding?" He had made breakfast himself, and what was that? Not even a stomach ache would fill his stomach. Besides, if the food was bad, how come Ferret didn't have an upset stomach? Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal such a completely false lie. He waved his hand. Go. Oh, I'll go first." Mr. Ram, hips flexing beneath his feet, tiptoed into the corridor, without even asking the guards where the bathroom was. Mr. Ram, what's wrong? The giant, old Deng, turned his head and looked at Zun Zun, who gave him a puzzled thumbs up. "I have to poop." "Sure, isn't it natural?" Ram smiled mischievously and strode out again, his hips tucked in. This time, he asked for the bathroom, and the guards pointed at him disdainfully. Zun Zun ignored him. Ram would never get lost in the palace, he even knew the tunnels by heart. So Zun Zun peeped out the door again to eavesdrop. The palace hall had become a marketplace. The officials were unhappy with Ferret's nomination as a candidate for the royal election, while the royal guards, believing they were being harassed, broke into an argument. They were even more shocked to learn that Ferret was a street kid from the slums. But Roswell, for some unknown reason, had also involved Emilia, the silver-haired half-elf, in the matter. He seemed to be trying to defend Emilia, but Zun Zun felt he was only muddying the waters. The proof was Roswell's words, which had provoked a fierce reaction from the officials. After all, a silver-haired half-elf as a candidate for the throne was far more unbearable than a slum dweller. But after Reinhardt explained that Ferret was a royal orphan and bet his dragon sword as proof, everyone fell silent. Even the officials who had initially challenged him. The Sword Saint family, no, Reinhardt's opinion was undeniable. She was an exceptional figure in talent, martial prowess, beauty, and intelligence. Betting a sword? Though hailed as a contemporary sword saint, he is completely insane, the defiant official gasped in dismay, looking at Ferret, the source of the controversy. Putting aside your qualifications as a Maiko, you are from the slums, and possibly descended from a lost royal family. The hardships you are about to face are unimaginable. Are you ready? The words, like a test, were a ritual, as if to soothe her own discontent with her own answer. Only with Felt's clear response would this conversation end. That's right, just saying that would be enough. However, the slum boy revealed his eccentric nature at that moment. What are you talking about? Man, I never said I wanted to be king. Chapter 238. You all have talent. What nonsense are you talking about? Uncle, I never said I wanted to be king. Completely ignoring the course of the previous conversation, Felt clearly expressed his refusal. Everyone in the room was shocked by the response, which was different from what they had expected. I was brought here from the slums by force. Even when I begged to return, they wouldn't let me. They even forced me to learn ridiculous etiquette and wear such skimpy clothing. Enough. I'm furious. Who cares about you? The girl's burst of cursing caused an awkward silence to reign in the room again. Felt, having vented his anger, seemed relieved. How long are you going to keep rambling on? There's nothing more boring than this. Priscilla, who had remained silent until then, suddenly interjected. It's just a formality. Only 5 people are gathered for the opening. Once the event begins, those who are unfit will be naturally eliminated. Anyway, the one left is me. Whether the others are qualified to be king or not is irrelevant. The seemingly unreasonable and absurd argument was annoying, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was trying to save Felt. After all, the most important thing right now was the start of the royal selection. Felt a little annoyed at first, but having interacted with Priscilla before, she knew the arrogant, busty woman wasn't one to listen, so she simply pursed her lips. Thank me, you little bitch, HMPH, I don't. Priscilla's response was a grimace. Although there was a slight commotion, after Priscilla's reminder, they knew what the kingdom should do. Let's return to the original topic, the war for the throne. Regarding the royal selection, I proposed that each candidate participate in the meeting of the sages. The old man's imposing announcement filled the room with renewed tension. All the candidates naturally straightened their postures, and the audience's expressions lost their composure, permeating a solemn and serious atmosphere in the palace. The current issue is the method for selecting the king. While the dragon calendar stone stipulated that the candidates would be gathered, it did not specify the selection method. To determine this, each candidate would present their resolution, a speech before becoming king. Crush no longer wanted to rely on dragons to save the kingdom, but instead decided to determine its fate with her own efforts. Compared to the long-awaited Duke Karsten, Priscilla did not offer a stirring speech. She simply declared herself the next king, her arrogance and self-confidence leaving no room for comment. Anastasia, naturally endowed with keen business acumen, longed for her own kingdom. She viewed her participation in the royal selection ceremony as an investment, with the entire kingdom as her reward. She vowed not to subject the kingdom to mere trade, but to strive for its prosperity, considering this her achievement as a successful businesswoman. As for Emilia, she was despised from the very beginning. The blatant gossip made Natsuki Subaru shrug. Whether it was knights, officials, or elders of the Council of Sages, they all opposed Emilia, even going so far as to be rude and aggressive. Just when he felt his frustration could no longer be contained, someone intervened. Stop joking around. Even on the other side of the door, Zun Zun clearly heard Natsuki Subaru's roar. The echo began, and the room fell silent. The only sound left in the stillness was the heavy breathing that followed her roar. It was a man. Zun Zun clapped his hands enthusiastically. Although outsiders might think it best not to act rashly and cause trouble for Emilia, Zun Zun, a member of the Crimson Demon clan who always responded to criticism, approved of the man's actions. And so, he was rightfully condemned. However, just as the reckless and ignorant Natsuki Subaru was about to be punished by Roswell, Puck, the great spirit with whom Emilia had made a contract, seemed to be drawn into the atmosphere and saved him. One of the 4 great spirits was being enslaved by a half-demon. This was shocking news that left one speechless. And when Emilia, with Puck's support, introduced herself again, the ice witch who lived in the frozen forest, the witch's name alone froze the air in the palace. The witch wasn't angered by the verbal abuse directed at her. Instead, she loudly proclaimed her resolve. Fair. 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 Fucking fair. Fair not only in the royal selection ceremony, but also in her identity as a silver-haired half-elf, her title as the Ice Witch, and even when she became king, she would preach about justice, a beautiful fantasy. That was Zun Zun's assessment. Emilia demanded absolute justice, but Zun Zun knew it was impossible, only relative justice. Even relative justice required immense effort and improvement. And there were no shortcuts, no matter. It's none of my business anyway. Despite being a powerful elven master in command of the 4 great elves, she didn't act arrogantly in the palace halls, earning the respect of the Council of Sages, the Knights, and the civil service. They swore to treat the silver-haired half-elf, one of the candidates for the royal selection, Emilia, equally. This should have been the end of the matter, a perfect situation. But when Natsuki Subaru revealed herself as Emilia's first knight, the atmosphere changed again. But there was no drama, for they had to make way for the next person. That's right, the most important thing was Ferret's announcement. She came, she came, she came. Zun Zun's heart leaped. At last, He understood the unease his father felt at seeing him invest 9/10 of his fortune in the stock market. Was this his father? At last, he felt the same. However, when Ferret vehemently declared again that he would not participate in the royal selection ceremony, the mist suddenly lifted in the palace hall, and a commotion broke out. Ram rushed out, picked up Ferret, and pretended to flee, but doing so in front of the knights would certainly be a slap in the face. Soon, the reckless giant, Old Den, was apprehended and thrown to the ground, motionless. I don't know who you are, but since you dared to intrude on a sacred ceremony, you must face the death penalty, declared the knight commander, Marcus. Ferret cried out anxiously, halt. Release Master Ram. He's with me, I'm sorry, but I cannot obey your order. Marcus looked at the arrogant girl and said slowly, Master Felt has declared that she has no intention of participating in the royal selection. Therefore, the reason I didn't obey your order is that you yourself have renounced the right to command my knights and me. Do you understand? I'm sorry, I'll explain briefly. You won't listen to me, a man who hasn't participated in the royal selection, will you? You understand, that's true, you are truly infuriating. The blonde, red-eyed girl looked at the captured giant, Olden. How could Ferret bear to see Master Ram, who is like a member of the family, condemned to death? Clever, she knew in a matter of seconds how to turn the situation around and save him. A mischievous smile spread across her face. I understand. I will participate in the royal election. I just have to become king, right? She shouted. Her voice reached Zun Zun's ears clearly. Success. It had been a tortuous process, but it had finally happened. Clenching his fists, Felt, with a radiant smile, exclaimed with immense anticipation, I hate the nobility, I hate the knights, I hate the kingdom. Everyone in this room, even the foundations, everything, I hate it all, so I'm going to destroy it all. So what? The girl said cheerfully. Her thought was simple, this kingdom is too urban. Her attitude shook the room, and then exploded, with shouts of curses filling the palace hall. But standing before the roaring crowd, Felt extinguished their resentment in one fell swoop. If I become king, I will destroy everything. I will strike down those blind men who cannot see that the ground beneath their feet is about to crumble. I am going to give this kingdom a breath of fresh air. His cheerful speech only deepened the chaos in the room. Accepting this unprecedented indifference, the elderly leader of the Council of Sages nodded with remarkable grace and then turned the conversation to the knight at her side. Your lord is a man of strong character. What do you think of what he just said? Well, Master Felt's words, unfortunately, are nothing more than a dream. What did you say? But one day, Master Felt's words will reach everyone. Until then, it is my duty to support her with all my might. That is how I see it. Seeing Reinhardt's kind words, Felt grabbed her blonde hair with slight roughness. So, are you an ally or an enemy? Which, an ally, and yours, then I will serve you well. And so, the final pair of lord and servant candidates for the king's election was named. With this, the king's election ceremony should have ended. No, it should have begun differently. However, the elder of the Council of Sages, sitting on the throne, looked back at the red-haired knight in front of him. Reinhardt, that matter, yes, that gentleman is awaiting a summons, the swordmaster said respectfully. Zun Zun, who was eavesdropping from outside, also found it strange. He searched his memories. Was anyone else scheduled to appear? No one. Just as he was making this judgment. Please come in, Lord Zun Zun. The palace door suddenly opened. Zun Zun was eavesdropping with his rear end sticking out, so without the support of the door, he subconsciously leaned forward, nearly falling to the ground and making a fool of himself. How was this possible? Zun Zun seized the moment and rolled forward. Instead of getting up, he rolled down the red carpet to the front, then jumped up and shouted loudly, Super ease. MF, the palace hall fell into absolute silence. Chapter 239, Which Dragon Woman Man? Chapter 239, Dragon Priestess. Man? You really have no sense of humor. Zun Zun tried to smooth over the awkwardness with a slightly helpless tone, but in return, everyone looked at him with a "Do you find this funny?" look. But thanks to Felt's previous experience, it didn't cause outrage or criticism. Applause, applause, applause. A sudden round of applause rang out in the quiet room. Turning around, he saw that it was Natsuki Subaru. He sighed again from the bottom of his heart. Human nature doesn't change. I've confirmed it once again. This guy is just as stubborn. He was almost sentenced just now, And now he dared to applaud in public. No, he did it on purpose. Zun Zun saw the corner of Natsuki Subaru's mouth lift, probably wanting to recruit him to join the group and impress the nobles and knights present. Thank you, Subaru, you're my best friend. Even so, Zun Zun was moved. HMPH, Priscilla snorted and said arrogantly, your performance as a clown was acceptable, so I'll give you a reward accordingly. Al, applause, really? Although Al's helmet made it difficult for him to see her face, he sensed her frustration. He raised an arm and shouted, Princess, you're asking too much of me. I simply can't do it. How can you still be considered my follower? Find a way, find a way. Al patted his belly. Compared to Zun Zun, he looked more like a comedian, and he couldn't help but admit defeat. Zun Zun quickly looked around. There were Crush, the beautiful military-style woman, Anastasia, the cotton candy girl, the silver-haired half-elf he knew, Emilia, Felt, who had volunteered to be king, and Priscilla, the arrogant woman who seemed to be helping him. These 5 were the candidates for the royal election. Then he saw Reinhardt, grinning at him, and couldn't help but glare. I thought the Sword Saint and I were on the same side, but I didn't expect to be fooled. Zun Zun's sudden appearance didn't cause any disturbance, or rather, only a mild one. Knights and civil officials alike were frustrated by the outcome of the once solemn royal selection ceremony, but they had to accept the situation. Then, he felt a fierce gaze. It was from the Council of Sages, an old man sitting in the center. When Zun Zun stared back, the old man averted his gaze and addressed the knights below. Reinhardt, I can explain. Yes. Then, allow me to boldly explain. Knights. Reinhardt took the dragon emblem from Felt's hand and handed it to Zun Zun. Before that, everyone, look at this. As Zun Zun reluctantly took the emblem, the gem within it, as if impatient, suddenly burst into powerful light, converging into a beam that reached the rafters of the palace hall. As the light grew brighter, Zun Zun, unable to hold it in any longer, roughly threw the emblem to the ground. It's scorching hot, he shouted furiously. Such a heinous act should have drawn criticism from the crowd, but they were completely stunned. Huh? How is it possible? Is it true? Everyone present murmured in astonishment, even the numerous elders of the Council of Sages were stunned. Besides Felt and Emilia, the other 3 chosen kings were also astonished. While they could make the jewels of the dragon crest shine, their size and brilliance could not compare to Zun Zun's. The difference between a bright moon and a firefly was undeniable. If the next king were to decide who could make the jewels shine the brightest, Zun Zun would undoubtedly be the first. An official cried out in disbelief. Could it be a dragon priestess? But the prophecy said there would only be 5 dragon priestesses, and there's a 6th. Did the dragon make a mistake? What on earth is going on? Reinhardt, Zun Zun's appearance caused quite a stir. Search as they might, they couldn't find the 5th dragon priestess, but once they did, 2 more appeared in quick succession. Please bear with me, gentlemen, Reinhardt said slowly. Now comes the crux of the matter. Actually, His Grace is a man. A man? You mean, a man? Don't be ridiculous, Reinhardt. Are you deliberately concealing the truth of this matter in order to promote Master Felt? This master, no matter how you look at it, is a woman. Seeing the officials shout, Natsuki Subaru raised her head to hold back her tears. No wonder they misunderstood. Like Ferris, she was a downright liar. Zun Zun also suddenly flew into a rage. He tugged at the waistband of his pants and shouted, You dare question me? Then I'll spray your face with anti-aircraft cannons. Please don't do that, Zun Zun-sama. Reinhardt stopped her from pretending to take off her pants and shouted to the crowd, I assure you on my honor that Zun Zun-sama is most definitely a man. An uproar broke out. The shock was no less than the possibility of a 6th dragon priestess. Crush looked at Zun Zun and the smiling catman beside him and nodded seriously. Just like Ferris? I'm not too surprised, because Crush-sama has me, the catman said with a smile. Anastasia opened her mouth slightly to say something, but in the end, she only grew more curious about Zun Zun. As for the other 3, there was no reaction. After all, they had known all along. Even Priscilla snorted and said it was boring. Then the next step is the crux of the matter. The old man presiding over the Council of Sages looked at Zun Zun and addressed the crowd. How should we approach this matter? How should we approach it? At that moment, everyone was a little stunned. Indeed, without Zun Zun, the 5 dragon priestesses would have gathered, and the royal selection ceremony would have officially begun. However, with the arrival of Zun Zun, a man capable of making the jewels shine, They had to consider whether this was a new revelation from the dragon and whether there was some deeper meaning behind it. The dragon, Pokanika, had saved the kingdom countless times, and with its help, the kingdom prospered and continued to protect them. Therefore, they had to consider the dragon's true intentions. At that moment, a thin-looking official raised his hand. I think this gentleman cannot participate in the royal selection ceremony. First of all, regardless of his background, his male status disqualifies him from being a dragon priestess. Furthermore, there has never been a male priestess in the kingdom's history. As he spoke, several people nodded. Only priestesses could converse with dragons. This was a historical fact of the kingdom, proven over time. Wait a minute, I have a different opinion, another official shouted, raising his hand. I think this might be an order from the dragon. There must be a deeper meaning behind this, and we can't ignore it. As he spoke, everyone agreed. This kingdom was pro-dragon, and most believed in dragons, so they shared his opinion. But no man has ever become a Maiko. Then how do you explain that light? Perhaps the dragon was tricked. What are you saying? You're saying the dragon we worship is in the wrong, and how dare you be so disrespectful? I said, deluded. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Led by these two officials, the others united in their respective factions, hurling insults at each other. Officials were supposed to stand united against the outside world, but now only the knights remain calm. But that wasn't entirely true. At least Al and Natsuki Subaru couldn't maintain their composure. Hey, senior, what's wrong? Junior, don't you think the disparity between people is too great? You, senior, became a slave as soon as you arrived, and I became a servant, and yet someone suddenly becomes a candidate for the king election. Don't you think life is unfair? I completely agree. That kid must be lucky. Whether it was out of jealousy or resentment, the two were arguing. The elder leading the council of sages remained silent as the palace lobby transformed back into a bustling marketplace. Although he had anticipated this situation, he still felt a little worried. Especially the person who had caused the controversy now joined the discussion, even opposing the candidate's inclusion in the king election. Silence. Knight Commander Marcus waved his hand, and the members of the royal guard marched in unison. The sound of their clattering feet echoed through the palace lobby, and soon the place fell silent. The civil officials glanced at the displeased council of sages elders on the stage, then slowly relaxed their hair-correcting and bird-plucking movements. With a light cough, they resumed their gentlemanly demeanor. Zun Zun, who had been among them plucking the bird several times, quickly fled and returned to the front. The council of sages elder rolled his eyes. Zun Zun stuck out his tongue. The other candidates for the royal election had noticed his petty antics, and their expressions mingled. Felt gave him an encouraging thumbs up, as if to praise him for his work. They both seemed to share a common sensitivity. Meanwhile, the elder of the council of sages declared, everyone. I know this matter is difficult to decide, but if we don't resolve it now, the royal election ceremony will never officially begin. Therefore, I ask that you consider it carefully and make the appropriate decision. Normally, such an important matter would be postponed for careful deliberation, but the elder of the council of sages seemed intent on making a decision now. The others understood his urgency. With a kingdom without a leader or royal leader, they urgently needed to elect the next king to calm the unrest. However, everyone was suddenly stumped, not knowing what to do. Just then, wouldn't it be better to let this lord also participate in the royal election? The deliberately drawn-out tone made them frown. Lord Roswell, a oak from our country, a foreign merchant, a blood-soaked bride, a slum dweller, a silver-haired half-elf. With so many different candidates for the royal election, adding a male candidate recognized by the dragon doesn't seem to matter much. Hearing Roswell's words, the others finally took notice. It seemed that every priestess chosen by the dragon had a problem. Chapter 240 Making the Kingdom Great Again. No wonder crushes the favorite to be the next king. Besides being an honest and politically astute duke, it's more about choosing a general from among the lowest of men. Look at these people. An arrogant and lawless woman, a businessman who wants to privatize the kingdom, a royal orphan threatening to destroy it, and a silver-haired half-elf who has frozen the great forest. Adding a man to the mix doesn't seem to change anything. Wait. This isn't how it should work, the thin official cried. Please think carefully. The kingdom is already in chaos. Would adding more variables make it worse? Shouldn't we minimize the options? No, I disagree. The official who had just been arguing with him stepped forward again, speaking loudly. I admit that the kingdom may face even greater chaos, But this is certainly a period of unavoidable suffering. As Lord Reinhardt just said, for the prosperity of the kingdom, we cannot ignore this situation, maintaining the status quo or choosing the possibility. This is something that has been considered and addressed since ancient times, regardless of time, world, or even individual. But everyone knows that continuing like this will lead to no results. The elder of the Council of Sages on the stage knows this very well and looks with some embarrassment at the 5 dragon priestesses below. We can't decide on this matter, so why not ask the knights' opinions? After all, allowing Zun Zun to become a candidate for the throne would mean having another competitor, and they couldn't do without asking their opinion. And few would agree to something like that, and Zun Zun expected it. However, I don't care. Whether it's 1 more or 100, I will be the next king. This is an irreversible destiny, and it's only a matter of 1 or 2 more steps. And I am very interested in this person, so let him join us. Priscilla raised her head proudly, her lips pursed. He loved fun, and as expected, he didn't let anyone go easily. Crush stood up straight and nodded seriously, saying, I agree. For me, who must become the next king, any number of opponents is a test, and it will also allow them to better see my strength. The seated player's speech won everyone's favor. I have no objection. I have no objection to Zun Zun becoming a candidate for the royal selection. What's more, anyone who doesn't make him a candidate for the royal selection is opposing me. Emilia and Felt spoke one after another. One was hesitant and reluctant to make enemies, while the other was eager to join in the fun. As expected, both nodded. Then, all eyes fell on Anastasia. She was a crazy businesswoman. This was everyone's judgment and affirmation. For such a businessman, adding another opponent would be unbearable. Zun Zun thought so too. Unexpectedly, Anastasia smiled gently and said in a gentle voice, Me too, no objection. Are you serious, Lady Anastasia? The elder of the Council of Sages straightened slightly and said seriously, You've already selected the 5 dragon priestesses. If you don't agree, this matter can be put on hold for now, and you were the one who orchestrated this, so why are you spouting such nonsense? At that moment, the situation had reached a point where they had to accept. 4 of the dragon priestesses had agreed to allow her to join, as had most of the officials and the entire royal guard. Sure, she had the right to veto. But doing so would have put her at odds with most of the kingdom. The merchants weighed the pros and cons in a split second, her decision made. And if you don't agree, the royal selection ceremony won't officially begin. Or do you have a better solution? Anastasia asked bluntly. The elder of the Council of Sages moved his lower lip, as if he were about to speak, but for some reason, he remained silent. Marcus nodded. Then, on behalf of the Council of Sages, the Imperial Guard, and the Civil Service, I boldly recognize Master Zun Zun as the 6th. Wait. Why are you talking nonsense? Zun Zun hastily interrupted them. His reaction mimicked Felt's, perhaps even more so. Let it be clear, I am not interested in the throne. I am only here because I promised Reinhardt that I must. Master Zun Zun, are you withdrawing from the royal selection ceremony? Marcus had just witnessed the scene. Zun Zun nodded seriously and said, Yes, I withdraw. Okay? And, Reinhardt, my patience has a limit. You will not blackmail me with that matter again. Even if you refuse to help, I can find someone else. He spoke bluntly to Reinhardt, but the swordmaster smiled wryly and raised his hands in surrender. Your Excellency, you are extremely malicious toward me. And I must set the record straight. Your becoming the 6th king's election candidate has nothing to do with me. I alone was responsible for bringing you here. And you should understand that, in fact, Reinhardt couldn't have asked His Excellency to become the 6th king's election candidate. He had merely brought him here at the behest of the Council of Sages. What happened next had nothing to do with him. But even so, you bear a great responsibility. You're taking your anger out on me. Reinhardt felt a little offended. Marcus, from the stage, reassured him, Your Excellency, are you really giving up on becoming a king's election candidate? Yes, I will. Softy. Just as His Excellency was about to speak, someone cursed. Hey, I'm so short-tempered. He walked up to the speaker, raised his head slightly, and stared straight into the speaker's eyes, which were staring back at him with the same arrogance. What did you say? I called you a coward. What's wrong? Isn't it true? With such a great opportunity, you back down, afraid to step forward. Aren't you just a coward? By the way, do you really have a penis? Angry, Zun Zun's forehead popped out with veins. Al, standing behind her, couldn't help but whisper, "Princess, you're from my village after all. Please be nice to me, it's precisely because you're from my village that I'm holding back. Look around. Aren't they treating you like a clown?" Priscilla gestured for him to look. Zun Zun didn't look. But he was probably serious. Looking directly at Priscilla, he asked, somewhat puzzled, "Why do you say that? What's the point of having one less opponent?" I told you, I'll be the king. Just as the world revolves around me, your existence doesn't matter. What matters is whether you can give me pleasure. But now it seems, you might be just an ordinary person, ordinary people." Zun Zun was amused by their arrogance and pride. The Crimson Demons were always ready to retort. "If you don't want to participate, then leave immediately. You're an eyesore, I'll rub it in for you." "What are you doing?" as everyone watched in disbelief. Zun Zun suddenly stretched out his hands to rub the incredibly plump slime Priscilla was holding in her arms, vigorously shaking it as if practicing Tai Chi to feel its elasticity, which enraged the arrogant woman. "How dare you humiliate me in public? You deserve death." Zun Zun spun around on his feet, dodging Priscilla's slap and taking 2 or 3 steps back. "Big sister, you seem to have forgotten our bet. I can rub your breasts all I want, that's not even possible, I don't care." Rubbing a girl's breasts in public, even one of the royal election candidates, the Scarlet Bride, during the solemn and sacred royal selection ceremony, made everyone think Zun Zun was crazy. They also had a bad feeling about what would happen next. And sure enough, it did. "Do you really want me to participate in the royal selection? Although I do love saying no to pretentious people, but, well, I'll participate this time, reluctantly. You must thank me profusely." Zun Zun looked even more arrogant than Priscilla, as if participating in the royal selection was a great reward. "Listen. I am Zun Zun, the most powerful great mage of the Crimson Demon clan. Zun Zun, who aspires to become the most benevolent, virtuous, supreme, and powerful demon king. Zun Zun, who reigns supreme, unrivaled in heaven and earth. Confident, bold, extravagant, and ambitious people are most captivating when they possess that confidence, boldness, and ambition, when they project brilliant, extravagant, and progressive vitality, and when they madly plunder all that is good. These qualities are far more devastating than mere beauty." The elder of the Sages Association couldn't help but exclaim, "There's a lion in his eyes, old Beng, you're calling me a loser?" Zun Zun, hearing this, he turned and glared at him. "No, that's not what I meant. Seeing Master Zun Zun like this made me think of our ancestors, the Lion King. The 35th king of Lugnica, known as the last Lion King, had signed a pact with the dragon Pokenica." The old man sighed as he looked at Zun Zun, his hair tied back in a mullet like a wolf's tail and his eyes shining like a lion cub's. "I see, no wonder the dragon chose you, huh?" Zun Zun didn't know why old man Deng suddenly sighed, but anyway, he had participated in the royal selection at Priscilla's urging. "Are you satisfied? You're a coward, man, but, let's just say you gave me a good show, which is worthy of praise. This guy, he actually made a fool of himself." But the Crimson Demons were easily provoked, and there was nothing they could do about it. They had already subtly influenced Zun Zun for over a decade. "HMPH, he snorted coldly. At this moment, Knight Commander Marcus spoke. "Sir, your ambition is, I'd completely forgotten." He raised his head and declared, "My ambition is to make the kingdom great again." Unexpectedly, his simple and unassuming speech resounded throughout the crowd. He was unable to do anything. Quite simply, those individuals were too individualistic. And so, after the 6th candidate for the royal election had finished expressing his ambitions, the triennial royal selection ceremony began. Chapter 241 I'm going down the path of lust, is this true or not? After the official start of the selection ceremony, Zun Zun snorted. Before leaving, he wanted to tear into Priscilla's unusually plump baba once more, but she had warned him, looking at him with a look that said, "If you dare attack me in public, I'll grind you to dust." She smacked her lips in regret, and the matter was settled. Ferret, gloating, left the palace hall. But before Zun Zun and the others could go far, they were stopped by the Knight Commander, Marcus. "My apologies, Master Zun Zun." The robust middle-aged man gave a slight bow, showing his full respect. Then, slowly, he said, "I have some business to attend to with you. Please head to the side hall." Zun Zun tilted his head in confusion, looking at Reinhardt at his side, only to receive an equally confused shrug. He wanted to refuse, but now it seemed there was no turning back. "I understand, Ferret," Just you this time, go wait for me outside the royal city. Reinhardt, please accompany me. Anyway, he's fine, right? I'm a little uneasy without a knight to protect me, of course. Marcus nodded. Reinhardt followed Zun Zun silently. Although he was Ferret's knight, he seemed more obedient to Zun Zun. With the sword saint by his side, Zun Zun felt at ease. So he calmly headed to the side corridor, the same room where Ferret had waited for the summons and where they had rested for a while. As he entered, he saw familiar faces. The old man presiding over the Council of Sages and the two officials who had just discussed Zun Zun's eligibility for the royal election were standing respectfully behind the old man. Seeing Zun Zun enter, they bowed respectfully. Zun Zun was stunned at the sight of the two men, but he reacted quickly. Dirty, disgusting. You politicians are disgusting. The entire meeting may seem boisterous, each expressing their own opinions, but in reality, everything is under your control. No wonder Anastasia said that. He cursed rudely. Reinhardt said from behind, Your Excellency, please restrain yourself. Even though I am a candidate for the king's election, you see, Sir Mikladov, representative of the Council of Sages, the Council of Sages governs the kingdom in the name of the king, and the actual operations of the kingdom now fall under the Council of Sages, and the old man before him is its representative. Ho ha, no problem, Your Excellency is right. Mikladov was not a stubborn old man, nor did he have a condescending attitude. In private, he was more of a kind old man. At least not a villain. Reinhardt respected him greatly. His Excellency and Mikladov were seated on the sofa, flanked by two officials. Reinhardt, nominally the lowest-ranking official, could only stand and serve them. After taking a sip of the black tea prepared by the sword saint, Zun Zun didn't want to waste any time and got straight to the point. Elder, why are you calling me? Well, first of all, I have to apologize to your Infeld-sama. I'm truly sorry for arbitrarily dragging you into the royal selection ceremony, and in such a manner. That's right, it's very difficult for me. Zun Zun couldn't help but grumble. But it was only a grumble. After all, he was the one who had agreed to participate in that impulsive act, so he couldn't blame anyone else who hadn't resisted Priscilla's provocation. But it doesn't matter. It's only about participating in the royal selection, not necessarily becoming the next king. Promise keep. The inequality was instantly broken. Ha ha, that's why I asked Zun Zun to meet with you, Master, Mikladov said, combing his gray beard. You, Master Zun Zun, don't seem to have the determination to become the next king, which embarrasses me and the others. Embarrassed, Zun Zun raised an eyebrow. To be honest, Your Excellency, your presence has disrupted our plans. The Council of Sages doesn't know what to do with you. Ultimately, the dragon hasn't told us the criteria for becoming king or how the selection process is carried out. We are only searching for the 5 dragon priestesses based on records, Mikladov said slowly. This is a fact known throughout the kingdom, and the uncertainty surrounding the decision was also discussed at the recent meeting. Although this requires an extensive discussion, with a witch cult rampaging throughout the kingdom and other kingdoms watching the situation with greed, internal and external pressures demand a hasty start to the royal selection ceremony to stabilize public opinion. However, after seeing you, Your Grace, I have learned something. What is it? You're probably the next king chosen by the dragon. SHHH. Hearing this, His Grace couldn't help but flinch. Then, he quickly waved his hand. No, old man, are you going senile? The only one who can converse with dragons is the dragon priestess. Do you know what a priestess is? I'm a man. Well, perhaps the dragon has changed its mind or something. Hey, roar, it is a dragon after all. Without a priestess to converse with, we have no way of knowing its thoughts. We can only speculate, Mikladov said with a hint of bitterness. He seems to be a member of the dragon sect, although there is no distinction yet. The Zun Zun divides the kingdom into 2 factions, the dragon sect, represented by Mikladov, who represents the majority, and the independent sect, represented by Crush. Although the voices are low, they are gaining strength. Protected by a dragon, how could they abandon it? The old man said. Impressive. He didn't expect the sages to disagree with Crush, the top seed of the royal selection. No wonder everyone fell silent when the Duchess spoke. So, Master Zun Zun, do you understand? You mean that I seem to be the chosen one? And he was eager to announce it publicly, but due to the rules of the royal selection, he had to summon all 5 dragon priestesses, so he had to give in and include me in the selection. that's right, he's very clever. Zun Zun finally understood that the old man's apology wasn't for dragging him into the royal selection, but for not allowing him to directly become the next king. Hey, why do you insist I participate in the royal selection? Wouldn't it be better to follow the others' example and elect a suitable king from among the 5 dragon priestesses, all for the prosperity of the kingdom? The old man shook his head. There are many ways to achieve prosperity for a kingdom, through self-improvement like Crush, taking the reins of its destiny, becoming a trading kingdom and driving economic development like Anastasia, or through other means. The old man, however, hopes to continue honoring his contract with the dragon god. This is the safest and most balanced approach that won't cause drastic upheaval in the kingdom. Conservative? Stubborn old man? Zun Zun looked at the old man in surprise. From the conversation just now, he didn't seem like someone who adhered to conventions. If he hadn't had the courage, how could he have so decisively initiated the royal selection ceremony? I always say that Master Zun is wise, Mikladov sighed. I admit that Master Crush and the others are brave, but the kingdom is in tatters and can't withstand any more turmoil. Perhaps the old man saw the noble ideals of Master Crush and the others as good, but they didn't align with the kingdom's current situation. Although the royal family had only died 6 months prior, the kingdom was already in decline before that, and it was only thanks to Reinhardt, Julius, and Ferris, who had signed a treaty with the Empire, that it was able to sustain itself. He seemed quite conflicted. On the one hand, he saw change, but on the other, he had to choose stability. No, perhaps he hadn't made up his mind, so he allowed the 2 officials standing behind him to speak for him, confirming the others' opinions. But there is another way. Zun Zun was surprised, but quickly caught on and pointed to himself. The method you speak of doesn't involve me, does it? Exactly. The old man's lips curled slightly. However, seeing her expression, Zun Zun felt a strong unease. I think this method is very suitable, and also very reliable. If it is successfully implemented, any problems will be resolved. This method is only suitable for you, male, and the other dragon priestess, female. Sure, that's right, you only need to marry one of the 5 dragon priestesses, as expected. I knew it would be like this. What are this? The quintessential quintuplets, Re-0 version. I'm going the sensual route, am I true? Zun Zun was dumbfounded. The old man, however, continued, you are the dragon's chosen one, and a man at that. All 5 dragon priestesses have been found, so the dragon's intentions are clear. And indeed, how could a king live without his own wife? The dragon is most considerate, indeed, as expected of Lord Shenlong. Lord Shenlong's thoughts delve into the abyss, far beyond our reach. 2 officials spoke in quick succession. Wait, weren't you disrespecting Shenlong just now? Why did you suddenly change your tune? Zun Zun glared at one of the officials. And don't be so disrespectful at a time like this. Shenlong isn't serious, is he? Zun Zun, you like Lady Priscilla's type? What, the one you just had in the parlor? Mikladov also performed Tai Chi movements, accompanied by a lascivious smile, a true lack of respect for his elders. Is this guy playing a joke? Zun Zun rolled his eyes in annoyance. No, that's right, Lord Felt. You live under the same roof, and Knight Reinhardt told me that you 2 are very friendly and often sincere. Surely you've developed feelings for each other, right? No, the old man's tone became more obscene. Honestly, that style doesn't suit him, it ruins his image. Let it be clear, I don't like any of those 5 people. I've taken that into consideration, so I've proposed you, sire, as a candidate for the royal selection. It seems you've decided on me. Indeed. Mikladov restrained his expression and slowly stood up, saying seriously and sincerely, regardless of whether Lord Zun Zun becomes the next king, from now on, the Council of Sages will be your most faithful supporter. Zun Zun knew that the old man before him had chosen a dragon. Chapter 242, Choose one of the 5 happinesses. He had thought it was a fake royal candidate, but it had become a lustful harem. This was something that truly frustrated Zun Zun. The sages would join the Sword Saint's family. If he wanted, he could just throw up his arms and shout, and it would probably work. He could even fake something like, "You've really made me suffer," but that wasn't his ambition. Zun Zun's family, fiancé, and friends were all in Suqing. He couldn't stay there for long. This is really overwhelming. Yes, Master Zun Zun, you're sure having a hard time deciding right now. Whose fault do you think it is? Zun Zun looked at the Sword Saint beside him, making sarcastic remarks. If he hadn't insisted that he participate in the royal selection ceremony, this situation wouldn't have occurred. Reinhardt's expression was slightly mocking. Master Zun Zun, is this what you call taking advantage of others? No. You know the reason, right? Too lazy to argue, Zun Zun quickened his pace as he left the palace, fearing something else might happen. You've kept me waiting too long. Just as he left the corridor, he heard a haughty voice from the other side. Turning, he saw a young woman, luxuriously dressed and covered in jewels, looking at him impatiently. What are you doing here? You can tell just by looking at you. I'm waiting for you, me. Zun Zun didn't say anything else, but his expression clearly indicated, what do you want from me? I want to know what that old man wants from you. Are you still worried about it? Priscilla was quite arrogant. She never cared about other people's affairs, nor did she bother to care about them. I'm just curious. Of course, even if you don't want to tell me, I can ask the old man myself, and the result will be the same. Even so, you still want to get information out of me, right? Never mind, it's nothing. The old man asked me to marry one of you. How dare you deceive me? Wait, are you serious? Zun Zun shrugged evasively. Priscilla was skeptical at first, but after seeing Reinhardt nod slightly, she fell silent. Despite his arrogance, he possessed a brilliant mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed his territory so perfectly. She quickly understood the key, mocking the plans of the representative of the Council of Sages, Mikladov. That old man is truly senile, to have come up with such a wicked idea. Why not be straightforward and yield the throne to me, and follow my orders? Priscilla clapped her hands in dismay. Look, she had irritated them. What was once a fair fight for the 5 dragon priestesses aspiring to be the next king had now turned into a situation of adulation, devotion, and worship. Anyone would surely be offended. But what Zun Zun didn't expect was, then I'll marry you? Really, no matter. I've already lost so many husbands, so adding you won't be a big deal. Wow. What a vile statement, such a poisonous scorpion, he had forgotten. Without exception, every man who married Priscilla died suddenly on the eve of their wedding, and this had happened 8 times, hence her unsavory nickname, the Bloody Bride. If you covet my beauty, you should pay the price. It's only natural. You're just treating me like a disposable tool, fool. I'm the one everyone has appreciated, and you should only have eyes for me. Come on, pick me. Sorry, you're a good person, but I refuse. Priscilla lunged at him, her unusually voluminous breast enveloping Zun Zun's arm. The soft, supple touch flooded his mind, and a faint fragrance lingered in his nose. Don't you just love my breasts? You can play with them as you please, big sister. You seem to have forgotten that I've earned the right to possess them. I can play with them whenever I want. Zun Zun tried to break free, but it was just too comfortable. But for a ruthless woman who wanted her life, she flatly refused. As the two men tore at each other. Princess. You're here. Oh no. Am I disturbing your pleasure? That's right. If you don't bring something fun, I'll punish you. Oh, no. Helmet on, looked at Zun Zun and said, I don't know if it's fun, but my countrymen and Julius are going to have a duel. Princess, don't you enjoy watching weak creatures being tortured by ferocious beasts? Don't get me wrong about your imagination, but you're right, I do enjoy it very much. Priscilla smiled, swaying her plump body. Well, since this has gone on a bit, I'm bored, so I'll go watch these people's nonsense and laugh at them. To the training grounds, lead the way, it's my command. Releasing Zun Zun's arm, he and Al headed for the training grounds. Reinhardt also looked worried, and Zun Zun patted him on the back, signaling for them to follow. When the 4 of them arrived at the training grounds, although there were still quite a few people gathered, the 2 protagonists were no longer there. Priscilla looked at her attendant in displeasure. Al, aren't you late? My apologies, princess. I came to find you before the duel started, but I didn't expect it to end so quickly. It seems my compatriot can't take a beating. Al scratched his neck awkwardly. He knew that Natsuki Subaru was no match for Julius, but his compatriot's defeat was too swift, leaving his master behind. Forget it. Your Grace, I'm hosting a banquet tonight. Hey, where's everyone? He didn't see the familiar figure. They had disappeared along with Reinhardt. Priscilla was trembling with rage, her already prominent breasts heaving even more. You've managed to pique my interest. Elsewhere, when His Excellency followed Reinhardt to what looked like an infirmary, he saw Natsuki Subaru, looking grim, as if abandoned by the world. Subaru, are you alright? Reinhardt asked with concern. Subaru Natsuki was really in bad shape, his head and face bandaged, his right hand wrapped like a club. Although his lower body was covered by the sheets, he probably wouldn't fully recover, so it was only natural that he was nervous. The man in the hospital bed didn't reply, his head hanging in silence. Don't worry about him, Reinhardt. It's clear his heart is broken. Broken, that's not entirely accurate. Should I say it's a couple's quarrel? But it's okay. They'll reconcile after a while. Really, the Swordmaster, though capable of almost anything, was inexperienced with love and didn't know how to comfort someone with a broken heart. Zun Zun shook his head. Subaru Natsuki probably couldn't speak openly about his actions, and Emilia's incomprehension had led to disagreements and misunderstandings. He didn't bother arguing about who was right or wrong. This was their relationship, not his. I was hoping to talk to you about some things here, but now doesn't seem like the right time. I'm leaving first. Wait, let's talk. Natsuki Subaru suddenly snapped out of his trance. Zun Zun was a little taken aback. Is it okay, now? Never mind. Emilia. He really couldn't stand it. But since Natsuki Subaru wanted to talk, let's talk. Reinhardt, probably somewhat dissatisfied with Julius's actions, intended to question him about his true intentions while also giving them some space to talk. Zun Zun calmly sat down on a chair in the room. That said, you probably already know almost everything from the Major, but the Major said he did his best to survive and hadn't thoroughly investigated why he came to this world or how to return. Zun Zun, do you know? Unfortunately, I don't know. I came to this world, yes, the day I met you, Subaru, the same day. Natsuki Subaru was slightly puzzled. Is there a connection? Who knows? I haven't found any connection, because time was too short. Besides, moving around in this world is very inconvenient. You never know when a pervert will attack you. Natsuki Subaru understands perfectly. Zun Zun was attacked by the Gut Hunter, but Natsuki Subaru was attacked by the Gut Hunter, the Phantom Twins, the Beastmaster, Roswell, Julius, etc. It seems what Senior said is right. Just to survive is having to accept everything. Natsuki Subaru sighed. It wasn't like him. Normally, he shouldn't be shouting like an idiot. Why did his IQ go up after the breakup? But, wait a minute, what's wrong, Suzuki? Why do you say you're from the Crimson Demon Clan? That's not in that play. It's a setting. Under Subaru's bewildered gaze, Suzuki took a deep breath and stood up. Then, explode reality, shatter your spirit, and banish this world. Are you the evil king's true eye user? Natsuki Subaru couldn't help but laugh at Suzuki's antics. It's basically Chunyabayao, or so Natsuki Subaru thought. Suzuki didn't want to explain, for the more he talked, the more trouble he would cause, so he decided against it. By the way, Suzuki, they just called you over, right? What did they say? Did you see it? It was at the door. After all, it was hard not to notice. Anyway, isn't it a secret? If it is, pretend I didn't ask. No, it's just that old man wants me to marry one of the 5 dragon priestesses. What? Natsuki Subaru was left mouth agape. When Zun Zun explained why, he immediately regretted the vast disparity between the people. By the way, is it really okay for you to tell me something so private? No matter. The old man has probably already told the other candidates for the king election. He probably wants them to be prepared. He wants to convey to them that the sages will never back down on this matter. Then, Emilia, look, I told you were a bootlicker, Zun Zun joked with Natsuki Subaru. It truly lived up to the saying, even if a spirit mistreats me 1,000 times, I will treat it as my first love. I won't choose her because I already have a fiancé. Besides, Zun Zun stood up and said to Natsuki Subaru on the bed, you and Emilia must have had some misunderstanding. It doesn't matter if we can't communicate with words. Actions speak louder than words. That's how old Mr. Green was. Subaru, you probably don't know one thing. What? Elves value the spirit of the contract above all else. If you go back on your word after making a deal with an elf, you'll be hated by them. How is it possible? Natsuki Subaru's face darkened. He seemed to understand why Emilia had just snapped and argued with him. Well, enough with the mentor. I'm leaving. You should heal your wounds. Receiving no reply, Natsuki Subaru remained mired in disappointment at his own ignorance. Zun Zun stretched and left the room. Reinhardt was waiting by the door, his expression also rather grim, perhaps because Julius's reply had left him resentful. Reinhardt, Julius was doing this for Subaru's own good, I know, I just think it was a bit extreme. If Julius hadn't been a bit more extreme, the other knights would have been even more so. And I just observed that Subaru only suffered minor injuries. He even had time to reflect on his broken heart. What a clown, Zun Zun pursed his lips. This time, Natsuki Subaru hadn't gotten her way. Insulted the Imperial Guard in public. If she'd had a strong desire for revenge, she might have done something drastic. Julius, on the other hand, had vented the anger of the knights, and Natsuki Subaru hadn't suffered any serious injuries, but he himself had been punished by the knight commander. Is he the Grand Sensei? Hey. He's worthy of being Natsuki Subaru's future best friend. Reinhardt sighed softly and stopped worrying about these matters. After all, he had more problems to solve. Without even having time to greet Emilia and the others, who had already left, Zun Zun and Reinhardt were the last candidates to leave the royal city, aside from Natsuki Subaru, who was recovering from a serious injury. They arrived at a parking lot. Theatrical was nowhere to be seen, and Rom wasn't there either. Just as Zun Zun was curious about where the two had gone, Reinhardt, as if picked up by radar, headed toward a side alley in the royal city. Deep within the alley, he saw Theatrical and Rom, along with a trio of punks, each clutching a chicken-like child under Rom's foot, their faces desperate. Master Theatrical, I've known for a long time that these three have talent. I've decided, I'll make them my subordinates, Theatrical beamed. We in Zero have our own problem children. Chapter 243 Night Auto. It had been 3 days since the royal selection began. Reinhardt had been visiting Crush's mansion frequently, specifically to apologize to Natsuki Subaru, feeling incredibly guilty for not intervening in a dispute between his close friends. It was strange that he felt so unnecessarily guilty, even going so far as to apologize in person, when it had nothing to do with him. But none of this had anything to do with Zun Zun. By the way, Reinhardt, have you forgotten what you promised me? Hurry up and keep your promise, he shouted at the frustrated swordsman. He had participated in the royal selection, had even applied as a candidate, and might even marry one of them. He had paid so much and agreed to so many things. His ultimate goal was for Reinhardt to open the way and allow him to return home. But he kept putting him off. Lord Zun Zun, it's not that I'm refusing, but there are still many matters unresolved after the royal selection, such as your left and right arms. You mean the Knights of the Royal Guard? Zun Zun frowned. A candidate for the royal selection and a serving knight, that seems to be a fixed combination, so Zun Zun also needs his own knight guard. But the Council of Sages is pushing hard, and you keep saying you're unsure about the lack of suitable candidates. I can't let you go so easily. How about we decide on a knight as soon as possible? It's easier said than done, but how can there be suitable candidates? Watch what you say. There are many excellent knights in the Royal Guard. Forget it, you bunch of idiots. Zun Zun rolled his eyes. When the royal selection ceremony began, the elders of the Council of Sages told him to decide his knights as soon as possible and recommended many outstanding members of the Royal Guard, but they were all completely incompetent. No wonder the kingdom signed a peace treaty with the Empire, even with Reinhardt. Because the others were so incompetent. Zun Zun also had something to say. Look at the people brought by the other royal selection candidates: Healer Blue Ferris, Supreme Knight Julius, Tapestry Laotian, Infinite Reincarnation 486, and Sage Candidate Al. Who am I leading? A group of misfit knights. Are they even qualified to be royal guards? They're not capable, you know? Theatrical pointed at the thugs stumbling in the courtyard and said, and those three, they're no match for the misfit knights. What's wrong? Don't you agree? Suck it up. The thugs were furious, but at Zun Zun's slightly reddened gaze, they fell silent, aggrieved. These three had been unlucky. They had been wandering around the alleys, bored and looking for good prey, when they ran into Theatrical. Rom, enraged, killed them on the spot and forced them to return for training. Then let Rom be your knight. Old man, Rom pointed at himself with a foolish look. Zun Zun looked closely at the giant, old man Deng, paused, and sighed. He didn't say anything, but it seemed as if he'd said everything. Brat, what are you doing with that sigh? Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't allow it. HMPH, cut it out, Master Rom. At your age, you're no good at being at Sun Deer. Felt patted him on the arm. She had said it indifferently. She wouldn't have wanted Master Rom to become the Lord's personal knight. Besides, at his age, it was time to enjoy life. It would be best if he didn't overexert himself. And, Master Rom, Please choose the right person quickly. Reinhardt, are you rushing me? No. It's just that I intend to bring Master Felt back to the domain. Not only does Master Felt have much to learn, but these servants as well. Reinhardt observed the trio of hooligans lying on the ground, feigning death. After all, they were chosen by Felt. Although their behavior was somewhat unpleasant, as a subordinate, he couldn't say anything, so he could only hold his nose and nod. By the way, does Reinhardt really want Farah to be the next king? How come there's no sign of it? Zun Zun expressed his confusion. Farah was a little depressed upon hearing that he was leaving the capital. The elder of the Sage Association said at the royal selection ceremony that before choosing the next king, each of their territories must be well managed. It wasn't stated directly, but it's very likely that their political skills will be considered, which is likely one of the evaluation options. Sir, Zun Zun wanted to casually choose someone to settle the matter, but his identity was very sensitive after all. If he chose someone with impure intentions to use his name to do evil, that wouldn't do. But where could he find the right candidate? Just as he was in a pinch, Fram arrived at the courtyard, bowed slightly to everyone, and said, Master Zun, there's a guest, who, he said his name was Otto. Otto. Zun Zun was a little stunned. Soon, his eyes shone again. That's it, on the other side. Otto, carried to the Sword Saint's guest room by Grassus, the twin maids, was now in a state of confusion. Was I too reckless? I rushed here on a whim. What if I get blamed? He lamented. But Otto was completely helpless. He had confidently purchased a large quantity of oil, hoping to make a fortune in the capital. Instead of selling it, the oil piled up, leaving him helpless. If this continued, he would be bankrupt. Forced to do so, he remembered someone telling him to seek help from the Sword Saint's family if he encountered any difficulties. What if that person is lying? No, I've already entered with a token, and I've even met the maid, Fram, and the butler, Mr. Green. It must be true. But isn't it too much to ask a noble lord to buy useless oil? What if I get blamed? The more Otto thought about it, the more uneasy he became. The timid boy, who had already suffered retaliation from the nobles, felt more and more reckless in coming here. No. I have to run. Don't even think about running. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and Otto shuddered uncontrollably. The shy young man, who had let out an embarrassing groan, froze. Otto, I've been waiting for you for so long. Zun Zun's face was beaming. His original intention was to express his enthusiasm and reassure Otto. However, perhaps it was too much enthusiasm that frightened Otto. I've fallen into a trap. Otto, possessed of paranoid delusions, was on the verge of tears. Zun Zun, seeing his uncomfortable, tearful face, asked curiously, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, nothing. Master, are you Runta from another world? He could hardly contain the word master, but with Otto's interruption, his heated mind gradually calmed down. Don't call me master, just call me by my name. He waved his hand, signaling Otto to relax. At that moment, Farah and Reinhardt arrived at the guest room. Seeing the splendidly dressed Farah and the familiar Reinhardt, Otto stood up again and greeted them coldly. Fortunately, both were polite and asked him to calm down. The four of them sat down. Reinhardt was the first to ask, Sir, may I ask who this is? His name is Otto, a traveling merchant I met on my way to visit Count Roswell. He may look shy, but he's actually very talented, he explained matter-of-factly. Under the scrutiny, Otto lowered his head even further. He was a man with low self-esteem, Farah and Reinhardt concluded. Although he guessed their purpose, the Sir asked, Otto, you didn't come just to visit me, did you? You must have a request. Tell me, you up. Otto hesitated, but none of the three pressed him. They waited for a long time. I'm sorry. I know my request is shameless, but I hope, Your Grace, that you will buy my oil. His voice trailed off. He was completely unsure. Did the man before him truly possess the talents of a merchant? Felt couldn't help but wonder, for he didn't seem capable of bargaining at all. Instead, he resembled a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. In reality, it was a complete misunderstanding. Otto's insecurity stemmed from the fact that the man sitting across from him was the kingdom's most renowned swordsman, a high-ranking noble. With a natural aversion to nobility, Otto couldn't articulate his request properly, not even daring to meet his gaze. Perhaps because he was speaking to a heartbroken person, his gloomy expression allowed him to speak fluently. As you said, the oil I bought hasn't sold. It's not popular in the capital. So, if possible, could you please buy it? Of course, I won't ask for the full price, just 50% would be fine, he spoke with pain. Large merchants could hoard goods, they could easily wait for the right opportunity to sell their surpluses. The small merchants, however, couldn't afford it. Without funds, their operations couldn't function. A 50% price would probably be Otto's biggest loss in 4 years, but it was better than losing everything. 50%, 40% is fine, or 30% is acceptable. Otto's eyes completely lost their luster. Just as he expected, he would be lowered. After all, nobles were greedy, no matter the kingdom. HMPH, Zun Zun chuckled. I'll offer 10 times the price. Well, 10% is too little. Excuse me. The normal price in the capital right now is something wrong with your ears? Listen carefully. I said 10 times. Not 10%, not 100%, but 10 times the price, huh? Otto stared at Zun Zun, dumbfounded. Felt found this odd, but didn't ask. Reinhardt, however, seemed to suddenly understand and examine Otto again closely. 10 times, that's right. But there's one condition. What is it, Otto? Be my knight, eh? 3 seconds after Zun Zun extended his hand, Otto let out another embarrassing cry. No wonder this guy became such good friends with Natsuki Subaru. He's always causing a scene, just like Natsuki Subaru. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Marriage Request. Why has it come to this? Otto tugged at his immaculate night attire with an awkward expression, seemingly unable to adapt. Although the kingdom's attire was elegant, his furrowed brow made him look dejected. From now on, we'll be colleagues, Otto. Yes. I'm honored, Otto bowed repeatedly to Reinhardt. Despite the latter's kindness, his status as a nobleman and swordsman made him look a head shorter than him. There's no need to be so polite. The swordsman's face was filled with regret and loss. He sincerely wished to establish a good relationship with Otto, but he remained respectful and reserved. Otto's brows and mouth furrowed, as if he were about to cry. Can I really be a good knight? Since your excellency has chosen you, I believe you are capable, even if it is forced. Yes, ha ha ha. Reinhardt smiled and patted him on the shoulder. When Zun Zun said he wanted Otto to become a knight, Reinhardt thought he would give up and throw a tantrum like felt. However, after spending some time together, he discovered that Otto seemed to have enormous potential, and the protection he possessed was also extraordinary. It was no wonder he was chosen. Otto didn't know what the Sword Saint thought of him, and he was still confused and incredulous about his sudden knighthood. At first, he just wanted to find help selling the excess oil cheaply, but who would have thought? Otto recalled what had happened 2 days ago. I'll buy your oil 10 times more expensive, but on one condition. Otto, you have to be my knight. No, sorry, I can't. Becoming a knight, I absolutely can't do it. Faced with this sudden invitation, of course, he flatly rejected it. However, Zun Zun sighed regretfully and said, really? That's a pity. In that case, I can't buy your oil, Otto. Huh? Look, even though I have a high status, I only stay at the Reinhardt's house. If I spent a fortune on useless oil for no reason, even I would be reprimanded. Right, Reinhardt? Zun Zun is right. Otto looked incredulously at Reinhardt, who nodded slowly. He didn't notice Zun Zun's cover-up or the Sword Saint's resigned gesture. He was completely immersed in the agony of his impending bankruptcy. So, then only 50%, no, 30%, don't you understand the situation, Otto? It's not about the amount of money, it's about my purchasing behavior. He was completely speechless. As a businessman, he certainly understood what Zun Zun meant. Otto had often encountered the nobles with money but no way to spend it, often when they wanted to buy beautiful slaves but were prevented by their wives. But if Otto becomes my knight, that's another story. Under her bewildered gaze, Zun Zun smiled and said, you are my knight. If anything happens to you, I will be implicated as well. So I have no choice but to help you. I will pay whatever is necessary. Do you understand? Well, whether it involves the head merchant or a common servant, no, common servants aren't worth my money. Zun Zun rejected the offer outright. While the kingdom has always had restrictions and discouraged it, common servants are truly expendable tools, like Natsuki Subaru, whom Roswell has every right to dispose of as he pleases. Therefore, most nobles would not spend a fortune on common servants. Is this a way to rise to prominence and become a knight, or to ruin yourself and become someone else's slave? Otto, you are smart enough to make the right decision. With that, Otto successfully became Zun Zun's knight, and his name was published in the official announcement. Even a fool would know the right decision in such a situation, so why was Otto so frustrated and restless? The reason was, that Lord is, in fact, the sixth candidate for the royal election. I had no idea something like this was even happening. I remember the kingdom issued a statement. Well, how should I put it? Since the oil hasn't been sold, I can't focus on anything else, so, really? It's true that it's hard to focus on anything else in that situation, Reinhardt comforted Otto. Otto felt slightly moved. He had assumed the sword saint would be as arrogant and conceited as the other nobles. Reinhardt was known in the kingdom for his integrity, honesty, and kindness, but Otto had a natural dislike for nobles. Furthermore, similar rumors circulated among the nobles back home, but not in reality. So he was wary of Reinhardt and his companions. But after spending some time together, Otto saw for the first time true kindness and beauty in nobles, those almost impossible qualities. What is it, Otto? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, so dazzling. The sword saint was truly dazzling. A truly perfect person. Standing beside the beaming Reinhardt, Otto felt deeply embarrassed. And with so much concern for him, not even jealousy could arise. You two seem quite close, sir. The two were slightly startled by the arrival of the newcomer. Reinhardt placed his hand over his heart and bowed. After a brief pause, Otto quickly imitated him. While unfamiliar with etiquette and such things, he was very sensitive to such matters, demonstrating his meticulous observation. Don't be so polite. The Lord waved his hand, looking down at his knight and teasing, they say clothes make the man, and Otto, you look very handsome in your knightly attire, it's just that your face is too scruffy, just like that idiot. Oh no, seeing your face reminds me of an idiot who hasn't matured at all, no matter what's happened. It suddenly makes me angry. Getting angry just by looking at someone's face is too much, Otto cried out, complaining. He didn't want to wear the night attire that made him feel uncomfortable, but Reinhardt said it was mandatory after joining the order, so he had no choice. However, he heard that he wouldn't have to be so reserved once he returned to the barracks. By the way, what were you talking about just now? How I accidentally sold myself out, Otto said with a wistful look. Perhaps, for him, agreeing to become Zun Zun's knight was like selling himself out. Although the knighthood sounded nice, it was no different than buying and selling slaves. Although Zun Zun insisted on his great potential, Otto felt deeply insecure. Perhaps he was just a useless figurehead. Wait a minute. I've heard that many nobles have that kind of fetish. Could he have bought me for some reason? If I'm not mistaken, Zun Zun-sama is a boy. Although his handsome appearance may be deceiving, he is undoubtedly a boy. If she slept with him that night, would you agree or not? Otto, I feel offended. No, Otto replied loudly, but his hands were folded on his slender shoulders, like a small white flower about to be desecrated by an evil noble. Zun Zun paid him no attention. He turned to look at the sword saint beside him. Reinhardt, what did that old man say? You really called Lord Mikladov, the representative of the Council of Sages and the most powerful person in the kingdom at present, an old man? You're going too far, you're very long-winded. Didn't Priscilla say the same thing? That lord is a different story. Reinhardt shook his head helplessly. At Zun Zun's insistence, he said, that sir has some complaints about you allowing a mere merchant to become a knight. Lord Mikladov clearly recommended so many outstanding knights to you, yet you rejected them all. I said all those royal guards were misfits. Zun Zun pursed his lips. The Sage Council elder's dissatisfaction with his decision was predictable. After all, except for Natsuki Subaru, the self-proclaimed but unrecognized knight, the other four knights were prominent figures. Even Al was a formidable swordsman. Regardless of his emotional intelligence or IQ, his combat prowess was guaranteed. That was why the elders urged Zun Zun to select his own guards. After all, they could protect the king's candidate. Otto, on the other hand, a mere merchant, lacking in combat prowess, even timid and cowardly. In comparison, he was even inferior to Natsuki Subaru, who dared to throw a tantrum in the palace lobby. Such an assessment made Otto hang his head. Reinhardt hadn't said anything hurtful or made any moves to suggest otherwise. But that didn't mean the others didn't react. At least the old man's face was filled with disappointment at the sight. What are you talking about, Reinhardt? Zun Zun stood on tiptoe, put his arm around Otto's shoulders, and said with a broad smile, though it may not be obvious now, Otto has extraordinary potential. I believe the day will come when he will shine. Zun Zun. Otto was so moved he almost cried. I'm sorry to bother you at such an emotional time. Fram walked briskly to the group, took out a letter, and said, Zun Zun, here is your invitation. Invitation. The contents of the invitation are unknown at the moment, but the seal's emblem is a winged lion, and the sender is Crush. He opens the letter. After reading it carefully, Zun Zun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sir, Your Majesty, Reinhardt, I never imagined you'd become so popular. No, I'm amused because I didn't expect even the favorite for the royal election, Crush, to be so restless. With Her Majesty's consent, Reinhardt finished reading the letter, his expression slightly skeptical. Sir, Your Majesty, could it be a matchmaking letter, more exactly, a marriage proposal? And the suitor, of course, was Crush himself. The Duchess had hinted in the letter that she wished to marry His Majesty. Chapter 245 The Duchess's View of Love. At Crush's invitation, Zun Zun, accompanied by Mr. Green and Fram, arrived at the Karsten family mansion. A dragon-shaped carriage bearing the family crest of the Sword Saints slowly entered the Duke's vast courtyard. He stepped out of the carriage. The first thing he saw was the one who had invited him, Crouch. Flanked by Ferris, the feline man with a devilish smile, and Wilhelm, the tall, elderly butler with a piercing gaze, they followed her like loyal guards. Standing at the front, Crush appeared graceful and elegant, her lustrous, deep green, almost black hair tied with a white satin ribbon, flowing freely. A pure white, off-the-shoulder dress accentuated her feminine figure, and a ribbon draped over her bare shoulders adorned her face with a gentle smile. In stark contrast to the majestic beauty she had displayed in men's clothing during the royal selection ceremony, she now looked more like a woman. A flash of surprise crossed Zun Zun's eyes, but it quickly faded. The surprise at Crush's presence lasted only an instant, and once he adjusted, there was no particular reaction. And if it comes to contrast, Zun Zun couldn't think of anyone more striking than Aqua. Oh no. He was already laughing. But she was dressed well. She was wearing something that enhanced her femininity, not a masculine and overbearing military uniform. She seemed to take this blind date very seriously. Zun Zun's scrutiny lasted only 3 seconds before he met Crush's gaze, his lips curving slightly into a friendly and approachable smile. Ms. Crush, you look truly radiant today. I am at a loss for words to compliment you. It was a social tactic. If you don't want to compliment someone, use this tactic. It's appropriate and avoids unnecessary trouble. Thank you for the compliment. It's worth it. I'm so glad you like it. But then, his compliment was shattered. Although Crush dresses femininely, her tone and movements remain precise and upright. As Subaru Natsuki once said, even if we change our attire, our nature remains unchanged. Even if Crush is forced to do so to avoid being looked down upon, what's inside her can't be changed. It's little Ferris's credit, meow, said the catman who called himself, jumping happily. After all, he's a distinguished guest, I have to dress up, meow. Zun Zun, you have me to thank. Lord Subaru was quite reluctant at first, but Ferris, when distinguished guests come to discuss serious matters, I usually wear a military uniform, so it looks more formal. But isn't Lord Subaru going on a blind date this time? I have to change my style, otherwise, it would be bad to scare Zun Zun away, meow, it's not good to overdress. I see, is that right? Crush seemed to trust Ferris a great deal, but that also reflected her natural, albeit disguised, side. Wilhelm stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said, Master Zun Zun, excuse me. Please go to the guest room to discuss matters. Master will, call me Zun Zun. I never believed our friendship would be affected by status, Zun Zun corrected him with a warm smile. I have great respect and gratitude for Master Will, and I will never hold a grudge, I will remember that. Wilhelm nodded sincerely. Ferris even ran right in front of Crush and put his arm around her, laughing sweetly. I told Master Crush not to be so distant. We are very close friends, meow, it may sound a bit backhanded, but it is. I am deeply grateful to you and Master Will. If you hadn't intervened, I probably would have been killed by the gut hunter. Thank you, Ferris, Master Will. Zun Zun thanked them both sincerely. The gut hunter had exhausted him, not to mention the Beastmaster. Although he could have escaped then, Mr. Green and Fram couldn't, so Zun Zun was very grateful to them. True, the Werricate raised his chin proudly at Crush, causing the Duchess to shake her head in a mixture of anger and amusement. But since Zun Zun didn't care, he didn't insist. Then they all headed to the guest room. Mr. Green and Wilhelm probably had other topics to discuss, so they didn't follow. Phyllis, not knowing what she was doing, left anyway, leaving Zun Zun, Crush, and Fram to serve them. Upon reaching the guest room, Crush nonchalantly opened the cabinet, revealing an assortment of exquisite bottles filled with dark liquids. "Would you like some wine, Miss Crush? I'm only 14, not old enough to drink." Really? She didn't seem to expect such a response, so she looked a little dazed, as if a program had glitched and gotten stuck. She could even be heard muttering, contrary to what Ferris said, "Drunken sex seems to be out. Hey, what's that cat-eared guy up to? What's with all the drunken sex? Wait a minute." From what Zun Zun knew of Ferris, he must have known she couldn't drink, but he still said it to Crush, probably trying to tease her. Just like when she told Crush that the king's selection ceremony was a relationship-building gathering. Fram soon brought over a fragrant cup of black tea. They both took a sip. "Speaking of which, Miss Crush, Subaru's staying at your house, right?" "He's, very well. Since the gate was destroyed, Ferris has been healing him." That was Amelia's kindness. He had negotiated benefits with Crush's group, asking Ferris to heal Natsuki Subaru. In fact, Subaru went shopping with Miss Ram this morning. If Zun Zun wants to see him, he'll probably have to wait until evening. "No, I'm not here to see him." Zun Zun waved his hand indifferently. While he held no grudge against Natsuki Subaru, he also disliked walking troublemakers, especially those types who exploded at the slightest disagreement. Besides, this time he was there for a blind date. Speaking of blind dates, Miss Crush, I thought you wouldn't submit to a blind date, Oh, really? Zun Zun's sudden words gave Crush pause. It's more like acceptance than submission. In fact, after the news of the royal selection broke, the number of marriage proposals increased dramatically. After all, I am a duke, so it's only natural that some would come to me. She spoke without the shyness of a young girl, but frankly, I'm already 20 years old, so marriage isn't unusual given my age. But my gender and position are complicated, so I've always ignored things. I understand. Being a duke and a woman discourages men, that's true. But times have changed. Those who came directly to me before gave up at the sight of me, but this time it's different. Being a candidate for the royal throne had elevated Crush's status from duchess to the top of the kingdom. Those who hadn't shown interest in marriage until now probably eluded her because of that. Zun Zun asked curiously, Lady Subaru, are you very convinced of marriage? It's as if you want to get married even without me. How should I put it? Subaru paused, and she sighed slightly. That's also what I plan. Depending on the person I contract with, it may increase my advantage in the king's selection. In this regard, all the candidates are single, and the conditions are the same. Only Dowager Priscilla Barlier's situation is a little different. Well, I see. Marriage, through joining with a powerful person and absorbing the other party into one's own faction, is also an effective method. Whether in his previous life or the one before that, Zun Zun has had the same experience. Truly, I am very grateful to you, Zun Zun, grateful to me. Your presence forced those nobles to abandon their marriage plans. Originally, by popular consent, it was explicitly forbidden for candidates to marry during the royal election period before the dragon intercourse ceremony. To put it politely, it was to contribute to the kingdom before finding a husband. To put it bluntly, it was to prevent each noble from strengthening their own faction. That's right, Zun Zun understood after a moment's thought. The Council of Sages declared that the fastest way to become king was to marry Zun Zun, and that marrying a candidate for the royal election would mean giving up the throne. If they gave up the throne, why bother getting married? In the end, the matter fell through. Although Miss Crush seems grateful, it sounds more like resentment to me. After all, you've rejected so many talented young men, just to keep one. Right, true, but I don't mind. Unfortunately, being born into the Karsten family means you can't date anyone or decide about marriage, and as a woman, I'm not obsessed with that. I'm going to throw up. I really am about to throw up. Zun Zun didn't have Crush in his sights or anything. Rather, this profit-driven commitment reminded him of his past life. It was purely a reaction to stress. His fiancée in his previous life was such a delicate woman that she seemed like a doll, a lily-like creature, completely lifeless. as if she had lost all motivation and hope. Of course, Crush wouldn't be like that. But in Zun Zun's eyes, there was no difference between them. They both lived for their families, one as a worker, the other as a reproductive instrument. Crush had long since renounced free love. She chose her partner not based on her own conscience, but on their status and family background. That was the Duchess's philosophy on marriage. What's wrong, Zun Zun? You look a little odd. Nothing, I'm just remembering some past events. Really? He noticed a calm determination and unwavering conviction in her eyes, the fruit of long cultivation, and not even Zun Zun was in a position to criticize or correct him. Chapter 246, Everything is Stein's, Gate's Choice. Come to think of it, Zun Zun is only 14 this year, right? I'm 21. Don't you prefer those older than you, huh? Or do you prefer the likes of Anastasia Hexen and Ferret? Considering you've been living with a Holy Sword family, you must have a good relationship with Ferret. But Zun Zun, you behaved like that with Priscilla in public. Do you prefer older women? She reasoned to herself, frustrated that despite their ups and downs, she was nowhere near as liberal as the arrogant woman. It was a misunderstanding. I just got angry and attacked her. Really? Crush looked slightly relieved. Zun Zun pursed his lips. Although he knew it was natural, he didn't expect her to be this natural, to be so obsessed with whether her body could please Zun Zun, even in front of him. But Miss Crush is really contradictory. Contradictory? I remember you said during the royal selection ceremony that you had doubts about the kingdom's future and were determined to break free from the dragon's control and choose independence. However, now you've proposed to me. You're not attracted to my looks or my abilities, but to my status, right? His words were quite direct. This practically labeled Crush as the same greedy woman as Priscilla. Any other noble would have been furious and irritated. However, I admit that's true. Then, if I were to succeed to the throne, my policy would be as I stated back then. Although the dragon calendar stone chose me as a candidate, in choosing me, who would break the alliance with the dragon? Was it the dragon's will or the action of Heaven's speaker? In either case, it was a reasonable decision. Don't you think so, my dear? Was his reply a trap? Originally, the dragon's intention might have been to secure her firm support, but it was misinterpreted as an attempt to dissolve the alliance with his words. The others would surely disapprove, but Dragon had chosen her as a candidate, which made his words very likely. The Steins Gate choice, what's that? It doesn't have any special meaning, but once you make it happen, it makes sense. You mean it represents the decision you make, not the outcome. She understood at once. He was putting on an act, saying that everything was determined by fate, for better or worse, and that it could be explained with that statement. So, back to the topic, Crush straightened up and said seriously, I just made my intentions clear, Zun Zun. I wish to marry you. I'm motivated not by love, but by money. But I promise you, I will fall in love with you. Believe me, boarding the bus first and buying the ticket later? It was a common sentiment among great families, with a deeply distorted concept of love, especially among duchesses at the top of the nobility. Zun Zun, who had been through this before and felt deeply upset, fell silent and shook his head. I'm sorry, is there something about me that dissatisfies you? My looks, my figure, my past? I don't boast, but I am quite attractive. Or do you have a chosen you're interested in? Sorry, I don't mean to intrude on your relationship, but I need to think about my own future. Of course, if you don't want to talk, I won't force you. Honestly, Crush was too blunt. He was a little in love with her, but that was precisely why he couldn't agree. No, Miss Crush is undoubtedly a very good woman. I admit that my behavior with other chosen may have seemed ambiguous to her, but I haven't made any promises to them. After all, I have a fiancé, and I wouldn't use that to coerce anyone or seek personal gain. I wasn't lying. Crush pricked up her ears, pretending to listen, and nodded quickly. Divine protection of the wind, the ability to read human emotions. In general, she could read the surface emotions of others with ease, and she was rarely fooled. Crush herself considered this divine protection to be an ineffective diplomatic technique against those skilled in concealment. So the elders of the Council of Sages probably considered it and didn't force it, Crush concluded, compiling the information. A smile spread across her lips. It wasn't the commanding smile of a powerful woman. Instead, she looked at Zun Zun with admiration, like a woman looks at a man. So, the cat-eared man behind the door, don't show me such strong hostility. I don't have such thoughts toward Miss Crush, little Ferris is just jealous. It's only your second time, and we've grown so close, and chatted so happily. I'm so jealous. Pushing open the door, Ferris appeared, biting her lower lip in mock resentment. Seeing Crush's moist eyes, he felt even more disheartened. It's called instant rapport. Crush and I, like Reinhardt, felt a great closeness from the moment we met. And what about little Ferris? Felice, you're probably after the gut hunter. How is that possible? What a great distance. The catman tucked his tail and wiped away non-existent tears with a pitiful look. This hypocritical attitude was the main reason Zun Zun detested him. However, after meeting the gut hunter, his feelings toward Ferris changed. Crush smiled back. It's true that I enjoyed the blind date more than I expected. It's rare to talk so much with someone. I didn't expect him to be so pleasant. That's just me. Just like you, Miss Crush, are very popular in the blind date market. I am too. Zun Zun, have you been on many blind dates? This is my first time ever. Zun Zun added a qualifier. After all, it was strange for a 14-year-old girl to have so much experience with blind dates. That was a first, wasn't it? Ferris gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction, saying jealously, damn, Master Crush's first blind date, and he's dressed so sloppily, it's infuriating. What are you talking about? Zun Zun rolled his eyes and grumbled, you chose that outfit for Miss Crush, didn't you? Why are you so hostile to me? It's different. No, it's not. It's fine when you're with little Ferris, but you can't be alone with a hungry beast like that. All men are perverts, don't be so unreasonable. You're a man too. If Ferris dared to claim he was a man in a woman's body, Zun Zun would help him become her right now and achieve it. Little Ferris wouldn't look at Master Crush with lecherous eyes, so it's fine. But Zun Zun is different. He falls for every woman he meets and even flirted with that widow during the royal selection ceremony. You want to deny it? Zun Zun was completely unable to defend himself. Damn it. He had simply gotten angry and wanted to publicly humiliate her, but he had ended up being a scoundrel instead. Although Crush didn't say it directly, his eyes seemed to say so. And felt Sama, I remember you living with her under the same roof, right? You must have seen her youthful body from time to time, and all sorts of lovely things happen to increase your affection. How? Zun Zun sneered disdainfully. Ferris was stunned for a moment. It seemed that the man in front of her ignored Felt's flattery. Thinking of him fondling Priscilla's ample breasts in public, he probably liked that sort of thing. Felice, even jokes should be restrained. Crush interrupted him at just the right moment, saying, Zun Zun doesn't think that way about a woman like me, who is neither cute nor small. Then he looked at her for approval. Zun Zun suddenly hesitated. Probably, maybe, possibly, almost. What? How dare you look down on Master Crush? I'll kill you. What do you want me to do to satisfy you? Ferris, looking like an angry wildcat, was desperate. Wait, Crush asked, bewildered. Why did you just tell a lie in a hint of doubt? What's wrong? Don't you like your fiancée, or do you find Priscilla's more attractive? Your interpretation is strange. Zun Zun pursed his lips. Then, what's wrong? X2 gossip is a part of human nature, even when one is a duchess who perks up with tomboyish manners and the other is a girl with cat ears pretending to be a girl. Especially when it comes to love, they become obsessed. Yes, I give up. Zun Zun raised his hands and explained helplessly, actually, it's about another childhood crush of mine, Makabuka, I see. Through a misunderstanding, you got engaged to one of your childhood crushes, but you didn't tell the other one, or even your other friends, right? So, do you like your fiancé? Yes, and the other childhood crush, me too. Faced with Crush and Ferris's barrage of questions, Zun Zun answered without hesitation. If you like both of them, what's there to worry about? Can't you marry both of them? Don't you understand, Master Crush? Women are very possessive. If the man they love is taken away from them, they're bound to get jealous. I see, that's right. Hey, are they on the wrong side? It wasn't clear who the woman was, but it seemed Ferris understood women better. That was it. Perhaps for family reasons, Megumin was very possessive. Zun Zun had once asked her casually, pretending not to care, but in return, the girl flew into a rage and threatened to attack him with explosive magic. Headache, this immature love. Ferris, get me the red wine I have stored in the cupboard. Good meow. Hey, don't use my business as an appetizer. The three of them began to argue. But as if that cheerful atmosphere shouldn't exist, the door to the guest room was suddenly opened, the cheerful laughter silenced, and a face twisted with fear appeared in the doorway. It was Natsuki Subaru, panting and sweating profusely. Chapter 247 Natsuki Subaru, have a dream. Lord Natsuki Subaru, even the polite Subaru was slightly irritated when an unqualified person suddenly barged into the lively banquet. She even changed her name to Natsuki Subaru instead of Subaru. Even though you are an honored guest, you shouldn't barge into a gathering without permission. I hope you'll be a little more careful. Alright, Lord Subaru. You must be worried about something. You look sweaty. My apologies, little Felix, you're probably not very good at it. Is something else hurting? The catboy walked up to Natsuki Subaru with a smile on his face, gently stroking her cheek to erase her frown. Seeing the man's gloomy expression, crushed it and blamed him, but, Lord Natsuki Subaru, allow me to correct something. Treating you as guests seems to have caused a misunderstanding, and I apologize for that. To be more precise, you didn't treat us as enemies, but Emilia Ten is a political enemy to you, Crush, isn't she, Natsuki Subaru's words left the three in the room speechless. Honestly, while they had been kind and cordial to the man before them for various reasons, they couldn't believe that someone reckless enough to shout at the royal selection ceremony could have such political acumen and such rapid growth in just a few days. I understand. Crush meant that she was being so kind to me because of the contract she signed with Emilia, and that our rivalry hadn't changed. I understand. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meeting. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, sir. The man bowed decisively and apologized loudly. Hey, what's up, meow? Are you really Subaru? By the way, have you been switched? Ferris teased, scanning his body. Exactly. It's none other than Natsuki Subaru. Crush, taking the catman's hint, closed one eye and said helplessly, Subaru's already apologized, so I can't be that mean, right? Seemingly forgiving Natsuki Subaru's rudeness, he changed his address to Subaru. Thank you very much. Honestly, if you were to punish me, I don't know what I would do. Natsuki Subaru suddenly relaxed and said this in a frivolous tone. I thought he was being so respectful because he had realized his status, but it seemed nothing had changed. Was it just an illusion? No. Zun Zun realized that the man had been staring at him. Hey, Zun Zun, who am I? Are you crazy? Never mind, just tell me. Who am I? Natsuki Subaru's eyes revealed anxiety, the look of someone afraid they won't get what they want. Zun Zun seemed to realize something. You are Natsuki Subaru, a fellow countryman. Hearing this, Natsuki Subaru's face lit up. But, you're still a shameless fool, shameless, careless without limits, always causing trouble without considering the opinions of others, and even without caring about your own life. I forgot, you're still an incurable ass-kisser. That's called caring. I'm dedicated to Emilia Ten. Natsuki Subaru was so angry that he jumped to his feet, but soon heaved a sigh of relief. I'm very glad to hear your poisonous tongue as always. Thank you, Zun Zun. Subaru, are you doomed? I probably don't know if I've woken up. But I know that if no one encourages me, I won't get far. You're very self-aware. Zun Zun thought he would refute out loud, but he admitted it, causing the catman to sneer at him. Then, Natsuki Subaru suddenly struck a JoJo pose, shouting, Natsuki Subaru, have a dream, to become a superstar of the kingdom. Stop it. What the hell, are you losing your mind? And shouldn't you be pointing your hips to the sky? That pose doesn't suit you. Zun Zun started to lose his composure. Natsuki Subaru smiled. Oh, I just wanted a change of scene. This guy had been pulling this nonsense for a while now. Zun Zun had already surmised that he had probably experienced death and resurrection many times, but to those who didn't know better, his behavior was really abrupt, and the contrast was obvious. He was wrong, completely wrong. In contrast, Natsuki Subaru was the best. He just wasn't good looking at all. Well, enough of this nonsense. Crush crossed her arms, tilted her head to examine the unexpected guest who had burst into the room so rudely, and asked, Subaru, you came in so hastily. You're not crazy, but do you have something important to tell me? It is something important, tell me. If it's reasonable, I can forgive your rudeness, Subaru. Natsuki Subaru nodded seriously, then looked at her red-faced, black-haired compatriot on the other side. Zun Zun, stay for dinner. What? I said stay for dinner with us. Seeing him come in despite being kicked out and with that serious expression, I thought he might say something shocking, but I didn't expect that he just wanted to stay with Zun Zun for dinner. Okay, Ferris, give me my sword. I'll kill Natsuki Subaru right now, okay, meow, Master Crush? Wait, I'm serious. Destroy him without his sword, Crush angrily threatened to attack, while Natsuki Subaru begged for mercy, while the Catman watched with a smile. Zun Zun replied that he deserved it. While Natsuki Subaru's wish to stay was innocent, using such a cliché excuse would surely irritate the others. However, after Crush expressed her desire to treat Zun Zun to dinner, Zun Zun desisted and quickly left Crush's residence to join Reinhardt and the others. Natsuki Subaru then said something strange. Zun Zun, you have me to thank. During the break, Zun Zun asked Fram, if we want to go to Astria's territory, will we pass by the Flygia tree on the way, the sage's tree? Yes, because we are chasing after Lord Reinhardt, Lord Felt, and the others, and according to the planned route, we will pass by there, I understand. With a light sigh, the voice gradually trailed off, and the room returned to silence. Until evening. The dinner prepared by Zun Zun's status was supposed to be opulent, but due to conspiracy, not only did it fail, but the dinner was also delayed. I finally understand the reason for delaying dinner and meeting here. Crush, sitting on the main seat sofa with his hands crossed over his legs, broke the silence, and a look of understanding appeared on his stern face. Really? The catboy's playful voice chimed in. To be honest, little Ferris is still skeptical. Such a timid man, suddenly becoming so determined and energetic, is trouble no matter how you look at it. Although his tone and expression feigned levity, the gaze he directed at Natsuki Subaru was slightly defensive, clearly wary of his mischief. Wilhelm, standing behind Crush, had the same expression, his gaze fixed on him, as if searching for any flaws. If it weren't for Zun Zun's arm around Natsuki Subaru's shoulders, he would have raised his hands in surrender, his face hunched. Don't say that. Subaru must have his own ideas, right? I'm truly amazed by Natsuki Subaru. Although I just arrived to visit Master Crush. It seems you've already anticipated this. You're no ordinary person, Russell said. He was a representative of the capital's influential merchant guild, distinguished by his dark blonde hair and neat goatee. Although he looked like a gentle and refined middle-aged man, his eyes were unsmiling. After all, the fact that his whereabouts were known, and that he was a merchant, meant there must be spies on his side. Unbeknownst to Russell, Natsuki Subaru had discovered his whereabouts through even stranger means. Russell's words, seemingly meant to divert attention, were dismissed by Natsuki Subaru with a careless shrug. Sorry, Rem is going to look for someone. Please wait a moment. We're not sure if they'll come, but it's very likely. I've been waiting for it for a long time. May I ask for your confirmation? Even in the face of Natsuki Subaru's pretentious remarks, Russell's response remained firm. Regarding the shopkeeper who had completely outdone him, Natsuki Subaru raised his lips and said with a hint of impudence, it's simple. She's very sensitive to the smell of money, she said so herself. If it's true, she'll definitely appear. Is it the same with Mr. Russell? My goodness. I've been troubled, Russell said, putting his hand to his forehead with a wry smile. He seemed to be saying that his intentions had been discovered, but Natsuki Subaru seemed to ignore the lies in his words and spoke again. Actually, this time it's not money, but something else. Although it wasn't confirmed last time, I don't think she'll refuse. He looked at Zun Zun. Just as Zun Zun was confused and wondering if he had anything to do with this, the door to the reception room opened, revealing a young girl, Rem. Under everyone's gaze, she ran after Natsuki Subaru and whispered in his ear, she'll be here soon. Just as Subaru said, she ran to me as soon as she knew Master Zun was here. Really? Natsuki Subaru's lips curled wildly, that smile deeply unsettling Master Zun. Subaru, I thought I heard my own name just now. Master Zun, this is the first time I've felt the trap of beauty work so well. I'm sorry for taking advantage of you, but what I said earlier was true. Consider this your return gift. Hey, aren't you? Master Zun's eyes widened. He realized that Natsuki Subaru seemed to be using him to fish, and she even caught a huge fish. Okay, Natsuki Subaru slammed the table, stood up abruptly, and said to everyone, the last participant said he'd be late, but the core members are already here. I'm so sorry for keeping you all waiting. Let's begin the meeting. Her voice trembled slightly, but she spoke with determination. Chapter 248. Hello, get married. Crush's sharp gaze swept over Natsuki Subaru, who gathered the courage to restrain himself. First, I want to confirm one thing. You must personally inform me of the purpose of this meeting. Of course, He held the sharp gaze unblinkingly, a determined smile on his lips, as if forgetting his previous failures. A negotiation between Emilia's side and Crush's, an alliance on equal terms, to this end. Did you say alliance? Crush paused, then looked at Rem, who shook her head gently, indicating that she hadn't given it away. She marveled at Natsuki Subaru once again. Roswell had given Rem instructions without her knowledge, and had strictly ordered her not to share the details with her unless he himself was privy to it. Yet how could he, so narcissistic and self-centered, so consumed by a broken heart, see beyond the limits? After several reincarnations, Natsuki Subaru finally understood what was happening. The talks each night revolve around forming an alliance. Rem has outlined her terms. The magic ore from the Great Forest of Ariel and the partial mining rights are our main bargaining chip. Seeing no reason to hold anything back, Crush bluntly stated what Natsuki Subaru had only hinted at. Zun Zun didn't react. Instead, the eyes of the only merchant present lit up. My goodness. That's something I can't miss. Russell, who had remained silent until recently, had a gleam in his eyes. His tone revealed his joy at finally hearing something of true value. From what Russell had mentioned, magic ore seemed to be useful for crafting magic stone artifacts, or even magic items for skilled craftsmen. While magic items were relevant to his specialty, he didn't have a deep understanding of them, nor did he have much opportunity. In short, he simply didn't have the time to research them. Natsuki Subaru then offered to partially cede the mining rights in the Great Aerial Forest, provisionally for 3 years, without unduly interfering with the interests of either party. If they weren't satisfied, they could add more time. She spoke cautiously and carefully, for fear that the mining rights would become permanent if they weren't careful. It was certainly a tempting proposal. Crush shook her head and said, in this case, the repercussions of the negotiations will be troubling. We're dealing with a rival candidate for the royal election, a half-elf. Emilia, who has been slandered as a half-demon. We must be cautious about the future. One could say she's guarding her reputation, or that she values it. However, it's necessary. To ascend the throne, all aspects must be considered. While Crush could benefit greatly from the mining rights in the Great Aerial Forest, there's no need for such urgency. Rushing things along would only create hidden dangers for the faction. Therefore, they needed a reason. One that could push things forward, that could force those around them into silent submission. This was what Natsuki Subaru must provide, and it was the thick barrier he needed to overcome. Natsuki Subaru's lips trembled slightly, and he gritted his teeth to keep from jumping up in excitement. After a deep look at Zun Zun, whose eyes and mouth were tightly closed, he suppressed the trembling in his body and took a deep breath. To establish an alliance, we will hand over the mining rights and intelligence. Intelligence, yes, I can hand over certain information, the location and time of the white whale's appearance. That's my hand. A bombshell. Zun Zun's heart leapt. It wasn't the name that frightened him, but the shifting energy in the room that put him involuntarily on alert. A dense, heavy sword energy filled the room. Zun Zun slowly opened his eyes and looked at the elderly butler standing behind Crush. I'm so sorry, I was very immature. Wilhelm, one eye closed, apologized to everyone with a firm expression. He said he would agree if they asked him to leave, but Crush stopped him, knowing that her former master must listen to his subordinates' requests. Then the somewhat abrupt term white whale comes up. Could the white whale you're referring to be the fog white whale, one of the 3 great magical beasts? Yes, it's the monster that spreads fog as it swims through the air. Having experienced numerous reincarnations, Subaru Natsuki knew the location and time of its appearance perfectly, so he decided to use this information as a bargaining chip for the alliance. Crush fell into deep thought. Her reason told her not to accept, but her heart told her that the silence of her subordinates was deafening. Russell, however, shouted about the terror of the white whale. As a merchant, he naturally knew the power of the white whales that roamed the continent, causing trouble for caravans and various kingdoms. Although Zun Zun had never seen a white whale and was unaware of its strength, he imagined it to be similar to the mobile fortress destroyer. They also roamed the continent, destroying everything in their path without a trace, and both were incredibly formidable. At the very least, Zun Zun was probably no match for the white whale. If we could predict the time and place of its appearance, the importance and value of this information would be worth a fortune, but Russell looked at Natsuki Subaru with an icy stare. Its value depends on the credibility of the information. How will you prove it, Natsuki Subaru? I'm saying pretty much the same thing as Russell. Now it's time for us to hear the basis for your claim. Crush also questioned the source of the information. Natsuki Subaru was sweating profusely, but her expression betrayed no anxiety. She desperately suppressed her weakness and revealed her next trump card. That's how I knew the white whale would appear. With that, she placed an object firmly on the table. It was an old-fashioned flip phone. Crush and the others were amazed by this magical object called a shooting star, which glowed, had strange patterns, and could take photos. Russell, after playing with it, praised it effusively. Although Zun Zun sneered, he didn't say anything that would reveal her clumsy lie. Instead, he silently watched her performance. Although the flip phone couldn't warn of the appearance of a demonic beast or accurately predict the time of other monsters' appearance, Subaru Natsuki's clever rhetoric managed to change Crush's perception. Suddenly, she realized that Crush's divine protection was similar to the polygraph in Sosei, a magical device with a slight distortion in its perception of the truth. It seemed that the information about the white whale, obtained through the old flip phone, had engendered a certain amount of trust, and everything was going well. But what about me? Ever since Subaru Natsuki announced the meeting, Zun Zun had been watching him, acting as a mere decoration, completely oblivious to his reason for being. He felt a little bored. Can the Ren family join in the meteorite discussion? The sudden intrusion startled everyone in the reception room. The owner of the voice entered the room, smiling radiantly at the surprised gaze, and the girl combed her wavy hair with her fingers. Whoever called a Lun family is the most surprised. How strange. Natsuki, her light purple hair was soft as velvet, and her gentle face naturally instilled comfort. The smiling girl observed the group warily, conveying an air of intimidating contempt to those who understood her. However, what no one expected was that, upon landing on Zun Zun, her gaze would suddenly brighten, like a shark scenting blood. With light steps, the girl excitedly approached Zun Zun, gently placing her hands on top of his, a sweet and perfect smile on her face, her mouth slightly ajar. Please marry me, huh? Zun Zun looked at her in astonishment. Wait. Natsuki Subaru stopped Anastasia from proposing to her on the spot, sighing, I know you're anxious, but don't worry. I called you about something else. How strange, Natsuki. Isn't that why you called me? Hey, I remember asking Rem to tell you that Zun Zun was at the Crush residence, and I think she even mentioned something else. I see. It's the Ren family who's anxious. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Anastasia smiled sweetly at Zun Zun again. She really was like a soft, fluffy marshmallow girl. Her outfit, her smile, her light, ethereal movements made them difficult to comprehend. Anastasia hesitated. Crush called out the girl's name, one eye closed, her tone a little irritated and low. Although Subaru invited her, his sudden intrusion and disrespectful behavior toward my distinguished guest are quite excessive. I'm sorry, Anastasia apologized perfunctorily. I've already apologized, what more did I expect? Attitude slightly lowered everyone's esteem. But as Crush had said, it was Subaru Natsuki who invited her, so even if she felt resentment, she couldn't be angry. I originally didn't want to come, but the girl over there tricked me with those words. Although she said it was something related to the white whale and couldn't be taken lightly, Anastasia laughed. The three candidates for the royal election had gathered together, and Subaru Natsuki clasped his fist. The show was about to begin. Excuse me, Russell raised his hand and, after receiving permission, said, I'd like to ask Mr. Natsuki Subaru what his intention is in inviting Lady Anastasia. I wonder if it's, hoping for a good price, right? Following Natsuki Subaru's words, the atmosphere in the reception room suddenly became tense. Russell, who was being looked down upon, felt embarrassed. Crush's expression also turned awkward. She said coldly, You mean, between Anastasia Hexen and me, who'll pay more for information about the white whale, and you choose your allies based on that? If so, it's superficial. Natsuki Subaru, no, it's not like that. Oh, Miss Crush, I'd be scared if you looked at me like that. Natsuki Subaru, oppressed by Crush's domineering gaze, shook his head. Anastasia, however, tilted her head with a hint of mirth at the Duchess's sharp gaze. That's the look someone at the top has when they're afraid of being overtaken from below. Bad taste. It's a natural judgment for you, who already considers your own desires the right path, but my way of life will not waver. Besides, Subaru, taking the challenge seriously, looked back at Natsuki Subaru. As you heard, Subaru Natsuki. If you're expecting an information war between the Karsten family and the Hexen Chamber of Commerce, I've misunderstood. I don't intend to. Wait. Calm down, Subaru, you're speaking too soon. Subaru Natsuki quickly stopped Subaru, who was about to interrupt the conversation. The Duchess frowned. It's too early to tell. So, aren't you trying to sell it for a price? Sure, right? Besides, selling it for a price means using the same thing to deceive different people. But this merchant's demands, from beginning to end, are different from yours. Crush, that's right, so don't be so nervous. Besides, you should have guessed why the Lun family came. Anastasia looked at Zun Zun, whose expression was becoming increasingly strange. Oh no, they're coming for me. Chapter 249 I'm a male succubus. Despite the difficulties, Subaru Natsuki, thanks to his clumsy eloquence and crucial intelligence, he had learned in several reincarnations that Crush intended to subjugate the white whale, successfully persuaded the Duchess. This was the triumph of friendship, development rights for the great forest of Ariel, hard work, the time and place of the white whale's appearance, and a bond, the desire to subjugate it. Natsuki Subaru was moved to tears of frustration. The entire process had been incredibly difficult, and it had taken him several reincarnations to reach this conclusion, but finally, there was a glimmer of hope for a mutually beneficial collaboration. One more question, more. Natsuki Subaru, completely exhausted, reacted violently to Crush's question. But the Duchess ignored his complaints and instead looked at the soft and tender girl beside him. Anastasia, what do you ask for? What, aren't you saying you don't have any? Crush expressed complete distrust at Anastasia's gentle smile. It must be remembered that she only reluctantly agreed to Natsuki Subaru's request after obtaining the development rights to the Great Aerial Forest, the place where the white whale appeared, and the honor of defeating it. For Anastasia, who considered herself an excellent merchant, it was inevitable that she wouldn't have equivalent demands. In fact, the other party's greed might even surpass hers. Outrageous. Miss Crush thinks so highly of the Wren family. That's true. Faced with the incredulous stares, Anastasia's smile remained unchanged. The Wren family are merchants, and they're very excited about defeating the white whale. For merchants like me, the white whale's existence is a matter of life and death. Eliminating it would be a great help. I'll also take care of the Hexen Merchant Guild. Isn't that an exaggeration? It seemed as if she was planning to make a fortune. Wait a moment, the Royal Capital Merchant Guild should have priority in transactions, as should Lady Anastasia. If you wish to intervene, please make this clear. The one who protested was, naturally, Russell, the representative of the Royal Capital Merchant Guild. Amidst the anger that arose between the two, Crush keenly sensed Anastasia's dissembling. And there's more. She must have another reason. I really can't match Miss Crush's insight. Is this also one of Divine Protection's abilities? The Duchess remained evasive. Anastasia sighed softly and said, of course, there's another reason. She looked at Zun Zun, who was standing nearby. Zun Zun had been the bait that had caught this big fish. In other words, Zun Zun was largely responsible for this situation. Crush frowned slightly. Is it worth it? I think so. At the Duchess's inquisitive look, Anastasia smiled and said, the essence of a transaction is that if both parties deem it appropriate, an exchange will be reached, regardless of the item's actual value. Do you understand that, Miss Crush? Money can't buy my will. Crush nodded, knowing full well that Anastasia had equated Zun Zun with the development rights to the Great Aerial Forest, along with the intelligence, honor, and influence of the white whale. Natsuki Subaru scratched his head. It's a little odd of you to say this, but honestly, I don't think Zun Zun is that valuable. Hey, you're using me, and yet you're insulting me. Zun Zun punched Natsuki Subaru in the stomach. The marshmallow girl smiled sweetly. What nonsense. You're trying such an obvious shortcut, even if it comes at a price. Wasn't that what Miss Crush did? Feeling threatened, Natsuki Subaru was deep in thought. Because of the white whale incident, he hadn't considered why Zun Zun was at the mansion, chatting and laughing with Crush and Ferris, even with Crush's attire so feminine. Hey, don't look at me like that, Natsuki Subaru. I'm a woman after all, and I'm over 20 years old. Crush didn't hide or shy away from her actions, she was always so open. Besides, these kinds of marriages were incredibly common. Even if Zun Zun's stance had changed, and the outcome as well, the essence of the marriage remained the same. Natsuki Subaru watched the two beauties vying for Zun Zun's favor with a pang of jealousy. How wonderful. I'm so envious. Why are you envious? You already have Ram, and I envy you. Zun Zun's words made Ram shyly cover her cheek. She had a strong impression of Zun Zun. By the way, After all this talk, it's finally my turn, isn't it? Zun Zun rolled his eyes in annoyance, lifted his delicate chin toward Anastasia, and said, I know you're plotting against me. You're supposed to be very fond of Julius, so why are you falling for someone else? Please don't use the harsh word plotting against me. Besides, the Lun family isn't plotting against anyone else. They're merchants. They want to get as much as they can, whether it's you or Julius. Anastasia's greedy words sent shivers down his spine. He remembered that during the royal selection ceremony, she had clearly expressed her desire for a kingdom of her own to satisfy her mercantile greed. And now it was the same. Whether it was Zun Zun or Julius, he wanted them all. A reverse harem? Are you offended by the Ren family's words? Or are you actually a man with a strong sense of exclusivity? But as far as the Ren family knows, becoming king brings with it many close friends, be it a kingdom or an empire. If you're worried about falling from grace, there's no need. The Ren family will treat you well. No, it's not like that. As Anastasia had said, people of high status usually had harems or concubines, not just kings, but nobles as well. Zun Zun had no intention of criticizing her. After all, he was the one with his eye on his fiancée and childhood sweetheart. I don't know if Julius will mind, but unfortunately, he and I won't be on the same page. Hey, stop talking nonsense with a little girl. She started it first. Zun Zun complained to Natsuki Subaru, who was fussing at him. Anastasia, with her rosy cheeks, looked delicate and pitiful, but her innate greed was terrifying. She was the very image of lust. If one didn't know who the lustful witch and the high priestess were, it would have been easy to misunderstand. Crush's lips curved into a smile, hard not to suspect it was a smirk. Your plan has failed, Anastasia. That's not necessarily true, Miss Crush. Just because you can't close a deal doesn't mean others can't. Most of the Ren family's clients are this tough, but they quickly cave into the Ren family's relentless pressure, and this time is no exception. Anastasia softly retorted to the Duchess's teasing, expressing her unwavering faith in her own success. Crush snorted. She knew Zun Zun's relationship and, from their conversations, his unbreakable bond with his childhood sweetheart. So she had no faith in Anastasia's success. Meanwhile, Natsuki Subaru had also closed her deal with Russell. In reality, their previous exchange of blows was just a charade, meant to facilitate this cooperative agreement. The price was exchanging the Meteor, an antique flip phone, with Russell after the White Whale incident. Anastasia and Crush regretted being tricked. Natsuki Subaru stood up triumphantly. Very well, now that we've reached an alliance, let's begin. Wait a moment, Subaru, Zun Zun suddenly said. I know you're anxious, but wait. You promised Miss Crush and Miss Anastasia so many benefits, but what about mine? You? Natsuki Subaru was stunned. He seemed unprepared for Zun Zun to say something like that, and soon he shouted aggrievedly, Hey, that's too much, Zun Zun. I'm risking my life to save you. In fact, I already saved you. Okay, let me correct you, Subaru, you haven't saved me yet. On the contrary, I've saved you. Zun Zun deliberately emphasized his words, and Natsuki Subaru understood. It's common sense that what hasn't happened doesn't count. It's not present, but future. Realizing this, Natsuki Subaru's face suddenly changed. She guessed that all these negotiations might fail, and she looked at Zun Zun with pleading, lost eyes. What do you want? I only have one request. Zun Zun reached out and pressed his shoulder, applying light pressure. Subaru, you need to value your life more, eh? You're always reckless, neglecting your own life. If it were just you, it wouldn't matter, but now there are so many people who care about you, like Emilia and Rem. They're all worried about you. So, of course, don't do anything reckless again. Zun Zun's words left Natsuki Subaru stunned. Rem chimed in. I ask you the same thing. Subaru, you always push yourself too hard. Even though Rem doesn't know what's making you so desperate, I care about you more than anyone else, Rem. Zun Zun. Natsuki Subaru saw the serious expressions on Rem and Zun Zun's faces. Crush and the others remained silent, but they shared the same thought. Her eyes filled with tears. I will. She wiped away her tears of emotion and suddenly hugged Zun Zun. Thank you, Zun Zun, for caring so much about me. I'm so happy. If Zun Zun were a girl, he would definitely chase after you. Let go of me, let go of me. Pervert. Rem is already jealous. Anyway, why am I the one who became a girl? Why not you? Alright, it doesn't matter, you'd be so ugly as a girl. So, let go of me. Zun Zun desperately pushed Natsuki Subaru, who was leaning forward, while pleading for help from Crush and Anastasia, who watched silently. No wonder Miss Crush didn't succeed. If you have a hobby like that, it's definitely not going to work. By the way, what about Julius, Felice? From now on, don't go near Natsuki Subaru and Zun Zun. It seems you're in their attack zone, Felice. I understand, meow, the cat boy agreed with a giggle. And so, after the tense reunion, came a brief moment of joy. Chapter 250 Good Friends for Life? Are you planning to subjugate the white whale? It's an unexpected development, but very typical of you, Master. Subaru has also quietly allied himself with Master Crush and Master Anastasia, always capable of surprising things. Also, be careful, if anything unexpected happens, make sure Fram uses the communication ward, no matter where in the kingdom, they'll arrive within 5 minutes, so said Master Reinhardt. That guy is still as worrisome as ever. After hearing Fram's report, Master subconsciously scratched his head. Since he couldn't reach Reinhardt and the others, in order not to worry them, he asked his older sister, Fram, to send a message to his younger sister, Glassy. The twin maid's ward can only be used once per day. There are still 30 hours before the subjugation battle, and by then the ward's power will have been renewed. When Fram sees that things aren't going well, he will decisively use his protection and summon the strongest swordsman of the contemporary era. And upon learning that the white whale swordsman was going to be subjugated, he wanted to come and help. But considering his position, Wilhelm's presence, and the need to escort Felt back to the territory, the idea ultimately failed. Zun Zun was somewhat reluctant to launch a powerful attack right away. After all, the Crimson Demons loved to be the center of attention. If the Sword Saint appeared, wouldn't he have a chance to show off? Besides, Natsuki Subaru's words were rather ambiguous, perhaps because she wanted to hide something, or perhaps she was afraid of hurting Zun Zun's pride. But Zun Zun was no fool, how could he not notice? He must have suffered some mishap, and the white whale. Perfect. Let me test the quality of the white whale. Zun Zun and Feltsama also have something to tell you. What's wrong? Feltsama said that the white whale must be hung, beaten, and then torn apart. He also wants to eat its meat and asked you to bring back a souvenir upon your return, as expected of Ferret. Even without seeing his expression, one could guess that the guy must be shouting happily. I wondered if she would be so scared that she would be speechless if she encountered a white whale. No, I suppose a white whale would be so scared of the swordmaster that it would run away, wishing even that it had 2 more legs. Zun Zun shook his head. Arriving at the courtyard of the Duke's mansion, it was noisy, but well controlled. Kuramatsu was standing in front of the mansion, directing the dragon carriages and the staff in and out. With less than 30 hours until the White Whale subjugation war, everyone had to prepare as soon as possible and rush to the Great Flyable Tree, the Tree of the Sage, where the White Whale would appear, to prepare to face the enemy. Naturally, the welcome dinner was postponed. Ho ha ho ha. I didn't expect you to be Zun Zun's knight. What's wrong? Could it be that Zun Zun likes your type? Wrong. Doesn't that mean I don't have any advantages? Anyway, I'm also an Emelian knight, a fellow candidate for the king's election. Let's get along, please, please don't say such horrible things. I became a knight out of necessity. I was simply sold. A strange couple stood in the courtyard. Unlike the others, who moved with serious expressions, they huddled in a corner, like punks bullying a good student. The punk's fierce gaze and the good student's timidity made them look even stranger. Subaru, don't bully Otto. Zun Zun reluctantly approached and greeted them. Oh, you're here, Zun Zun. Natsuki Subaru greeted him, patting Otto on the shoulder with a smile. He exclaimed, I don't know why, but as soon as I met him, I felt so close, like a close friend. Could this be what they call familiarity at first sight? The truth is, I'm resisting Mr. Natsuki. Eh? What did you say? Nothing. Otto forcefully pushed Natsuki Subaru's hand away. He fearfully rushed to Zun Zun's side, as if to announce his knighthood. To Zun Zun, Natsuki Subaru looked more like someone easily intimidated. Subaru, your greatest weakness is that you have no sense of distance, which can be troublesome. Really? I'm sorry. Natsuki Subaru apologized indifferently, then asked curiously, by the way, Zun Zun, why did you choose Otto as your knight? I don't mean to be dismissive, but his meaning was clear. Compared to the other outstanding knights in the royal selection, perhaps Otto, a weakling, didn't seem strong enough on the outside. I don't want to be a knight either, Otto's cheeks flushed, sensing the hidden meaning. Zun Zun patted him comfortingly on the shoulder, saying, Subaru, don't look at Otto like that. He's actually very strong, probably 20 times stronger than you, so strong? By the way, when did I become a unit of measurement? If you use me as a unit of measurement, the numbers will be in the tens of thousands. Natsuki Subaru was stunned. He had to admit that this guy was quite self-aware. He quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, please forgive my blindness. Natsuki Subaru had learned one thing from his countless reincarnations: never provoke those stronger than you, or you could end up dead at any moment. Otto was startled by their behavior. Huh? No, there's no need. You don't mind? No, great, I'm relieved. Natsuki Subaru exaggeratedly wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. This guy, even when learning a lesson, was known for his brashness and aggressive tactics. Zun Zun looked at Otto, who was slouching beside him in his night attire. How about it? Are you getting used to it? Not at all. There are so many important figures here. Not only is there the renowned Lord Crush of the Karsten family, but also the various prominent merchants of the Hexen Chamber of Commerce, those knights. Furthermore, suddenly telling me that you're going to subjugate a white whale is too much? It's a white whale, the kind that terrifies everyone. Haha, isn't that exciting? My heart's going to burst, Otto exclaimed. A former merchant, the first thing he was taught wasn't how to facilitate profitable trade, but the terrifying nature of the white whale. The three great demonic beasts that have roamed the continent for 400 years have disappeared without exception upon encountering their caravans. No wonder they're terrified. Although she knew it was this way by nature, she had hoped he would be more composed. Shouting and yelling was losing face. I had the same question, Zun Zun. Spurred by this, Natsuki Subaru finally faced the question. Why did you get involved? I thought long and hard about what you said. Nothing that happened counts as a favor. You could have stayed out of it, so why? Reasons, many. Zun Zun touched his lower lip. First, do you know Will's full name? Seeing him nod, he asked again. Then, do you know the relationship between Reinhardt and Will? Could it be, as you might imagine, there's a connection? No. It's more complex. Although Reinhardt didn't express it explicitly, he felt regret and guilt about the incident. Wilhelm was reluctant to return to his family, largely because he didn't know how to confront his brilliant grandson, who had taken his wife's life. The relationship between the two was uneasy and strained, but they hadn't become completely hostile until a series of events occurred. And what does that have to do with you, Zun Zun? What, after all, this is Reinhardt's family business, isn't it? Even if you have a good relationship with Reinhardt and Master Will, you're not one to butt into other people's business, Natsuki Subaru said firmly. Zun Zun expressed his approval of his intelligence, and then a bellicose, bloodthirsty smile spread across his face. Another reason, of course. I want to see who's stronger, me or the white whale. A powerful opponent, don't you find that exciting? Oh no. I'm already on fire, eh? Natsuki Subaru opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Finally, he patted Otto on the back and said sympathetically, you're really unlucky to serve a master like this. Yes, I'm really unlucky, Otto said with a sad face. He's had bad luck ever since he became a merchant 4 years ago. He thought meeting Zun Zun at the post station would be the start of a good streak, but he never imagined the bad luck would get even worse. His first mission after being forced to become a knight is to conquer the white whale. Exaggerated. Zun Zun wasn't happy with what Natsuki Subaru said. Subaru, what are you talking about? It's your fault things turned out this way, me, that's right. Whether it's Crush, Anastasia, me, or anyone else, we're all gathered here because of you. It was you, Subaru, who brought us together, so, he patted him on the back. Stand up straight, don't look so timid that you want to help but don't dare. Exposed, your way of slacking off is foolish. In the entire courtyard, there were only 3 people with nothing to do, Zun Zun, Natsuki Subaru, and Otto. Even Rem and Fram went to help pack the supplies. That was why Natsuki Subaru insisted that Otto speak. The truth is, I'm a little uneasy, Subaru. You have to remain composed as if Mount Tai were crumbling before you, and calm as if you were suddenly faced with a threat. What do you mean? It means you shouldn't lose your composure before the battle begins. Stay calm and collected. Zun Zun rolled his eyes at the illiterate Natsuki Subaru. Natsuki Subaru gave an awkward smile. Not to mention that Zun Zun had just spoken in unfamiliar Chinese, his high school knowledge was limited. Forget it, it's getting late. Let's go to bed early. Rest. I know you'll be sorry for those still busy, but for us, who have no idea what to do and might even be making things worse, resting is the right thing to do. Recharge your batteries. You'll have a chance to let off steam. Natsuki Subaru closed his mouth. Even he knew that the battle ahead would be tough. If they didn't focus all their attention on the white whale, they would surely lose, and all their efforts would be in vain. Zun Zun waved his hand and left with a reluctant auto. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.